Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for Match Day 16 of the WGL NA World of Tanks Gold League Season 1 2016-2017. My name is Dustin Kane, and as you all know, my partner in crime is James Grieve.
Thank you very much, Dustin. I'm really excited for tonight. There's going to be some really good battles, especially Apex versus M60s up first. I'm super excited to watch that.
Yeah.
But, today's going to paint the picture going into the playoffs on Thursday, so a lot on the line.
And speaking of incredible battles, please do not forget about the regional finals. The tickets are actually free, and make sure you go to the website. It's going to be wglnafinals.eventbrite.com. And again, it's free, but space is limited. So please check that out if you are in the area, if you want to go. As long as you get there first, those tickets are yours.
Yep, be here in Burbank. It's going to be a lot of fun. I'm really excited for that to happen.
You get to meet James.
Yep. October 22nd.
Get to meet me. I mean, that's not terribly exciting, but you know what I'm saying. Anyways, last week we had some incredible tanks action. In case you missed it, we put together a recap. Let's check it out. Starting it off for us, it is Apex taking out Team CD, and a horrible little Goomba fail there by Pompous. And then moving forward, it was 07 that completely dismantled Eclipse, and a beautiful upset of both strategy and play. Now, Aquatic M60s were able to take out High, but not as handily as they wanted to, and that's going to move us to the very last clip of Deja Vu taking down CD 5-0.
Yep, and you got to kind of wonder, both CD and 07 getting 5-0 on their last match day, both teams may be looking forward to their match tonight, which could decide which of these teams goes home and which of them makes the online playoffs. Look at that right now. CD are 3 points behind 07. 6th place goes to the online playoffs on Thursday. 7th place has to play in an online relegation tournament to keep their spot in the Gold League. And 8th place at the end of tonight goes home from the Gold League.
Good night. They will no longer be with us, and they don't even get the chance to fight back. However, speaking of chances to fight back.
Yeah, well, look at this right now. Apex have guaranteed their first spot seed going into the live regional finals. They will not be playing in the playoffs on Thursday. They just get the automatic bye to the regional finals. Now, Clips are in second spot, which is also a free bye. However, if M60s win in regulation and Eclipse lose in overtime or straight up lose in regulation, then all of a sudden we have to rethink about what's going on there, and it could be M60s that take that slot. So M60s, though, have this roadblock of of Apex up first.
Correct.
That they have to beat for that to even be a problem.
Yeah, they have to beat them,
and then
like,
that
just flat out.
And that would put a lot of pressure on Eclipse to really perform in their match after that. So a lot on the line. Should be some good fights tonight. High, though, and CD both sitting down on 15 points. They need points desperately. They at least need to be in 7th place to still have a chance to fight for their spot. And Rival are guaranteed going to the online playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, talking about Eclipse, their offline match tonight is actually Deja Vu, and Eclipse has kind of been faltering. I mean, not to the point where they're failing, but they've been a little... they've been stumbling, and then Deja Vu actually finally played great again for the first time we've seen in a while, so... It's interesting indeed. Let's just go ahead and go straight into the schedule for tonight. And that's going to start us off. Apex versus Aquatic M60s.
Yeah, no, that should be a really good fight. However, M60s really need to keep that pressure on Eclipse. Apex, I don't know that we'll see a whole lot of new stuff out of them since they already have the guaranteed first place bye. You know, maybe they're going to be saving some of their newer strats for the live finals, make sure that they take that first place overall.
But knowing Comps and Apex, I can't imagine they would do that or at least take their foot off the gas. But we'll have to see.
Yeah, well, and they can still, play business as usual, as they like to say, while saving some of their newer strats.
No, I agree with you completely. And then moving forward to High versus Rival, High desperately need these points.
Yeah, absolutely. And they're sitting in last place, tied with CD right now. So any points that they can get are huge. There is potential for a three-way tie, however unlikely, between 07,
we said that
CD,
last
and
time,
High.
And it almost happened.
Almost happened, but didn't. And then Rival are guaranteed the online playoffs at this point. But it's 07 that just need 1 point from their match. One single point will guarantee them through, and that's pretty much instant doom for Siebel, Tweet, and High.
Man, what a match day we have in front of us indeed, but it is going to start off with Apex and Aquatic M60s. Now, Apex is guaranteed no matter what to go to the finals. There's nothing that can stop them. So the story here really is Aquatic M60s to see if they could even shut down Apex. Now, the last time they played, they did take him to overtime. It was 4-4. It was a loss for Aquatic M60s, but even still, they played very well. Now, we've kind of seen Aquatic M60s falter to a point where the last time they played, they'd just come off a victory from beating Eclipse. They had dominated every team under them. Not so much the case going into the match tonight.
Well, they've been a team that's been kind of hot and cold all season. Now, largely they've been hot. However, they dropped points to get flanked at one point. Then they also dropped points to, I believe it was CD. Mm-hmm. So some matches where they really shouldn't have let anything through, especially when they can turn around and compete with Apex and Eclipse, they're top two teams. So it's kind of surprising out of M60s. But that said, they need the 3 points, and they need to be able to put that pressure on Eclipse. At the very least, even if Eclipse can get a result, that extra pressure they put on them is going to mean a lot to them.
Yeah. Well, let's get right into it with the roster for Apex.
And looking at this lineup, it's remained essentially unchanged since the beginning of the season. Just Drynut switching out for X-Soldier, who went over to CD. That said, you just got to look at this roster. Doma, Canadian Impact, Photo Finish. They're players that have all been doing very, very well this season, including, looking at it, Canadian Impact still number 4 on total kills this season, and Doma at number 6. So they're able to do that, and their damages are all extremely high. However, just outside the top 5 on total damage and average damage this season. So just a lot of very talented players. They have so much talent on this roster that it's really hard for any one of these players to stand out head and shoulders above the rest.
Yeah, and I actually want to give a really special shout out to a player we haven't seen too much, Overlord Prime. Playing for Apex. I hopped into a stream. A lot of you don't know this, but I love to stream snipe. I like to go on you guys' streams and see what's going on. So Overlord Prime was in I believe it was a 121, and he was playing really well. Everything was going great. And then all of a sudden, it was just downhill. He lost his track from an SPG, and then he lost his, I think his gunner. He then lost his commander, and it was just like him being super hopeful, saying, everyone, it's okay, just believe. Then he did an arty shot. Everyone, it's okay. You just got to believe. He ate another shot. It was just such a bad situation, and he played it off so well, and I just want to say and give him a shout-out for an awesome stream experience.
Yep, and it's really important to be able to keep that sort of composure even when you do get frustrated, even just simple pub matches, because it translates. It translates into this is how well can you keep your composure during one of these matches. That said, we do move on to Aquatic M60's roster. Not a whole lot of changes out here since the start of the season. Bales has just been an absolute monster for him this season.
Is ridiculous.
And he's sitting in 3rd place in total damage done this season still at this point.
Yeah.
But also, Veggie and Mr. Man are number 1 and 2 on total kills this season all of a sudden.
They're taking a lot of tanks.
So
there was a funny little Goomba from Mr. Man in a grill, I might add.
Yeah.
Like he was in a
on
grill.
Himmelsdorf.
Yeah.
So, just overall, very good play out of M60s.
Absolutely. And, overall, this I got to say most of the teams have really stepped up to this point. I mean, we saw teams that started in the first round robin kind of slow down. Deja Vu comes to mind as far as how well they were doing. I mean, coming with 19 points and only scoring 3 in an entire round robin, it's kind of odd. And then we've had teams that started off very slow, like Rival, and now they're pretty much safe for the qualifiers, the playoffs. So it's been really nice to see these teams kind of bounce up and down, but overall, everyone's been playing really solid.
Yeah, absolutely. And Rival, it's kind of funny because historically they've always kind of started really fast. They've had always put up a lot of good results, and then they kind of slow down later in the season. That's kind of always been their Achilles heel.
Right.
And yeah, in this season they started off really slow, and now they're starting to pick up stride. So maybe picking up stride at the right time to do really well in playoffs. We'll have to see.
Yep. Well, make sure you're also following us on Twitter. It's very important to join in on the conversation. It's at WGL NA, and then using the hashtag WGL NA. If your tweets are awesome enough, decided by our production crew, you will be featured here on the stream, and we'll give you a shout-out. So far, we've had some pretty good tweets, and I look forward to more.
Yeah, absolutely. It's always good to see what you guys out there have to say.
Yeah, well, let's get right into it with the first face-off of the first series of the night. It's going to be Apex and Aquatic M60s. Welcome, gentlemen. It's going to be Comps and Mr. Man. Comps, I'm going to start with you. My question is, so far of this season, what's been your favorite moment?
My favorite moment? I mean, I'd have to go all the way back to, I guess, week 1, week 2, where, the guys on the team were all optimistic and hopeful and, hoping that the season would go well. Looking back on those days, that was a good state of mind for the team. Now it's just like, towards the end, people are getting a little burnt out, a little exhausted. So, looking back to the good days, that was my favorite.
Sure. Well, I mean, you guys obviously have good days ahead of you, considering that the optimism was for something. You're sitting comfortably at first place.
Yeah, well, and after tonight, the next time we're going to see you guys is at the live finals here in Burbank.
So I think it's good. What about you, Mr. Man? What's been your favorite moment of the season so far?
Favorite moment of the season was probably when Veggie was on top of the hill on Cliff and 1v3. Just went and tried to jump on the dude.
Yeah,
Completely failed, but
that was pretty good. So, don't have too many other questions for you guys since we really just want to get this fight underway and get the action rolling. So, I guess, Comps, any final words for Mr. Man?
Nope. I mean, good luck and have fun tonight.
All right, Mr. Man for Comps and Apex.
same to you. Good luck. Have fun.
All right. Well, thank you for joining us, gentlemen. We'll see you in game. And yeah, I mean, again, we just want to get into it tonight. You know what I'm saying? We want to see these teams battle it out. This is huge for every single series. Implications for at least one team. Again, M60s need to beat Apex in order to have a chance at second place, which is huge because that sends them automatically to the regional finals as opposed to playing in the online qualifier. So M60s not only have to beat Apex, but they also have to hope that Eclipse, kind of fumbles and messes up. And then, going on to the next matches, we'll talk about that later. But tonight the implications are huge. And we just want to get right into it. It's going to be exciting. So we're about a minute off. Predictions.
I'm going to have to give it to, I think, M60s. I think they have a little bit more motivation. They want to keep the pressure on Eclipse. Apex already knowing that they're through here to the live finals. I have a feeling they'll probably keep some things in reserve so they don't give their hand away too soon. So stuff they've been working on, they can save for the live finals to use here. That said, I think they will play very well. It's going to be a tough match for M60s, but I think M60s just have that little bit more motivation and fire underneath them to put up a result tonight.
Yeah. So this is actually the odd part, is you usually vote for, or you kind of tune yourself towards the winning team, if you will. Tonight, I'm actually going to go for Apex. Now, and it's funny because Aquatic M60s are the team that I always vote for because, a little biased, sorry guys, but they are my favorite team. But I honestly feel that Apex, even though they might be hiding something under their sleeve, especially for the finals, they know they're going, the way they've been playing is just so damn solid that it's hard to give it to anyone else at this point.
Well, another thing, though, often what happens is when these teams get some momentum and they get going, and then it just turns into a 5-0 because once they start, they just put their foot down on their throat and they keep going. Thing to look at is the first map tonight is Mines, which M60s are 16-1 on.
Just what I was about to get at. It is going to be the very strongest map for the team of Aquatic M60s. Let's get right into it.
Mines, a small summertime map with lots of hills, rocks and other cover. The teams start the battle in the usual locations, but the base locations are different. One is located in the bottom part of the village and the other one is in the water. One of the key objectives is the center hill. That's why the teams will often select fast vehicles and tanks with strong turrets for cover.
Here we go, right into the first series of the night, and it looks like Apex is going to bring a 113, a 215, B, a TVP, 3 Batchats, and an M4043. I'm not too familiar with seeing Artie out of Apex.
Yeah, Germ has played it off and on occasionally, but
it
this
is very
season,
occasional, yeah.
Well, and they're actually using Drynets in the artillery, and all the players stopping right now, so it appears we will have a disconnect call. So it'll be just a moment before we get underway.
But please continue your point about Artie.
Yeah, so Drynets, we really haven't seen him at all this season. I believe this is the first match that he's played, so him getting to step in there in that M50 or M4043, and it will actually be Germ that moves up to a tier 10.
Okay,
so
usually they're light tier 8 player, but you know what? He's also the caller for the team. So,
so just overall. So overall, you need to back out of the battle, so you stop holding everything up. So blame Dustin, everybody, because his fault. So we'll go with that. That said, as I was saying, it's good to see Drynets. We saw him a lot back in the days of Simp, and before that, Hammer Time, back before those guys merged with Simp. Yeah, the good old days there, back 742. That was a long time ago. But that said, good to see him playing again. Looking at Aquatic M60s, nothing out of the ordinary with the lineup. The normal starters are in, so it's just Drynets stepping in for
the real question is,
Apex.
What's Mr. Man in? Is he in a grill or a 430?
I didn't see it during the last battle, and that they are trying to figure out the disconnect issue here real quick, so I can't tell you right away.
So this is He's in a grill, by the way. Mr. Man usually plays a 430 or a grill, much to your chagrin, the 430. But so let's talk a little bit before we get into this, dealing with this disconnect. Let's talk about mines. What is it that makes Aquatic M60s so good on this map?
They just have the rotations down is really what it comes down to. And they do the very thing that I talk about a lot, and that's, I'd say a lot of teams tend to stay stagnant on defense,
Sure.
and they sit there and they let their team kind of break them apart. M60s are so good at changing it up on defense, but they don't do anything reckless. They just reposition. Right. It's very calculated, and it constantly makes the other team second guess and have to find a new way to attack them. So they think they have them one way, and all of a sudden M60s have repositioned to a fallback or a different position, or they've grouped all their tanks up, and all of a sudden they're charging the hill with the other team having no eyes on it.
They keep it very dynamic.
And they do that. And they also have all the boosts down very well, which is so important. They have the 4-line boost to work towards the 1 line. They have the 0-line boost, and they also have all the boosts in the north along the A line, and if you can do those every time, it opens up so much for you on this map.
And I agree with you, but we've also seen teams that have done those boosts also lose. So,
well, using the boost is one thing, but being able to do them every time and then use them effectively and have them built into the strat is another. Now we see a lot of teams, set up with one strat. And then they use the boost, but it doesn't really play off of each other. And they do so well at understanding, all right, well, this boost gives us this or this. And so they set up in a position where the boost can help them and that they can play into it. And then the other thing they do very well is, once again, it comes down to not playing stagnant. They understand when the boost isn't working for them, they get the tanks off there and they get them into the fight.
That's very true. They're actually one of the few teams that does that.
And there's some teams that just leave players up on those boosts for far too long, especially after the battle's already over, to where they're not effective. So I think the combination
just becomes a nest at that point, not so much a boost.
Yeah, exactly. So definitely, I think that's one of the things that definitely separates them from a lot of teams on this map.
Yeah, well, the last time these two teams played, I don't think Mines was actually on that map list, was it? Check that out for me real quick.
Yep, and no, you are correct. Last time it was Ruinberg, Ghost Town, Cliff, and Himmelsdorf.
This could bode very well for the team of M60s just going right out of the gate against Eclipse. This is their best map. I mean, if you would almost want to say that if they can't get a starting foothold on Mines of all maps, then how are they going to really put the hurt to Apex?
Yeah, and the other thing to look at here is, we're playing M60's most played map and their best win rate map. We're also going to be seeing Apex's best map,
which is
Himmelsdorf.
And that would be the third map. So no matter what, we are going to see that map, whether or not one team takes it to 4-0, which I don't really predict happening, just because M60s in their track record have even done well against Apex, regardless of the whole season, and the rest of the teams. But, it may be a shutout here for Apex. I don't know.
Well, the other thing to look at is we're also going to see Ruinberg, which is a map that M60's played a lot early, and then they kind of stopped playing it for a while.
They've also kind of been 50-50 on that map.
Yeah, they've had some very ingenious strats, and they've also had some stuff where you kind of sit there and just kind of wonder what the overall idea is. A lot of teams have been, in my opinion, not utilizing the town enough, and that's not just any one team, not just M60's. High was faltering to do that the other day. And you need to open up that map, especially as an attacker, even as a defender. Having some sort of eyes in that town on top of the field is just so important, because it gives you so much intel, and the second you spot something in that village, you know that you have a huge overmatch. So taking advantage of that is important. Now, a lot of teams failing to do that, they tend to go with like the Tier 9 lineups, and then they don't use the Tier 9 bat chats as scouts. They leave them with the rest of the team. They leave them behind them to try to support, and it doesn't really work out. And so I really want to see that out of a lot of these teams, is open up that town, get more vision control, and really establish control of a map, which is something, like I said, a lot of teams have just been struggling to do this so far this season on that map.
Correct. And sorry, we are trying to figure out what's going on here.
Apex offering up one of their players to M60s, it looks like.
Yeah, but did you see the reason why?
Who? Well, if that's true.
Yeah, hopefully. Unfortunately, actually, one of the players for Aquatic M60s has just left for the hospital. Honestly, we hope everything is okay. That's the last thing you ever want to see.
Now, if it's him having the problems off the hospital, or it's a relative he has to go with, I don't know. Either way.
Best wishes, please, out to Felix. That is not a circumstance that you want to be under, and that's what is delaying our match. I really hope everything is okay.
Yep, and it looks like...
which is why Apex offered up a player as well, I'm assuming. I mean, they wouldn't do that.
M60s have plenty of players on the bench, so they're going to rotate people through. However, one person was a disconnect, then now Felix all of a sudden having to leave at the last moment is really unfortunate. And it looks like Out of Sight has also gone offline, so now Vio stepping into play, who we haven't seen since the qualifiers. it's almost like musical chairs. Who's gonna bring what? So it looks like we finally have the lineups.
Everyone is dying. That's not funny at all. That's terrible. That's really terrible. Yeah, it seems like it's just minor health issues or something that needs to be addressed. But either way, so moving on, let's say we play this match out, Apex wins. Then what happens for the rest of the night, James?
Well, Eclipse's offline match essentially means a lot less for them because they're guaranteed their spot to the offline finals, at which point it's just a matter of Deja Vu also trying to get some points. But both of those teams are guaranteed their slots both in the online playoffs and then through the regional finals, so that match becomes significantly less important. Now, that said, the other two matches that we have tonight, still going to be insane.
Yeah, absolutely.
Who's going to go home?
Saying. It's going to be either high or CD.
Yep. So it's either
and both of those teams
are
playing tonight.
I mean, 7th and 8th, and
that's
7th,
true.
Because 7th still has to play in the online qualifier to stay in the Gold League. That said, it looks like we are finally about to get battle number 1 underway. Yeah. Sorry about the delays.
Honestly, though, I really do hope everything is all right with Felix.
Yeah, absolutely. And if we hear any updates on that, we will let you guys know. That said, it looks like Bales is going to be going for the climb over towards the 0 line.
Someone at M6, he said everyone is dying. Can we play another day? Ridiculous.
Looking at the lineups, Vio coming in with an IS-4, Mr. Morphic and a 113, Mr. Man in the grill, 3 Bat Chats, and a M4043. Pretty standard defensive lineup out of them. Mr. Man playing in that grill over at Kilo 4.
Oh, and Bales, who usually does do the boosts for this team on mines, in that Bat Shot is going to take an early shot from, I believe it was Germ.
Yep, and looking at Apex, a 215B, a 113, a TVP, 3 Bat Chats, and an M4043 of their own. So Vio actually shifting over towards that H4 rock that we've seen used so often this season. Actually, not so often, but it's pretty much exclusively out of M60s. It was Social Flaws the other day that... was it Fulcrus? I think it was Fulcrus that just decided that he wasn't going to stay here anymore. So it is not impenetrable to Artie. That said, Apex controlling the hill. They have eyes up on every end, and it's playing over towards the 8 line just to see if any sort of rotate comes out of M60s. And the rest of the guns just kind of tucking up and under the hill.
Yeah, this is very much an M60's mines. This is exactly what we're used to seeing here.
Yeah, and looking at it, M60s have gotten their tanks successfully up on the backside of mines or on the hill here without Apex knowing they're here. And Dark Ninja he lights...
Yeah, there's no hill pressure really coming from either team right now.
Well, he lights External and then they back off, assuming they were doing some spot checks there. External knew that if he got lit sitting in this one spot, that there was someone in this bush, and as you saw, Dark Ninja immediately turned and ran before he was even spotted, so he didn't take any damage. So good heads-up play out of both teams. 2 minutes down already. And both these tanks from M60s, they neither have been spotted here. You got to remember that. Well, they could assume, they didn't know for sure. And right now, Apex maybe trying to catch out that rotate out of M60s that we were talking about, how they like to not stay stagnant and kind of rotate things up.
True. Yeah.
So they're trying to hide their tanks at this point, keep everything nice and compact, and hoping that M60s wanders into some sort of trap. External just getting a little bit anxious. They do have Bales up on that 0 line.
I actually do have a question. So under, an extreme circumstance or a circumstance like what happened when a player has to leave for, unforeseen reasons, is it possible for another team to offer up a player?
No. They'd have to play a tank down. It's more of a
right. So that
joke
was a joke, is what I'm assuming.
Yeah, and
I honestly wasn't sure because in an extreme case, I wanted to know if that's even possible.
No. They do have players on the bench. Both teams have their backups ready.
Right.
Remember, they have 10 people on the roster. So some sort of extreme circumstance, we could even, to an extent, see maybe comps play for Apex if you needed to, or something like that. Because if one of their 10 players or 4 of their 10 players can't be there,
what if all their players can't be there?
They do have to play man down. We have seen teams forfeit in the past once they were down to below 6. You have to have at least 5 to play them.
Has anyone ever won with 5?
Not to my knowledge, but I'd have to check. In fact,
I
do want to say, back in the days of 742, I know that teams won with 6 a lot because all they lost was one of the T1s. So they still have their 5 tier 8s.
Yeah.
I know that was a thing and it has happened, but straight up winning with 5, I would have to check.
Okay. Because I wasn't sure if he was actually being funny, but again, because we've never encountered this, I was like, oh, maybe that's a thing.
No,
But at the same time, wouldn't you get really upset with your team if you sent someone over and they actually won?
that would be pretty ridiculous. And the other thing to think about is these teams play each other a lot. So some of these, especially scrimming and prepping and whatnot, some of these teams have better relationships with each other than others. But you have to imagine two teams like Apex and M60s probably scrim a good bit, so they probably have some sort of relationship. A lot of banter between the teams during scrims and whatnot. So maybe some of that leading into that.
And bringing up that question, something that we're seeing that we're not used to seeing with 5 minutes left on the clock and the timer, it's been stagnant not only for these M60s but Apex as well.
Yep.
Nothing has happened for either team. I mean, Canadian Impact has kind of moved up a little bit down the 2 line, but not a lot of time. Already half of it gone here for Apex on offense.
Both teams just choosing to play it slow. Apex maybe hoping that M60s gets a little restless and makes one of those rotates that I talk about. But they, so far, and the thing is, they do like about M60s is they said, all right, well, if nothing's going on, then we're good. We're sitting in a good situation where we can cover each other. It's when you have that intel on the other team and you know that something's coming or you get a good read, that you make that play. Otherwise, you're making it based off of a gut feeling, essentially. You're assuming this is going on, and that can get you into trouble. Yeah, you kind of make a bad read. And so, I say that you don't want to stay stagnant. You need to make sure that you have some intel into some sort of those plays. You need to have some tripwire set up. Intel and a huge shot going out on the Canadian Impact.
Wow. And he is retreating, tail tucked between his legs.
Was he spotted when he took that shot?
I believe he was spotted. I could be wrong, but I think he was spotted.
Great shot out of Redux there.
No, actually, he wasn't spotted. I take that back. He was not spotted.
So essentially, at that point, Redux just, assuming that the bush sitting there at F2, it's one of the very common bushes that gets used a lot. A lot of teams tend to put passive scouts in there, especially when they're attacking. Normally, we see tier 8s there. This time, they just assumed, all right, well, we'll just wait and maybe blind fire it, and got lucky. And yeah, that's
got
ridiculous.
lucky. That's pretty much a tank down. 133 left for that tank. Photo Finish is going to take some damage here, though, as he slowly starts to back out. Most of the team of Apex is going to retreat.
Yep, and Photo still getting lit, still moving around, and it's actually M60s that have multiple tanks up on the hill still, and look at his HP lead.
Oh, Veggie might try something. Nice shot comes onto Nits. Veggie is going to also trade.
And about a 2,000 HP lead in favor of M60s, so doing pretty good on defense. And like I talk about, if you want to attack one of these teams, especially with some of these more passive defenses, you have to have some sort of HP lead to really work with it. Either that or you have to have just the absolute most brilliant push where you're not going to take any damage getting into position, but those are few and far between, especially on a map like Mines. So it's going to be really hard for Apex to turn this around. Now, that said, we've seen them turn around some insane HP deficits before.
We've seen them come back from almost unwinnable situations.
Yep, so not quite out of this yet. However, against
you can
M60s,
never really count them out.
M60s on Mines, though, is
that's
one
true.
tough nut
That's
to
almost
crack.
like another Apex in and of itself.
Yep. And just to back up exactly how dominant M60s are on this map, they are 16-1 overall. They are 7-1 attacking on Mines, and they are 9-0. 9-0. This will make it 10-0 if they can hold on for another 2.5 minutes. 10-0 on Mines defense.
It's a tough team to crack on this map.
And the push is coming out of Apex.
Sherm has taken a lot of damage. In fact, 1,200. He could be going down here if he doesn't get behind that rock. No, he's still in the sights of Veggie, and Redux finds it with the M4043.
Redux having a great game so far. Morphic is going to push up and challenge Photo Finish. However, they do find Veggie.
They're going to get Veggie, but Photo Finish may fall here to Morphic. And there it is. Vio going to help clean him up. External is now moving towards the backfield. They are moving towards Mr. Man and Redux in the M40 and the Grill. Grill's going to fire off the shot. Dark Ninja finding Nits elsewhere, but Mr. Man in a poor position right now. As long as External can get the kill, I believe he has one shot left. He does, and there it is.
He does fire off the shot.
But look at the
pre-roll.
lead from Aquatic M60s right now.
So M60s are about to beat 10-0 on Mines defense.
Yeah. And again, look how and it was not necessarily being too stagnant. I mean, they were holding a good defense, but they also had everything covered. And then when it came time to move, they really did move, and they capitalized.
Well, another thing you have to remember is last time we talked to Mr. Mann, they said that this wasn't a map that they were particularly fond of before the start of the season.
Right.
And it was just other teams constantly wanting to scrim on this map where they started to kind of figure this map out, and they became comfortable with it. And I guess it's, what's about to be 17-1. You could say they're a little bit more than comfortable on this map.
Against Apex, by the way.
Yeah, the number 1 team going into the offline regional finals. They already have that first seed bye. And Redux picking up another kill.
Aquatic M60s taking down Apex on defense, on mines, with 5 tanks still alive.
And almost 5,000 HP on top of that. That was very decisive stuff out of M60s. I love the play. Now, a little bit fortunate, that blind shot on the Canadian Impact. Redux,
that was nice.
That was dirty.
Was
that's all I can say to that. That was just dirty, straight
that
up.
Helped,
Definitely helps when you get, almost 2,000 HP for free, almost a full tank just gone off the map. That makes things easy.
I almost wanted to hear Apex's comms. Like, at that very moment, I wanted to see what Canadian Impact was saying.
Yeah, well, and he wasn't even lit, though, so it's one of those situations where it's just a great read out of M60s. And look at this damage. Redux coming in with 2,800 damage over 4 shots with 2 kills. That's almost insane. Not the highest we've seen this season, but that is very good. And then Bale's coming in there, getting through 2 clips for 2,600 damage. And then Dark Ninja, another 2,500 over 8 shots, clip and a half. And then top on Apex is actually going to be Drynitz at 1,900 for his first game this season. Just able to put up some pretty good damage. Now, 1,900 isn't great, but considering he was top on his team and the rest of them really couldn't get in there. And poor old Canadian Impact firing 1 shot through the whole game, no damage.
Sorry, bud.
Yeah, and he got blind fired.
You can't even really fault that to him either. Like you really can't. Canadian Impact is one of the leaders in taking out tanks this season. Very good player.
Yeah,
incredibly solid. That was just unfortunate.
Yep, he's actually sitting in 4th place on total kills this season in the whole league.
He was first for a while.
He was first, and then Veggie and Mr. Man on M60s, who are also playing tonight, have passed everybody, and they're up to 104, 103 total kills in this season.
Correct, they are. So 1-0 going into it on defense. Now on offense, is Aquatic M60s going to continue to use this momentum on mines? Because this is the thing. For me, if Aquatic M60s can take this next battle on offensive mines, I really think that will transfer well into, I think it's Ruinberg next?
Yeah, it'll be Ruinberg next.
And then it's going to be Himmels.
Yep, which is a map that they're both relatively even on, but Himmels is the exact opposite of Mines. It is a map that Apex is just completely dominant on.
So this could potentially be really good as long as Aquatic M60s can not only take this battle, but do it well. That's what it comes down to for me.
If you think that this is a map that's going to go to M60s, and Himmelsdorf is a map that's going to go to Apex.
It's going to be decided in Ruinberg.
Yeah, Ruinberg, and then also coming up, Murrow after this, which is a map that M60s really haven't played this season much at all. So, interesting stuff there, but we have to get through this first battle, which right now, Apex on defense, coming with 2 113s, a 121, 2 Batchets, and 2 Tier 9 Batchets. Meanwhile, M60s coming in with a 113, 4 Bats, a T10, and Ryux in an M5053.
I mean, he did well in the M4043, so why not?
Yep, and Nitz pushing all the way around to the 8-9, trying to catch out anyone going for that 0-line boost. Meanwhile, the rest of the team very stagnant along the 4-5 line, and it's been Aquatic M60s that's pushed straight down the 1 line already.
I feel like we haven't really seen the 121 too often.
We've very rarely seen it. It's a decent medium. The gun hits pretty hard. It lacks gun
I was really
depression.
hoping it was Overlord Prime. It would have been like a run back of the stream.
I know that is one of his favorite tanks, the 121.
That's what he was in.
So, that said, Nitz is going to take some damage pushing around in the back here. As base capture's already at 25 seconds, a reset does come in. And now it's just Nitz behind everyone, and these guys on cap are just getting absolutely punished right now.
Yeah, it's not terrible, but they are taking shots, and a shot has landed and penetrated onto Dark Ninja, Morphic, Bales, and right now just Vio from Nitz.
Well, the thing is Apex have 2 tanks in behind right now, and they have to ignore this already. Well, M60s have a huge overmatch in the south, which they are going to exploit right now.
Yeah, and they're going to move in. It's still putting on shots and pouring it into Vio. He is getting penetrations, and now that T10 has gone down, the tier 9 tank is out of there.
And
But
External just playing hard to get, just making sure that he pulls these guns of M60s into his crosshairs.
such a good play, but photo finish will fall here to Veggie and Mr. Man, as well as Dark Ninja and Bales. The whole team, essentially, of Aquatic M60s now pushing forward. External could be next.
Yep, the Artie is still alive, so he could come back to haunt him here, and they will just dump over onto External.
External's going to fall, but at a heavy cost for Dark Ninja. A lot of HP lost.
And now they have some shots on these 113s.
Ooh, Overlord
HP.
Prime, as well as Drynet's right behind him. OP has to be careful. Morphic is one shot, and there it is. He's going to find it, and it's actually going to find him, and then Canadian Impact getting a tank down.
And now M60s are essentially just boxed into this bottom corner here. Guns on all sides. They have nowhere to go. They're just going to have to group up and make some sort of decisive push here. The artillery did get picked up by Canadian Impact, adding another kill to his tally.
Correct. Oh, look at this little squad of tanks. Shots are being... This is a bad position for the team of Aquatic M60s.
And as I was trying to say before this match started, if you figure this map's going to go to M60s and you think Himmelsdorf is going to go to Apex, it's important that both these teams close out both rounds on these maps.
Yes, absolutely. You are correct.
And this not in a good situation right now. Mr. Man taking a bounce in the bat chat.
It's even still... that bat chat has found so many tanks. German's going to clean him up, but now this is going to be it. So Apex is going to tie it up 1-1 on the strongest map of Aquatic M60s. This is what I was worried about. If they weren't able to close out both sides of the map that they essentially are unstoppable on, it's not going to look too great for them going into the next couple maps. Now, that's not to say that Aquatic M60 still can't win this one out, but it's going to be a hell of a lot harder now.
Yep, definitely. And M60 is doing what they can, but just not able to clean it up. A good read out of Apex. I like the aggression there. They took map control very early, and they had some eyes towards the one line. And essentially what they did is they said the second we spot tanks on the one line, we're taking the 9-0. They pushed all the way around with those tier 9 bats. They got in behind, and M60s didn't leave anyone to protect the artillery.
It's such a good play from Apex, really.
Now, I do like the idea out of M60s is let's see if we can catch something out in the north where they can't support the south, and then let's just push all in. The problem is that they misjudged how many tanks needed to go where. They dumped too many in the 0 line. They only left Mr. Man in that 113 or I think it was Veggie, in that 113 to go after the other 113s, and he just got overmatched by the two 113s, and they were sitting in a very good situation where they had a lot of crossfires in that south. And so once those bat shots got there, they had nowhere to go. They took damage no matter who they tried to kill. External did a very good job at playing ring around the rosy, essentially.
Yeah, External
making those bat shots really work.
Was really the MVP there, in my opinion, for Apex. As far as just giving Aquatic M60s less time to really work with, because had they taken out External right away, they could have kind of flexed back, but they were stuck.
Yep, and the other thing to note there during that last game, look who isn't playing for Apex.
Who is not playing for Apex?
Who's not playing for Apex?
Where is Dodoma?
That's the question, and it looks like we are going to see him now. He's being rotated in, but he did not play the first 2 rounds for Apex.
No, he did not.
So that's who they dropped for Drynets.
Okay.
So maybe it comes down to mines. Could be a couple of things. Could be a scheduling issue with practices. Dodoma wasn't able to make practices, so Apex decided, all right, well,
maybe those are the maps
in,
that they practiced.
Either that, or once again, it's what I was talking about, is making sure that the backups get some reps in. Since they're guaranteed through to the offline finals.
Yeah, you want to make sure everyone is warm. Absolutely.
So yeah, you can this is a good time to get some other players some reps essentially, and get them in and make sure that everything's gelling at full speed in a match environment.
Yeah. Well, Apex is now going to move on with Aquatic M60s to the map of Ruinberg. This one is a little interesting for me. We've seen good things out of obviously we've seen good things out of Apex, but we've also seen some really strong plays coming out of Aquatic M60s on this map, but we've also seen them kind of fail on this map.
Some questionable rotations out of them. They have a lot of different ideas, and they're really pushing the envelope as far as developing shots on this map. A lot of stuff we see out of them is pretty original. Some of it works. Some of it, if certain things don't go right.
Undefeated on defense on this map, I believe?
They had a very strong defense for a good while. It did break eventually. It was actually the match where we were talking about against High. We were talking about how good their defense was, and then High turns around and beats them on it. So like I said, a lot of very experimental stuff out of M60s, stuff that's not really mainstream, but they make work.
Yeah, well, let's go ahead and get right into it. The second map between Apex and Aquatic M60s.
Runeberg, a mixed-type map. The defending team starts the battle on the green, and the attacking team starts at the centre square of the town. Bases are located quite far from each other. Both bases are better controlled from the village when playing a heavy setup. It's better to attack the first base through the top direction with the help of several well-armoured heavy tanks. For the attack on the second base, it's better to use a more mobile setup and either play through the centre or split forces. In general, the map is not easy to play on. Teams often use blind shots and risky shifting of the forces from one flank to another.
Lineups coming in here. Apex, a 113, two 215Bs, a 50B, a bat shot, a T10, and a tier 9 bat. M60s, 3 113s.
3 of those bad boys.
A 50B, a 140, a tier 9 bat, well, 2 tier 9 bats. And guess what? No Object 430 out of Mr. Mans.
You're so pleased with yourself.
I just find it entertaining at this point. I mean, M60s have played pretty well in Runeberg, but not great. They're 8-3 so far, while Apex are coming in at 10-4. So, pretty respectable out of both teams. Nothing mind-blowing. Pretty consistent.
Yeah.
They win most of their defenses. That said, you got to look at it right now. Look at the setup out of M60s. They have these bat shots in the south. The 113's on cap. They're waiting for these guns from Apex to be in a position to deal with cap, and they're going to flood up and over into Dodoma down in this bottom corner.
Dodoma, though, in a very good position, sitting at K0. Mr. Man and Bales are actually going to charge in, try to take him out. Mr. Man taking so much damage already, though, and he actually might go down. But wait a second, Dodoma switches focus. Mr. Man came right around and went to the butt of his tank. That was a smart play from Mr. Man, and then at that point, Dodoma not having enough time to completely rotate around not only his turret but his tank. Wow, Drynitz. What a shot.
Essentially a 2-for-1 trade there for Dodoma, so I'm not a huge fan of that. The coordination there a little bit off. The 113s took a blunt of that early on, and the bat shots pushed around a little bit too late.
And Morphic finding Germ.
Does a good job there, and Morphic still has some HP to work with. That said, M60s are just getting whittled down from every angle.
Vio, his back of his tank is so exposed. That was a really bad position to see Vio in. I mean, he was exposed from every angle.
Yep, just not a whole lot he can do there. Morphic is in a position to kind of cover him. However, at this point, damage is, I won't say meaningless, but...
Right, well, at this point, I mean, Apex is won. There's nothing Aquatic M60s can do unless they are packing nukes in every one of those shots.
Yep, and like I said before, Runeberg defense, it essentially has to be the defending team that makes the mistake and allows for an opening out of the attacking team to really get that win. And Apex are not a team that's going to make those mistakes very often, if at all. And they're just trying to hunt down Mr. Man, left alive for one shot. He goes down to external.
Maybe if he was in a 430, he would have lived longer.
Maybe.
Just kidding.
May never know.
Your lack of affection for that tank amuses me.
There's a lot of things to be said. I've said them many times. People know exactly where I'm going to go with this. Yes, the DPM is great.
DPM is great, but the gun handling is terrible.
Yes, the camo's workable. Gun handling is abysmal. Turret armor's garbage. It's just... Why bring a 430 when there's stuff like the 140?
So salty when we bring it up.
It doesn't make sense.
Let's go ahead and move on to the damage here, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be Canadian Impact bringing it at top for his team in the bat shot, doing 4,100 damage. Very rare to see anyone from Apex truly outshine any of the other members.
Yeah, but 4,000 damage out of a bat shot on Runeberg defense? That's pretty good stuff there. And then looking at it, Veggie in that 140 coming in with 3,100. So getting some work done there.
Not bad.
And Morphic also doing 2,700. Cleaned up that tier 9 bat around in town. That said, not the greatest. Looking at it on the second page here, Redux in that 113. And the 113's a Dark Ninja and VO all just got focused out trying to make that push. They couldn't really get all their guns onto the same target, and they just bled so much HP making the initial push. It didn't work out. Now, if the timing had been a little bit different, and they managed to time that at the same time those bat chats went over, and they got that 113 down, and they got those bat chats able to turn around and support those 113s a little bit sooner, they may have been able to claw into that. But
honestly, if the Doma wasn't so expensive for them as well.
Well, and that's what I'm saying is the timing out of those dual pushes came at the wrong time. The 113s pushed up. Dodoma had side shots on them, and they had the perfect angle from everywhere. They even had, I think it was Germ on the 6th line there, where he had some extra shots on him. And so those 113s bled 3,000 HP before those bat shots pushed up. Like they were kind of in position, but they waited just a little bit too long for the tension to be off them. If those bat shots pushed up at the same time, especially in the numbers that they were in, at the same time those 113s go in, make it a bit harder for Apex to choose what they want to shoot at.
Right.
It may have gone a little bit differently. They might have gotten guns down sooner, and they might have been able to cover each other. That said, it's still an extremely hard thing to break. Not necessarily the biggest fan of those zero-line dumps, but you have to do it to be able to just pull it off if you're just going to go straight from the south without making these teams drive around. It's just the coordination just has to be perfect, and for M60s, it wasn't.
Yeah. Well, we'll see now. They are on defense. They have a chance to redeem themselves. It is Apex bringing 4 113s this time, a 50B and 2 Tier 9 bat chats. Now, we do have a 113 out of Aquatic M60s, but they're also going to bring an I7, 2 50Bs, a bat chat, and then they're, again, with the Tier 9 lineup, they're actually bringing 2 T10s, the Tier 9 T10.
Yep, so VO and that T10 is going to be going up towards A8, and then the other T10 is going to be going straight to the 6th line. And they're set up to deal hard with the north. However, these 113s are just pushing straight up the middle road right now. They are lit a little bit early, so they may take some damage here.
Dry Nits.
And Nits getting focused out. Takes 900. A lot of missed shots, and now the rotation's coming out of M60s. And that's it. Apex starting to work across towards that zero-line village. A lot of tanks from M60s have kind of backed off to regroup.
All right, let's just get a listen into the Kata M60s and see what's going on.
It's gonna be down there, yeah, for sure.
Just be careful poking.
I don't see him right now.
Well, they're crossing into town.
I'm lit.
Gosh.
They're
Or
not
if you
on
gotta
cap
play
at all.
that
T10s
rock.
just try to get a little aggressive, see what's up. If there's nothing there, G10s
Dodo's
coming
crossing.
back up.
I'm gonna push soon.
Yeah,
Push low, push low, push 7 line. Get into here.
You want the 50 and the batch out?
You just gotta hold. Just
You can't hold
shots
down, we
on
don't have enough. I'm one shot, bro.
get shots on him. G10s need to start doing something.
We need
You
to
guys
move in.
can,
Let the
like-
T10s.
Just get up somewhere. Just start putting pressure.
Yeah.
I'm gonna die, there's a bad AP here.
G10s, you gotta push into this 113.
Yeah, get to the south side, guys.
Let's get the 50B. Okay, he's down.
Is what I'm saying confusing or anything? Because nobody's doing what I'm saying.
Well, if you can't do something, at least tell them what to do.
It's like, I'm not getting...
So a lot of miscommunication there by Aquatic M60s that honestly cost them this one.
Yeah, well, and just the tone out of M60 seems almost a little bit somber, almost
Yeah.
kind of like they're a little bit too relaxed.
I mean, Morphic was just like, oh my god, you know?
Now you gotta remember, Felix is one of their main players, and he does do a lot of the calling and flank calling for them.
That's true.
So having him out may be playing into this a little bit. That said, he's not the only caller. I know that Morphic does a lot of it as well. So overall, good stuff out of Apex. Just a very solid attack. They really pushed into that Delta Village. They took control of Delta Village. And I like what M60s was trying to do. They were trying to say, all right, take the Delta Village, we're going to give it to you, and then we're going to rotate down towards the 6th line and kind of hold out of there in those buildings. And I've seen strats like that work But the problem is that they took a little bit too long in those positions. They bled too much HP. And then instead of just trying to hold firm in the 6th line, they tried to retake the Delta Village.
I don't know why they did that.
You already have the advantage when you have the Delta Village to begin with as a defender. And so the fact that they gave it up and then tried to retake it right away, which is basically
after they were tanks down, by the way.
Yeah, which is just letting Apex essentially say, all right, here, have defense number 2 for you guys. Just reset up and let's see what happens. And they just did a very good job at making sure that they just kind of chipped away at M60s, and they just didn't have the HP to really make that work.
You know, that's the thing. Not the best look for Aquatic M60s, and we are now heading into the strongest map that Apex has, which is Himmelsdorf, and then going into the strongest map right now. That's got to be a cause for concern for Aquatic M60s here.
Yeah, and looking at the damage here, Photo finish at 3,400 damage, Canadian Impact at 3K, and then Didelma at 2,700.
There's Didelma. He's playing again.
Look at Canadian Impact. On top of the 3,000 damage, 3 kills as well. So not only picking up the kills, but also dealing a lot of the damage. And then Bales, Dark Ninja, and Vio all doing all right for M60s, but all of them sub 2,000 except for Bales, which that kind of says a lot right there.
Yeah. Actually, Aquatic M60s just called the timeout. Now, back to what I said, there's the Doma. I still do wonder what exactly the reason was for not having him in. Again, it was probably just keeping everyone a little fresh.
It's a combination of, it could be just the certain strats called for certain players, either certain positions, players making practice and not making practice. A lot of different little things it could be. I don't know for sure. We'd have to ask comps.
Well, I mean, Didelma is honestly one of the best players, and there's a reason he's on Apex. It was just weird to not see him on the roster.
Yeah, well, like I said, he's playing now. They did drop.
He's here.
Overlord Prime was playing for a bit. They just kind of been rotating through their players.
That's good, though. Honestly, I think it's good.
Yeah, definitely. And just overall looking at it, they have a timeout now, and they know M60s know that they are up for a pretty tough challenge in front of them. Yeah. This is a map where Apex are 17-3.
Oh man. Comps is playing. Drynitz is out. Comps is playing. You have no idea how excited I am. If it's not showing right now, I've been wanting to see Comps play since the start of this season.
Yeah, maybe we'll see Meadowhawk play later tonight, too.
Ooh.
So,
I'm just...
So we can confirm that Comps does know how to play tanks.
Whoa, that's a shot.
We haven't seen him play it in a long time, so make sure he still hasn't installed.
As a Comps fan, I don't appreciate that comment.
I love Comps. It's just we haven't seen him play. We haven't seen him get in here. So just got to make sure he remembers how to play the game. W's forward.
This is going to be a delicious game. Delicious.
So they're up 3-1 right now. And like I said, Himmelsdorf is a map where Apex are pretty strong on it.
But Comps is playing now.
Comps is playing.
Is that going to change the dynamic? And again, that's no disrespect to Comps.
Well, and you have to imagine, he's been around. Anytime I've gone over and watched any of their scrims, he's there. He's watching at least, if not, putting in his 2 cents.
He's always watching.
So he's familiar with exactly what they do. It's not like he's, just shows up for the face-offs and he doesn't do anything for the rest of the team. He's there. He's involved.
No, I never assumed that he wasn't involved with the team.
Yep.
But he just never plays. You know what I'm saying? So it's
Yep.
It's a treat. It's a treat. You know what? I'm sorry. No, let's just get right into it. Let's get right into the next map.
Himmelsdorf, a small city map. The teams start the battle in opposite corners. Both bases are located close to each other, but in a way that you can't stay on the defensive all the time. The main attack routes pass through the hill, the alley and the railroad, but in general, the attack can be successfully executed through any part of the map. Heavy tanks and tank destroyers with powerful guns run the show here. However, a lot depends on the mobile light tanks.
So, that said, we are on to Himmelsdorf. Apex on attack, bringing 450Bs, an IS-7, and 2 Tier 9 bats.
You'll never guess who's in one of those 50Bs.
It's actually a 113, a bat chat, and a 1390 on top of the 450Bs. And one of those 50Bs is Comps. It's something I do want to remind people. Well, we're making fun of him right now for not having played for a while.
I'm not making fun of him.
Or at least I was.
You were making fun of him. I'm excited.
He used to play for the Cunninghams consistently for, I think, 4 seasons. So it's not like this is his first time ever playing in the Gold League.
Can we just go back? Can we just stay on Comps the entire match?
Oh, I'll make that happen. That said, looking at Aquatic M60s and U100 with Mr. Man in it, Veggie, or VO coming in at
He
215B.
actually usually does play that E100 as well. On this map, it's usually Mr. Man that plays that tank.
Or Grill, but either way. Bales in a 113, 250Bs,
No,
and a
Cobbs!
1390.
He's taking some damage. You're okay. You're okay.
And look at this damage going out onto VO, getting caught out, and
Oh, beautiful.
just delete
Wow.
VO.
That's what happens when Apex finds a tank that's out of position. They will eliminate it. And it wasn't even so much that VO was out of position. They just had such a good aggressive position on him.
Well, and what this says to me is this is good research out of Apex. They said, all right, teams like to push tanks down towards D2, even without having any sort of intel in the south. And so they brought these 50Bs over here, which can get there quickly, and they have that burst. And they were just able to catch those tanks out. And poor little VO was trying to back up, trying to get safe the whole time. But 450Bs, that's 6,400 damage in just clip potential out of those four together. And so just overall, very good stuff out of Apex. Great opening play. And now they're up a tank already.
And Morphic should be going down here as long as Germ can just land these 2 shots. Or even 1 potentially. Oh, it is going to be 1. 152.
And Germ misses a shot there.
Oh,
However, Morphic's reload. They're both reloading.
They're both reloading. I don't think that Germ knows that though. You know what? Let's just get let's go and get a listen in here with the team of Apex.
You can go. You want to see the team?
Oh,
I was up so much.
God
Flipping.
damn it. How the fuck did we...
He's -2. Veggie.
Alright. I'm like getting on the cap or something. I don't know.
Can we kill
I'll
Veggie?
come with.
Yeah. Kill
Veggie's
Veggie.
minus-
Don't die to Veggie. Don't die to Veggie.
He's
Don't
only
let
got one
Veggie
left.
come
He's
kill
only
me.
got one left. He's
Yeah,
flipping.
don't
He's
let him
flipping.
It's him or Mr. Man. What
Don't
do
let
I
him
do?
kill me.
Pull in here. Pull in here. Veggie's
Red
flipping.
5.
Let me track him. Fox.
Oh, I'm holding. God damn it, Nets.
Reloading.
It's fine. It's fine.
Operation Impact.
Defend my honor, Mr.
kill
Man's
him.
coming for me.
No, they're gonna kill external with Mr. Man. We have to save him. Save him. Save him.
Okay,
Save him.
okay, I'm going.
Defend my honor.
I'm getting off cap.
He's going for track him. Track him.
Someone track him. Someone track him.
Shit,
Mr.
you
Man.
can kill
Mr.
me
Man.
too.
Oh. I'm reloading 8
I'm
seconds.
realizing I'm not
missed.
much
He's
help.
coming.
Track him. 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 Track him.
Oh fuck! He actually high rolled. Holy shit!
But we can potentially lose this right now.
He high rolled.
We're not
Crazy.
You guys have me on the team. Oh, see ya, kid. Easy game.
Bells. Oi, oi, oi.
857.
Minus Bells.
Oi, oi.
Oh my god.
That was by far the best comms I've ever heard, and it came out of a team which you would not expect that from.
I think that
I just jumped ship, and Apex is now my favorite team just because of how much fun they actually seem to have during their matches.
well, I think it's just the situation they're in that they knew they were going to win that battle. And
Defend my honor.
I think the thing that summarizes that game up the most.
Oh, Photo, I love you.
The thing
Sorry, please.
The thing that really summarizes up that game the most is that they're up a good bit of HP and they're struggling a little bit. But then you just hear comps just real quietly in the background. We can still
Yeah.
lose this. Just comps being comps.
Well, I mean, technically, had they played, if they just played a little sloppy, no, he was right. And Comps is, again, someone that is very focused. But the whole team, man, was just was such a pleasure to listen to.
Yep, and this is their last regular season match. Like I said, they're guaranteed the offline finals now. And with this, taking this to overtime, it's basically going to shut M60s out of any chance of taking that second spot from Eclipse. It would be Eclipse having to lose straight up right now for them to have that shot still against High.
Oh, man. Sorry. As the damage sits here and I look at photo finish at number 3, just defend my honor. It's so good.
And the damage spread out of Apex is pretty good if you look at it. Even Comps getting in there with 1,500. And everyone over 1,000. Even Germ in that 1,390 did 1,400.
This is Apex, man. What do you expect? I mean, their whole team, like I was saying earlier, when we had one of their members top it out with 4K damage, which I believe was Canadian Impact. You don't normally see that. Look at this spread: 31, 29, 23, 21, 17, 15, at lowest 14. That's such a good spread of damage.
Yep, like I said, no one really standing out. I mean, you could argue External's up there a little bit at 3,000.
Yeah, but next game he'll be like third, but like only 400 behind. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they're just all very consistent. Even Comp showing that he can just step in and play. And remember, like I said, he's someone that's played a lot before. It's not like this is his first time.
And he played fine. I mean,
now,
nothing
to be
was
fair,
wrong.
I think this is the first time where he's played with the move to 768. I'm not sure that he's actually played since we moved to tier
maybe
10.
that's something you can ask him. I'm not sure. But, yeah, Apex is not my favorite team, just because of their comps. And actually, I want to say Photo Finish, new favorite player. Easy.
Yep. Now I have
the
to say,
Jamaican sniper himself.
Now, I have to say, I'm almost positive that those comms are a lot different than when they are.
We've heard those comms.
Yeah,
they are a lot different.
more focused. This being a little bit loose, they know that M60s just aren't feeling it.
My honor.
It's kind of like they can sense the blood in the water. They can sense that M60s is that wounded deer lurking around, and they're just this lion waiting to go stalk them.
God damn it, guys.
Just playing
awesome.
with their
that
food.
That was so awesome. Yeah, and that's exactly what it was. They were literally playing with their food. I think Nitz got a kill, and I'm not sure who it was. Someone was really upset because they wanted the kill. That was definitely them having fun and being at a heavy advantage, but that's not how comms are.
Well, it's nice to see a team that's so often just business as usual, just going out there and having some fun with it.
Well, you gotta. Not all of these guys are robots, obviously, but it's
could have fooled me.
They're just that good. Now Apex is going to bring 3 50Bs, a 215, a 113, a Batchat, and then a 5100. Okay.
Yep. Tier 8 French heavy tank has the same gun off the Tier 9 Batchat. Same gun. So can do a lot of hurt, but you're only bringing a Tier 8. The main trade-off between that and the Tier 9 Bat is the raw size. It is so huge compared to...
And that could be something they use on Cap.
Could be used as shield, or it could just be used as this way they move all their tier 10s in and still bring that clip potential. The size isn't so much...
I mean, they're on defense, so they could obviously also put it somewhere that would be just a real pain for Aquatic M60s to get past. I'm not exactly sure what they're going to use with it, or use it
now,
for.
Now, this strat could come out to haunt them, since M60s are going up and over, and they have 2 tanks completely isolated for Apex, so these guns in the south need to make sure that they... in a situation they're just checking through the south, hoping that there's nothing trailing here.
Wait, so...
And M60s are just going up and over. Oh, this could be a disaster. And poor little Germ's just going to run away in that 5100. And these 50Bs are just going to push straight up the 8 line, but they may be too little, too late.
Oh no, let's get a listen in with Apex and see exactly how they feel about what just happened.
For the grill.
I would just counter push 8 line.
Minus Germ.
Minus Germ. Yeah, just counter push 8 line. Just do it together. Ignore the grill. The grill will be a B0. We just look for a zone and pick. Impact will be over here.
I can't even hear what you're saying.
Stick your barrels in their face, boys. Come on, let's go.
Fucking with this barrel, dude.
Flipping.
So Nits and comps focus Vales. Rest of you focus the others.
Running for your gun comps?
Only comps and Nits on Vales. Only comps and Nits on Vales.
I'm here with them. Doesn't really matter.
Yeah, but turn around, shoot the guys in the south.
Yeah, I know. I will. Don't worry, homie.
Got you. These guys.
I got you.
Look at these guys.
Come on,
Look at
right
that
into me.
fucking secret agent. Oh,
Reloading.
Double.
Oh, there goes my ammo rack, boys.
Oi, 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 ammo rack
Now this game's over. They're focusing me.
Oh,
see ya. See ya, Dark Ninja. Nice try. He's coming behind me.
Redex is coming behind you.
Comps, push!
Don't let Veggie get any more kills. Do not let Veggie get any more kills.
Nits
focus
Redux.
Veggie. Sorry, shoot Veggie. Or...
Comps, careful. Do not give Veggie more kills.
Clear. Oh, never mind.
I got Veggie.
Aye.
14 seconds, 13. Okay, good.
Oh, you're a god, Nits.
Get safe, get safe.
Don't die.
I'm gonna just reload. Don't die to Veggie.
Comps, get behind me. Get behind me.
I have a kid.
Let's see, I have to block for them.
Yeah. That's if we're the...
It's just step out.
Nits,
pull out. 16. Pull out and focus Veggie.
16 seconds.
I think it's
Best
so...
comms 2016, easily hands down, goes to Apex.
The voice changers, the joking around...
This
the
is
double
so
innuendos.
unlike their team.
And they're playing well while they're doing it.
Yeah.
They're calling out which tanks they're focusing. They're calling out how many guns on which tank.
Nits, you're a damn god. Like, Apex, you've stolen my heart completely.
Best listening all season.
Honestly, and I usually, in fact, I never do this because this is my job. I would almost say we could just replace you and I with just comms from Apex the rest of the season. I'd listen.
Well, that's some pretty good stuff there, and it's really entertaining that they could joke around like that
and still dominate. Like,
yeah, while that was all going on, I thought, after Drynets went down, or not Drynets, Germ went down for free, it's just like, oh, this is just going to be over. They're going to steamroll them.
Yeah.
And because they were so isolated, but they got those 50Bs up there. That's the power those 50Bs have to just flex around. They got it in there, and it was just good coordination. You heard people external, calling out who they're going to focus. They said, all right, you two just on this one tank, and you switch to this one. And so it's going, all right, we know you have this many shots in your clip. Let's make sure they count, and that you take that that gun down and out. And it's just that overall coordination out of Apex that just makes them just so dominant. And it's going to be interesting to see if those are the same comms that we hear at the live finals here in Burbank in about 3 weeks.
Yeah, so, I mean, it is 5-1. That's going to be Apex absolutely dominating the team of M60s. They're coming to Burbank, as you said. I get to meet every single one of them, and I can't wait. I really can't wait.
Yep. So, overall, it was just good stuff. And on top of all that chaos, it's actually Canadian Impact and a bat chat on Himmelsdorf that does 3,100 damage.
Oh, these comms! I'm at a literal loss for words for one of the first times, just because of how amazing this experience has been.
So in the words of external, nice try, ninjas. See you later. Still does 3,100 damage despite getting focused out there.
They really did not want Veggie to get any more kills, by the way.
Yep. It's so frustrating when you're in a situation you're trying to pick up the kills, and the other team has all these tanks around, and they're doing a very good job at just simping for the low HP tanks. And just blocking you in, making it hard for you to get the shots off. And overall, it was just great stuff out of Comps and the rest of Apex, just having fun with that match. And the hard thing here for M60s is that was any sort of shot at getting the free buy to the offline finals is now done. They can't pass Eclipse, obviously. So now it's going to be up to M60s come Thursday to play in the online playoffs for a chance to come here to Burbank to hope for a rematch versus Apex to hopefully take it down out of them and try to get that first place from them. Because right now it looks like Apex are just on a clear path to first place for their second time.
Yeah, they really are. Honestly, at this point, after seeing what they've done to every team, including Eclipse, this season, I really can't wait to start seeing these guys compete against some of the Europeans. I mean, they still have the regional finals that they have to go through, and then, as well as the Rumble later on. But I think Apex could be our hope.
Yep, and the other thing you have to remember, though, is with the way the point system works, you don't guarantee yourself going to the Challengers Rumble until you're in first or second. Now,
correct.
I would have to double-check with the admins about points from previous seasons carrying over, but to my knowledge, they reset at the beginning of Season 1, which is this one right now. And so it's just going to be whoever's first and second from North America going to the Rumble in November.
Yeah.
So a lot on the lines besides just that $90,000 first place prize.
But I can definitely tell that Apex wants it, and we have comps. So congratulations, man. And what is with your dryer? Where has this comps and Apex been? Now, I'm guessing it's because you guys were so focused and you wanted to get that first place slot. But talk to me a little bit about tonight. And honestly, thank you for playing. I've been wanting to see that. I know I'm all over the place right now with these questions, but talk to me a little bit about comms and what the decision was to really give us a good show.
Well, we had nothing to lose tonight. So it was, no matter what, we were still guaranteed first seed. So we just decided to have fun with it.
Yeah, and I'm guessing that's the only reason.
That was the result.
Yeah.
Yep, so I got to ask, my question, who was it with the voice changer, with the chipmunk voice at the very end there?
The chipmunk was me, and the deep voice was external.
External, yeah. I picked up on external, but that's pretty good.
Oh, that was external. I thought that was photo fitted for some reason.
No, that was external and a voice changer.
Okay.
Took me a second to figure that one out.
Racist.
That is, wow. Wow. He's throwing the race card at me. I don't know what to do. I'm freezing up.
So, overall, comps, now you guys are coming here to Burbank. How are you guys feeling in terms of, who the other, it's going to be Eclipse for sure at this point because you just beat M60s. Who else do you want to see here at the regional finals? Who else do you want to play?
Who do we want to play? I guess the lowest seeded team, if that's an obvious answer. But I guess we'll see tonight. I'd love for CD to make it so X can show up at the live finals. But other than that, it's a toss up, right? So I guess we'll see after tonight what the final results are.
Awesome. Well, again, comps, not only congratulations, but thank you so much for by far the most entertaining comms we've ever had. I really enjoyed every second of it. You guys were hilarious, but the impressive thing is that you guys still won. So congratulations, and we'll see you at the finals, man.
All right, see you guys there.
That was beautiful. Not only did I get to see comms play, but I got to listen into the best comms from Apex.
Yep, and like I said, they were just having fun with it.
Yeah.
They knew that first place was locked, and M60's trying to do what they could to get some points, but it didn't come up. So they will take that third place going into the online playoffs, to be the top seed essentially at that point. So they'll play whoever finishes in 6th place tonight on Thursday.
Absolutely. So once again, please don't forget about the regional finals. It is going to be WGL NA Finals.eventbrite.com. The tickets are free, but it is first come, first serve. So if you are late to that party, you actually will not be let in. Don't forget, it's free. If you're in the area and you love tanks, there's no reason for you not to be there. James will be there.
You'll be there.
I might be there. I don't know. We'll see how I'm feeling that week. Anyways, it was 5-1 for Apex. We are going to go to a quick break, but when we return, it's going to be none other than Boom, High versus Rival. Stay tuned.
I'm back.
Photo is fucking aggroing on Oh, come on, guys. You have to get shots on
Can we play on this?
I've got 3 shells left.
Oh, come on. You have to get shots on this, guys.
Nits up.
His track.
I bounced on him. I'm reloading.
Watch for impact.
I think I might have rotated, possibly. Jojo.
Yeah, they might have a grill back here.
Let's get right into a listen-in with Eclipse.
We'll run the 57 right now. 57. Yeah.
Push across.
Good. Nice. Keep going. Get down. Oh, I have to keep going. Turn back up. Turn back up.
So M60's not out of this. They're in a pretty strong position. However, Romstar's still left alive in that TVP, on full HP. As I say that, he pushes the hill, and they're trying to focus him out. Veggie finding shots, and down he goes.
Romstar goes down. Yep, it's going to be followed by Ali, the Persian dude. And what a way to turn that around. Honestly, it was heavily favored for High because they had 2 tanks up and they had the HP advantage.
Yeah, they tried to repush the hill there, but the positioning out of M60's was perfect.
Great cleanup from Aquatic M60s.
Yep, well, if you like to call it, they said, all right, all 350Bs are north. They knew that those 210s were isolated and by themselves, and that's why I favored...
Mr. Man with a ram and a grill. You don't see that too often.
No, it just goes up and over, and it's the Goomba there on Himmelsdorf of all maps. Not something we're used to seeing, however, effective nonetheless.
We just gotta focus on it, okay? Come on, get the shots. Get the back. Nice. Good shots. More. Right, can you just drive forward? So I can block. No, what are you doing? I know, I'm trying to do so I can block. Why don't we start trying on A6? We're good. Get shots.
That's one.
Nice. Nice. Good shots.
I can carry you.
Good. I got the kill. Good.
I can.
Welcome back to the World of Tanks Gold League. Up next, we have two potentially huge matches to decide which teams go home and get relegated, and which teams make the online playoffs on Thursday.
Potentially, these are two huge games. It's going to be High coming up next versus Rival to see if they can survive.
Yep, and then after that, later we're going to have CD versus 07, which that's also going to be a huge fight. And just thinking about it right now, Rival essentially have to play for their pole position going into the playoffs. It's going to be the 3rd versus 6th seed team playing each other, and then they'll go on to play the 2nd place team, which will be Eclipse at this point. They're guaranteed.
Correct.
And then it'll be 4th versus 5th, which is what the second match is essentially going to decide in a way. So looking at it, Rival need 2 points to really block out 07 from passing them. 07 need 1 point from their match to guarantee 6th place and shut the other two teams out. High need 3 points to try to just pass the 7th, just to have the chance to survive.
High needs to win this.
Yep. Now, there is an outside chance that if High win, they could theoretically pass into 6th place, depending. But that would also mean that CD have to beat 07, and that would cause some sort of convoluted 3-way tie, which, once again, our admins would have to sort out.
There's a lot.
There's a lot that could happen, but first up right now, we have High versus Rival.
Yep.
High need anything, essentially, to try to survive and edge themselves out over CD. Anything less than 3 points is going to leave them as a spectator during the last match, hoping that CD drop points.
Yeah, well, let's just get right into it with the roster, and it's going to be first up High. This roster has been actually changed a little from the starting as far as that goes. We saw Feel My Potato and Romstar come into the team originally in the first roster change, and they were great for this team. And now with the addition of Rude Awakening as well, and the kind of DRS has kind of stepped back from playing as much due to school and real life stuff.
Yeah, it's his work schedule, to my knowledge, that doesn't allow him to play in some of the earlier matches in the day.
However, so it wasn't school, it was work.
Yeah, however, from what I heard, he has rearranged his schedule to where he can play more.
Okay.
So hopefully we'll see him stepping in there. He does a very good job for that team, as does Romstar, Feel My Potato. But then also Rude Awakening coming over from High Voltage Caballers. He stepped into this lineup when Dramatic had to drop out because of a emergency roster change. He hurt himself
his
at work,
hand, I believe,
to where he couldn't play Tanks anymore, essentially, which is extremely sad. That thought
sucks.
alone.
Yeah, that really sucks.
So Rude Awakening stepping in there, trying to help him out, and Rude has a ton of calling potential and a lot of knowledge on top of that. So hopefully, the hope was that he could really bring this team together. However, they're still sitting
but they
in
have so many
place.
callers. I mean, the caller wanted. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. Well, apparently they still need to keep looking for a caller because they're still in 8th place. So hopefully they can pull it together tonight and try to get something to avoid being relegated.
Yeah, and the team they will be going against tonight is going to be none other than Rival. Now, Rival started off pretty much with the same exact roster as well. However, they did struggle a bit in the beginning of the first round robin, but now this team is really starting to come together, and we saw them pick up back-to-back wins the last couple match days and the last couple weeks, and it's been a roster that's continued to have it. First of all, they had so much experience, but now they're really starting to get back in form of where they needed to be starting out the Gold League.
Yep, and you talk about experience and how much experience this team just has in general. They had a Blue Boys captain to that, who's a player who's played essentially every season of the Gold League till now, joining this roster. So just so much just overall potential there. Coffee Thief's played extremely well so far this season. And Executus has also been extremely consistent. He's never been one of the superstar players, but he's always just been very consistent.
He usually does very well. That's just how Executus plays.
Yep, and so just overall, Rival, starting to hit stride. Now, the thing is, like I said, they're essentially at this point playing for their seeding position in the playoffs. They want to stay in the 4th, 5th slot. Otherwise, they have to play M60s essentially at this point. And looking at the maps, the one that really sticks out to me is Mines, and not for Rival, but for High. This is one of their worst maps on the season. They are 4-15 on Mines.
That's not a good look for High, especially when you know that they need to take out Rival here. And I mean, looking at the rest of the maps, Ghost Town and Himmels, it's really been up and down for High as well there.
Yeah, well, Ghost Town's a map that Rival have really struggled on. Looking down there, only 7-6, so just sitting above a 50% overall on Ghost Town.
But not absolutely terrible.
Yep, and it's the same thing with Mines. Mines isn't a map where they stand out like they're mind-blowingly good or something like M60s.
Like M60s, right.
But having the fundamentals down and showing that they can play both sides, and then going up versus a team versus High who have really struggled on Mines through the whole season, kind of says a lot. So it could be that second map that really separates these two teams, because if this Rival picks up both points there, all of a sudden it's potentially 3-1 or 4-4 depending on how the first match goes. And at that point, then it's, High just trying to grab something at that point.
Yeah, well, let's get right into the first face-off with High and Rival. It's going to be none other than Executus and Ali the Persian Dude. Now, Executus, out of everything that's happened so far this season, what's been your favorite moment, man?
I probably should have got these questions beforehand. Favorite part? Probably just during the practices, the comms, when someone just starts doing something crazy, or start ramming people or getting kills, just the general hanging out with the team during practice, having fun, the good times in between the bad.
Okay, so that's fair. What about you, Ali the Persian Dude? What have you enjoyed most so far this Gold League?
My number one moment has to be on Cliff when I smashed Exo one-on-one on the top of the lighthouse, and everyone was cheering for me, and then I just fell off the cliff and died, and I looked at the replay. I laughed so much at the replay. It looks so stupid. That's my favorite moment.
So right now, Ali the Persian Dude, you and your team are very close, and I'm not going to use the pun that we normally use here. You guys are not looking so hot. What's really got to change for you guys in order to take out Rival and really just clinch to the Gold League?
Maybe not as much change for this match as it's been since the beginning of the season, because I think these past couple matches versus Deja Vu and versus AM60s, we've been able to play versus these really good teams, and we've been able to actually almost try to get a win versus M60, and we beat Deja Vu pretty convincingly. So I think versus last match, we'll just keep doing what we've been doing this past kind of the end of the second round robin, that we've kind of been doing a lot better for that part of the season.
Yep, that's fair.
Yep, and exactly this last question to you real quick. You guys kind of just quietly clinched into the playoffs. You got the points out of the way. How are you guys kind of feeling going into High right now, where your attention may be focused elsewhere?
Well, it's not focused elsewhere because they want the points. We want the points because you were mentioning earlier, seeding's up for grabs. We could get more points, play the lower seed, don't get more points, and we could potentially play the higher seed M60s currently. And so we want to get the points, so we're still practicing, taking every game from here on. For every game from the last 2 weeks of round robin 1 have been super important for us. So we've been practicing for each one.
All right.
Well, overall, you guys have been doing better, so we'll see how that goes into this going into High.
Yep. So, Executus, any final words for Ali the Persian Dude and High?
No, I got nothing. Hopefully you can find some lights or something. It seems a little dark over there.
All right. Ali the Persian Dude, any final words for Executus and Rival Simple Tankers?
Not too much for Executives. I did want to give a quick shout out to my boy Limewire up in Boba. He's been sticking to his diet plan, eating good foods. He's lost up to 350 pounds, so shout out to my boy Limewire. Keep at the diet, dude. Losing weight.
Wow.
That's
bad. Impressive, man. Yeah. Well, we're going to get right into it, boys. We'll see you in the tanks. And this should be interesting. High really need this win.
Yeah, no, they need 3 points just to try to stay in the Gold League. 3 points at this point doesn't even guarantee them a spot.
That's true.
They can still find themselves in 8th place, depending upon the other results, even with a win. So it's a very dire situation for them. And, if it gets to that 3-way tie situation, which could happen, we'll have the admins sort that one out, and we'll figure out exactly what's going on there.
Yep. So about a minute out, predictions.
I'm going to have to give this one to Rival. I think that they're hitting the form right now. They have better cohesion between their team. That's kind of something that's been hit and miss with High. Some rounds they play very well, and then other rounds they just seem extremely disjointed. The whole match versus who was that last week? Siebel to Tweet, I believe it was.
It was.
I will take a look. It was Deja Vu. Yeah, Deja Vu. They
also played M60s as well.
Actually, no, that was wrong. That was M60s. Yeah, so it was M60s. They seemed a little bit just behind a lot of the times. Each kind of round, it just felt like they're at 1-2 steps behind. And Rival are finally starting to get into a groove to be that one step at least on par with the other teams, keeping pace per pace. Not to say one step ahead of a lot of teams yet. They're still not quite there yet, but they're going even with a lot of teams.
They're doing a hell of a lot better than they were doing the last round.
Yep, and I think this will pay off well for them in the long run. It has been a difficult move having J Smooth step out of the lineup. But overall, they're doing what they need to do to make sure they build a team that can compete for seasons to come, not just this season to get in there. It's something that hopefully will last. They have a lot of players with a lot of experience that are very consistent, so I don't think we'll see them go anywhere. So I think they're doing the right thing for a team as a whole.
Yeah, well, I'm actually going to agree with you, and I'm going to give this one a Rival, and we are going to go into the very first map of the series between these two teams.
Runeberg, a mixed-type map. The defending team starts the battle on the green, and the attacking team starts at the centre square of the town. Bases are located quite far from each other. Both bases are better controlled from the village when playing a heavy setup. It's better to attack the first base through the top direction with the help of several well-armoured heavy tanks. For the attack on the second base, it's better to use a more mobile setup and either play through the centre or split forces. In general, the map is not easy to play on. Teams often use blind shots and risky shifting of the forces from one flank to another.
So that said, High coming in with 4 113s, a 50B, 2 Batchets, 2 Tier 9 Batchets. Meanwhile, Rival coming in with 2 113s, a 50B, an IS-7, 2 TVPs, and an AMX 1390.
The only thing I would say is somewhat surprising for Runeberg. We do see IS-7s in the league, but not so much on Runeberg.
Yeah, we see him occasionally. However, right now it is Flak playing it. I would expect to see him somewhere close to the Delta Village, maybe even pushing all the way down that 0 line.
It's a great tank, don't get me wrong. I'm not questioning it. I'm just saying we don't normally see it on this map. Wow, look at the damage already onto the team of High. Coffee Thief ringing out shots. Ollie the Persian Dude and Blue Mini have taken about 3 shots collectively. And those are penetrating shots, I might add.
Yep, and we're going to see Flak do exactly what I thought we were going to do. We see a lot of 113s push down the 0 line late once the team's committed. This IS-7 having a better turret armor and just better armor overall as opposed to the 113. He can really make it very hard for High to move. And especially with them already bleeding so much HP, they're going to have a difficult time. The snapshot goes out onto Rude Awakening, and Rude not able to return it. However, Flak does take some damage from behind. He gets tracked at an awkward angle.
Shot again. 900 already. We're just talking about how good that tank is with the frontal armor, but he is getting penned. And there's another shot now. Rude Awakening, meanwhile, though, for the team of High, is eating quite a bit of damage himself. As Ollie the Persian Dude is also sitting on cap, and there is 2 penning shots going straight to Ollie the Persian Dude. Unfavorable situation here for the team of High, as they've already lost 2 tanks now, with Public Spur finding Feel My Potato.
1390 taking out the 50B. Good stuff out of Rival. However, HP's even. The only thing they have going for them is a tank lead. They're up 2 guns right now.
Let's go ahead and get a listen-in with Rival.
Get Owie down.
I'm coming up behind them right now, guys.
That AP's flipping.
Hey, let's get Blue Mini.
Yeah. I'm probably gonna die.
They have 2 bats.
12 seconds.
Blue Mini in the open.
I'm coming for Blue Mini right now, Unknown.
Don't stay in.
Magenta's a shot.
Can the bat? How much?
I can just go. Don't come in here. Don't come in here. Just walk to go spot their bats for us. Gonna be the.
Push into what? Where's the bats?
Just go in this way. Go on to the 0 line and try and get behind.
1 bat chat. 1 is the best tank in the game. I'm
Get PRS. He's in the open.
Magenta's a shot. Their bats.
I don't think we're getting this one, boys. Why is the 1-2-1 so
Runeberg
attack.
Easy carry.
I would have made it all the way down.
Easy carry.
Oh my god.
Come on.
We're gonna hit up this sandwich before.
Okay. Good work, guys. Clean it up.
Last point.
1 minute.
I'm out.
Yeah, I feel like we really didn't need to do that.
So that was kind of interesting. Both TeamSpeaks overlapped at the same time there. We hear High talking about how it's Runeberg attack and no big deal. Meanwhile, Rival's just trying to find the kills and clean it up. Kind of interesting perspective on things.
Not bad. Well, Rival did a very good job of cleaning it up, to say the least. I mean, they started off with an HP lead, and they held it the entire map, and they put some really good pressure onto the team of High.
Yep, now they got lucky that Flak didn't go all the way down. He got caught out by those bat chats.
She did.
They got him permatracked at just a very awkward angle with his drive wheel sticking out. The front and back wheels are both drive wheels in those tanks. When you hit those drive wheels, essentially it's one of the easiest spots to retrack a tank.
Sure.
And so they just managed to hit it once. He burned his repair kit, and then he got hit again. And then the bat chats just sat there and just kept rifling off. And they put him down to about a 2-shotter until he finally was able to get repaired and back off once those bat chats were reloading. So a little bit fortunate. Just the angle he was at was able to bounce some of the shots. However, good shooting out of the bat chats.
Yeah, but I mean, the problem was, even though High was doing well with their bat chats to put damage on the Flak in the IS-7, Ollie the Persian Dude was getting just torn to pieces.
Yep, and look at the damage here. Coffee Thief has been playing so well this half of the season. He's had some really phenomenal games, doing 3,600 damage. But meanwhile, E63 also coming in there with 2,600. E63 has always been known as someone that constantly is able to find ways to get their gun into the fight and always do a lot of damage. Even back in the days when he was on top tier, long time ago, and then he was on, or he played with Simp for a little while, the main Simp team last season, and their trip to the Global Grand Finals last year. And then after they disbanded, he got picked up by Rival, and he's been fitting into this team all right. Like I said, I feel that this team's doing what they need to do to make sure that they're consistent in the long run. It's been a little bit sloppy early on, but I think down the road, especially going into next season, I think they'll really hit stride with all the changes they've made, and they could be a real force to reckon with.
Sure. I mean, it's just weird also for me to see Ali the Persian dude so far down the list. He's by far one of the top damaging members of High.
Yeah, well, when you're the first tank in, especially in a 113.
He was also on the cap. Like, I understand it. It's just, I hope this isn't a trend for the rest of the night.
Yep, and it's already 1-0 Rival. Like we said, Rival essentially playing for their seed position going into the online playoffs. High just need points to survive at this point, and so far, not getting anything. Anything at this point could separate them from CD. Even an overtime loss could potentially be huge for them.
Yep.
And looking at it, High coming in with 2 113s, 2 50Bs, 2 215Bs, and an RU 251.
Yeah, Rival's going to bring 4 113s, a bat chat, and then 2 tier 9 bat chats. You know, something interesting in those comms while we had them is we heard High say, oh, well, it's just Ruinberg offense. They actually won Ruinberg offense against AM60s. So to have that attitude, I'm not a huge fan of it. Like, sure, I understand that that not even AM60s, that Ruinberg defense is extremely advantageous, but even still, I would have liked them to really try to take it to the team of Rival there.
Yeah, well, and I mean, they definitely put forward a good effort. It just wasn't enough. And at that point, it's just trying to make sure that your morale isn't bruised too much by taking that loss so you can come back to fight the next round.
That's fair.
You don't want to get on tilt early, so just, trying to manage players, maybe knowing that there are players that can get tilted very easily, and so just trying to make sure that, the team morale is just managed well, which can be a difficult thing depending upon the players and their mindsets.
Yeah, you're right.
Not a lot of these teams are fortunate enough to have players like, say, Apex, where they handle themselves very well. Even when they lose, they can sit there and be constructive and look at what they need to do better. Some of these teams just, try to get a little bit too upset, too emotional, and they start playing poorly. It happens. You get frustrated. Certain things happen to you. You get focused out. You make a mistake. You miss a couple shots here and there. Just overall, it can be frustrating. And so sometimes you just have to do what you have to do to make sure that everyone just stays composed. That you stay working towards that goal of, getting the win. One round loss doesn't mean you're going to lose the whole series. So it's just managing expectations.
No, of
for
course
the whole team.
I just still, you know what I'm saying though. Like I don't want them to just not necessarily throw it away because, like you said, it was a good effort. But you gotta want to win. You gotta want this, and I know High does.
Fulcrus taking 1,000 damage there, but unknown one on the cap. And that 113 also taking some shots. This spot out of Rude Awakening is essentially what I thought we were going to see out of Flak last round at I7. I thought he was going to make a late push down that 0 line. And I think that I7 is just a better tank for that bottom corner. However, 113 is a little bit quicker, gets down there. And meanwhile, Commander J squaring off with Blue Mini.
At both sides of the map. James, how do you feel about a little listen into High?
And as we go into that, it is going to be Commander J. Let's take that blue.
He's going to take out Blue Mini. Let's, in fact, go to a listen-in with the team of High.
10 seconds.
Nice,
I have 15.
Dandy, you gotta move up. Dandy, you gotta move up. You're 4 HP.
Somebody kill Pug.
Okay.
But you're gonna need to get out of that position. The batch AP is gonna come in behind you.
One shot Pug.
I trapped him.
Alright, the guy's still in the middle. But just try and ignore him. We just need to win this fight. Just win this fight.
Nice.
Nice.
Nice. Easy. Just kill E63 really quick and we're good. Nice.
Damn, dude, he still had all 4 shots. Like I told you.
I got double fired. Feels bad, man.
Dumbass.
So here's the thing. And this is the second time we've noticed this. When Blue Mini goes down very early, and this has happened before in the Gold League, you have a term for this, it seems as though High plays infinitely better
Yep, the infamous Mac attack back in the days of Simp, the main team that we were talking about earlier. Anytime that Mac G went down, he normally played a T1. Anytime he went down first, their chances to win normally would shoot up. I don't know the exact numbers. I can dig them up.
I think it was like 90%. You were saying.
Yeah, it was something ridiculous. And it seems that High have a very similar thing when Blue Mini goes down early. In this case, he got focused out by Commander J.
Yeah,
he's just able to get in there and make sure that he calls out the targets, that he micromanages his team. Yeah, microing a team as a whole, as a caller, is not something that you necessarily want to get into a habit of. However, when you can have someone that just has that ability to really pull things together, it can be extremely powerful.
Yeah, and we heard Blue Mini's comms completely change once he went down. And he was all over it, and High did very well. Rude Awakening topping it off in a 113, doing 3,600 damage. Coffee Thief for Rival at another 113 did 3,100, and then Magenta Panda for High. This is pretty much this was a very even split, to be honest, which is not too surprising. But Rival was trying to stick in there. Unfortunately, he couldn't do it. Magenta Panda coming in at 3K, and then Commander J and Unknown One following right behind around 29 and 3K.
Yep, and Blue Mini sitting down there at 5,800. He ended up trying to 1v1 the Tier 9 batch out of Commander J and just wasn't able to really make any progress on there. Even had a heat shelf his out on the front, just straight up front of a Tier 9 batch out, which can be frustrating. That said, it's going to be 1-1 right now, going into our second map, this is the map pick that I questioned earlier on when we took a look at it. Mines is right? Not one of the strong maps out of High. Like I said, right now they're sitting at 4-15 overall in the season, and they have some maps where they're fairly consistent on, but this is not one of them. No. And so unless they've gone back to the drawing board and they've really redeveloped all their strats and they have just stuff that we've never seen before, and they're going to try to just completely blow Rival out of the water, I'm not sure that this is necessarily the best pick, because this is a map that Rival played for a very long time, and they're at least going to have a fairly good grasp of what they want to do, and they're just going to be consistent, which is the thing. Sometimes you don't have to be amazing at one map.
It's going to be tough for High no matter what. Again, they're not the strongest on their map, and we haven't seen Rival really fail terribly on this map either. So High have an uphill battle. It is 1-1, and they were able, like you said, to kind of get the morale going, even though they lost the first battle. But for me, it's almost going to come down to this map and to see how well they do. If they just get stomped 2 straight matches, that's really going to hurt them going into the potential final battles.
Yep, another thing to point out, I mean, the trend on Ruinberg holding true, both teams picking up the defensive wins.
Sure.
And, going into Mines right now, like I was saying, though, it doesn't take anything special out of a team to win, especially on some of these maps like Mines. It just comes to making less mistakes to your opponent, and Rival, I think, are definitely going to do that.
Yeah, well, let's go ahead and get right into the next map between High and Rival.
Mines, a small summertime map with lots of hills, rocks and other cover. The teams start the battle in the usual locations, but the base locations are different. One is located in the bottom part of the village, and the other one is in the water. One of the key objectives is the center hill. That's why the teams will often select fast vehicles and tanks with strong turrets for cover.
Map number 2 between High and Rival. It's going to be Rival bringing 3 113s, 2 bat shots. Is that
2 Skoda T50s? It's correct. It's your 9 check tank. It has 1 less shot in the clip than the TVP.
Haven't seen it this season, I don't think. Or maybe we did once.
We've seen at least 1 or 2 of them, but they're kind of an odd duck.
But then picking 2 of them.
Yeah, well, they only have 320 between the teams, or between the shots, 320 damage. So, only having the 3 shots per clip, the DPM is extremely low on it, and they don't really contribute a whole lot else other than that just initial burst. So it'll be interesting to see how they use them.
High is going to be bringing 2 113s, a TVP, 3 bat shots, and an M40 43 from Fulcris.
So overall, very consistent setup out of High, that they're playing very hard to get. As I say, that Rude Awakening does take some damage, but look at how suffocating High essentially are trying to be right now. They have Ali up at A8, and then they have these bat shots that have pushed all the way down the 1 line that are trying to open it up down there in the south, and that's going to make things extremely hard for Rival to try to crack.
Oh, and Magenta Panda needs to be careful. He is out in the open. Essentially, that Def Lead will not cover him unless he goes to where he's at, right around J1, and he was a little overextended.
And Rival just left in an awkward place.
Ooh, DRS finding Coffee Thief. An Unknown One is one shot away from being taken out of this fight. Here comes High. All right. And look at Unknown One's tank. That is unfavorable, to say the least.
Yeah, definitely. And Unknown One finally goes down. A one-gun lead for High. However, Feel My Potato is about to go down.
Think about everything that could have been wrong with the tank was wrong with Unknown One's 113.
Yep, and both these bat shots are choosing to reload right now. Executus does find the kill on Feel My Potato, so Rival not out of this yet. And the biggest problem is right now is how disjointed this setup is out of High. They have Ali the Persian dude up at A8, where he's going to be really hard to dig out of there. However, they only have Blue Mini in that 113 at C5, and then these two bat shots all the way in the south. If Rival were to mass up, say, the 4 fast-moving tanks, they could push down there and take that one line and get a couple tanks for free, because Ali the Persian dude and Blue Mini aren't really going to be in a position where they can really support. Provided Blue could turn around and have his gun on target, ready to shoot within, maybe 10, 20 seconds. But that initial opening is all that Rival may need, and it looks like we are going to see that sort of push out of them here pretty soon.
Yep, and going into that push, I think it would actually be really interesting to go to their comms, so that is what we're going to do.
The team doesn't have shots on you.
Careful with the Artie shot.
Artie shot.
113 fired.
E6, go ahead and back off even more and just get safe. So when that bat tries to hit you.
We
Come on,
gotta push around, kill DRS. Kill DRS. 100% kill.
Loading.
113 shot
Good,
again.
to the left. I got it.
Good, good. Keep chasing. Try to get Magenta down.
Blue Mini is low in the water. He's looking for the shots. Careful with
try
Zach.
to shield for Zach. Someone have the finish?
I'll kill Magenta.
I'll be able to finish him. I'll be able to get it.
Ali has only two. Okay, get Blue there. Get Blue Mini.
Blue, I'm clipping.
Kill Blue. Ali's gonna be on Blue. Just get Blue down.
Get out!
Away from Artie as well.
Commander J, get the shot! Fucking get the shot!
He's working on the shot. Calm down.
We got it. Okay, pull back. Get on what? Pull back. If you guys want to continue this way, if you have flips and can get to this, that's fine.
I'm fully clipped. I'm just watching. I'm watching this cross. If I can land there.
I'll watch this side.
We need to get together, guys. We need to group up. At least be in position where we can cross support each other. Because that guy can. Okay, there we go.
There is.
That's what we need to know. So, you guys.
A lot of passion coming out of E63.
A couple things to be said about that, but we'll get back to that in a minute. Rival only up by about 600, so despite having a 2-gun lead, this isn't over yet.
Yeah, but the problem for me with Rival being up is one of those tanks for High is a 400 HP M4043.
Yeah, and they can find him pretty easily. However, Ali was in position to cover him. However, he's moving to the south right now, and he may find Executus and Pub Whisper, and he has the HP to kill both of them. Executus snapping off a shot.
Oh, and there it is. Ali the Persian dude can still do this for High.
Pub Whisper just needs to run. He can't take on Ali. And
oh my goodness! Fulcris finds Commander J. And all of a sudden, this game that looked very much for the side of Rival has completely turned around.
It's just down to the 2 Tier 9 Skodas, and they have a crossfire set up if they can kill Commander J.
Oh, but there it is, Ali the Persian dude. All he has to do... No, he's not. This is a one-on-one between an M4043 now and a Skoda.
If Flack is smart, he's going to hide. He's going to get delit right now, and then he's going to go hide at this point. You got to remember, Rival are on defense. Letting this clock run out is a free win for them. He just needs to make sure that Fulcris doesn't snap off some insanely lucky shot on him right now, despite being unlit, and not knock anything over. At this point, is just down to Fulcris. And he has to hope that Flack comes looking for him, and he might be able to find a snapshot off. However, it does look like Flack is just going to go find some remote corner of the map to go hide on. As I say that, starting to second guess himself. Rival extremely lucky. This Tier 9 Skoda's not necessarily paying off the way they wanted them to.
No.
However, extremely fortunate that the last shot that Flack had was enough to take out Ali the Persian dude, or this could have been
High's game.
Completely the opposite way.
Now, all that being said, Fulcris, although he has 6 hit points left, he can still do this.
Oh, and Flack's only at 794. an HE shot out of an M4043 could easily even not pen and still kill him. It's not out of the realm of possibility. Flak just looking out here.
Oh, he just shot.
He just fired it back into the building, hoping to find Flak camping back there, maybe get a splash on him. However, not the case, and I'm not even sure that Flak knew that he fired.
The thing is I don't know if Flak knew that he fired, so this could be good for Fulcrus, actually.
And the thing is once Fulcrus is loaded, if he just pokes up and over the top, he doesn't know Flak's there, but he could potentially get a quick shotgun off, and then he may slide down the side of the hill there. And
oh, man. This is tense.
I was almost worried there that little bump.
Oh, there's the light, and down he goes. Flak is going to get the easiest pickup of his life. And he's going to save Rival from a very, I would almost say, embarrassing loss.
Yep. Just overall, they managed to clean it up there at the end. Like I said, they found the overmatch. And that's the problem that I've talked about with the climbs, especially on mines. I was talking about it with M60s earlier.
You were.
Is knowing when to rotate out of those positions. And Ali the Persian dude did come in. He came in eventually. I think it was just a little bit too late. He did manage to pick up that kill on that 113 on E63. And he got in there maybe a little bit too late. I would have liked to see his gun in there earlier.
Sure.
Maybe could have picked up some guns and kept some of his teammates alive.
But even still, I mean, he did a really good job of evening it up.
Yeah, he tried. He
did.
He played it as the best as he could. He went and got the intel. And he found those two tanks coming isolated, did a good job to pick up Executus, and he almost got Pub Whisper out of it too, but Flak just there, well, he did get Pub Whisper, and then
he definitely did.
And then Flak just, the last shot, and the thing I do like about Flak is Flak said, all right, well, I'm going to make sure I take you with me at the very least, and he was lined up for a ram, so even if that last shot hadn't killed him, Flak was going to take him out one way or another.
Yeah, correct. Well, that is going to be 2-1 over High. Rival doing so far so well. And looking at the damage here, you see Commander J and E63 still at the top, doing 38 and 3,100 damage, but Fulcrus in the M4043 made it work with 4K damage.
Yeah, just overall in that Tier 9 bat, just doing a Tier 9 bat, the M4043, the Tier 8 artillery, just able to do so much work. And then it was Pub Whisper in that Skoda, just only doing 900 despite 8 shots fired. And it was the other TVP of Flak, the Tier 9 Skoda, that managed to do 1,600 with 3 kills. So he didn't do a whole lot of damage. But
he was finding the kills.
Yeah, he picked up the kills, secured those rounds out, especially the one there at the end on Alley. That's probably arguably the most important one. And then also on to Fulcrus. So good job there, cleaning it up. Not necessarily the easiest thing, but it was a good effort out of Ali nonetheless.
Yeah. Well, we do have an update on the offline match, which is Eclipse versus Deja Vu, and it is very early in the series, 1-0 for Eclipse.
Yep, so Deja Vu gave them a fight the last time they played them. They played very well, so we'll have to see if they can get in here and cause some problems for Eclipse. However, at this point, it's not a problem for Eclipse because M60's lost. So Eclipse are guaranteed that second seed. They're going to the regional finals here in Burbank. Not even a doubt anymore. It's just a matter of which team's going to get relegated, which team's going to finish in 7th and have to play the winner of a qualifier tournament, and which team's going to go to the online playoffs and play on Thursday.
Well, this is one of those matches where we could potentially find out. With High being down a game to Rival 2-1, they are going to bring 2 113s a grill, 2 bat chats, and 2 Tier 9 bat chats. And Rival going to pretty much go with the standard lineup. It's going to be 2 113s and then 3 bat, well, not so standard, 3 bat chats. And they're actually going to bring back the Skodas.
Yep, bringing the 2 Tier 9 Skodas. It's a lot of burst potential. However, like I said, that its DPM's not the greatest, and because they only have the 3 shots each, it's only essentially 1,800 damage that the 2 of them can get off between them. So you really have to make sure that you keep those things alive and that they're able to get into multiple clips, because often what happens is they get into a brawl and they dump out their first clips, but the first tank's focused out, and it can come back to haunt
What's the reload time on those?
It is, I would have to check. I believe it's sitting around 19 seconds.
And then what's the time in between shots?
It's the same as the TVP.
So then why would you not just bring a TVP?
Because then you have to bring a Tier 8. So then you're
those
looking
are
at 1390.
That's correct. Okay, fair enough. Well, then my other question is, why not just bring 2 Tier 9 bat chats?
the burst potential. These things are loaded a lot faster than the Tier 9 bats. The bats have a 40-second reload, the Tier 9s, so they have a bit longer of a reload. So
getting the initial push
It's
off.
the initial damage, so especially engagement over the hill, that's where these Skodas will really be helpful. And based on a Skoda T50, provided this is without vents or Brothers in Arms or rations added in, is 22 seconds.
Okay. So you could easily get that down almost 16 seconds, essentially. With
I think it's more reasonable about 19. I think because it's only 5% on each. So
correct.
Even with all of them stacked up, Brothers in Arms, vents, and whatnot, and rations, I think it's around 19 seconds. I'd have to check, but base without anything is 22.
22. Gotcha. One blue mini here is going to have to fight Coffee Thief, but luckily he does have help.
Coffee Thief
blue mini is getting
out.
Help from not only Ali the Persian dude, but as well as Fulcrus. Coffee Thief is going to go down. Shots have now been ringing out onto E63. He's got to be careful trying to take out Fulcrus with him if he can. DRS going to find Flak. Meanwhile, in another Skoda, that's another Skoda down. And now E63 finds himself stranded in between the team of High.
Yep, at this point, Rival just need to group up and they need to be ready for this push coming. However, these Skodas are starting to reload. Unknown One has 3. Just not looking good for Rival.
All right, let's actually just get a listen in with the team of High.
We need to group and watch them. They're all right here. Dude, let me go first. Have they shot a lot?
Yeah, they shot a lot.
Yeah, they shot a lot.
Alright. I'm just gonna go, I think. I'm not go all the way, I'm just gonna sit here.
Yeah,
we just need to watch them. We just need to watch them, guys. We have map control. We're not taking this. We want to take this out. I'm gonna wait for the girl. What's the girl?
Just side scrape it. Just side scrape it. Just side scrape it. Blue, for fuck's sake, like side
The
scrape
skull's
it.
gonna be loaded. I'm just gonna go.
You're going?
I'm just gonna get shot.
Their TVP is loaded now.
Oh, they're all loaded. Just play
Don't
safe.
bleed it, guys.
Yeah, like we all know.
We
they're
need
there.
somebody like back here to cover our ass.
Yeah. The girl can stay up here. Girl just needs to not die. The girl has
I
no
bet
lead.
they're gonna bail off here.
Yeah,
and
we
go
just
for
need
Bravo.
one dude. We just need one dude there.
Focus, you need a Z line boost maybe?
No,
I think it's
no,
not
you
when
can't.
they have
I'm gonna go join Fulcrus because otherwise it's too low
Yeah.
health.
We
Just get
you
a
might
one
want
bad
this
AP,
bad chat AP or some bad AP watching back from back here, maybe.
Yeah.
So that the girl doesn't get clipped out in his ass.
Yeah. Like, can we get a Dendy? Go here.
Fulcrus, don't poke.
Commander fired one.
The
I
tree
just heard
just
a
fell
tree
right
go
there.
down somewhere.
Yeah, right in front of us.
I'm gonna see if I can get back up here.
They're just sitting up here and trying to bleed us. Which is pretty...
No, we
So Rival, despite attacking, having to kind of back off here a little bit. Now, they have regained a lot of the HP. They were down a good bit.
They're now in the lead.
Now, there's 2 one-shotters up on the field, which if they could get those down, that would even it up 4-4. And however, you got to look at Fulcrus is all the way out there. And at this point, Rival are just hoping they make a mistake. They have 5 minutes to work with. So just trying to figure out a way to break this. If they knew where Fuel Potato was, this may already be over. But coming around on that low ground, DRS, in that grill has backed off over towards F4. He's looking for a shot on that ledge on the south end. So if any of these tanks pop up and get proximity spotted by those 113s and Magenta Panda, DRS is going to be there to smack them.
One thing I did notice is it seems to be, again, like too many Chiefs, not enough Indians on the team of High there. There was a lot of information being passed to Blue, and then other decisions were being made despite the ones he was making.
Well, a lot of it is Blue knows he is the caller in this situation, and so he, despite what his team thinks they should do, Blue's making his own decisions on top of it, which sometimes you have to do if you have your own game plan. Now, how that votes for a team in the long run as far as getting along with each other, if you have a caller that won't listen to everyone on the team's opinion, can cause some friction down the road. And obviously High are sitting in last place, so you kind of got to sit here and question, well, how much of a problem has that been for them this season?
Right.
And, and it's something only the team could know. There's, it's only speculation from our end at this point. Pub Whisperer, who has a lot of HP, is off by himself trying to find Fulcrus. Fulcrus, in this bat, has a bush in front of him. Magenta is in a good position to cover him as well. So I don't know that he's really going to be able to get in there. And a shot goes off towards Executus from those 113s, but doesn't find it.
Only 3 minutes and 20 seconds left, though.
And it looks like Pub Whisperer's going to make this play. He's going to eat a lot of shots. He does find this snap.
He's going to find Fulcrus. That's huge.
That's one of those guns down. Now, Rude Awakening's still a one-shotter, but Rude is also ammo racked right now. So he's only going to get one shot off, and then he has a long reload. And the push is coming from high right now, onto the hill.
And Executus is trying to fight back. He's not going to be able to do so. Feel My Potato going to take him out. But DRS being found, that was actually big. That was one of the highest HP tanks left on high. And look at this. There's now 2 tanks, potentially one shot. Rude Awakening is one shot, but Blue Mini may survive a single shot. 2 only left in the clip of Unknown One, but he is going to find Rude. And now all of a sudden, this has gone in favor. Wait a second.
Pub needs to get... Oh, Pub's reloading.
Oh, this... And he puts one in the dirt.
Now, this is doable if Pub can get into his second clip. He has 2 minutes to work with. He has 700 HP. He can eat a shot.
Well, he could definitely get into his other clip because Blue and Feel actually stopped pursuing him. Now, the thing that makes it in his advantage actually is the fact that he is on the defending team here.
No, he needs to get Fulcrus down first. He's looking for a shot. Does he snap it off?
He's got to get it. There it is.
And now Blue fired. He has... Oh, it fizzes.
Oh, no.
Oh,
so he just fires it off.
He gets it. However, he needs to reload right now. So now it's just ring around the rosy with Blue Mini. They're both one-shotters. Now...
Oh, here comes Blue Mini.
The alpha on that 113 is 440.
Run.
A low roll would save Pub Whisper. And he's almost reloaded, and Blue doesn't know he's here, and he snaps it off.
There it is! Blue gets a higher roll.
Well, it's not even a high roll. He just rolls what he needs to.
Well, it was higher than what he needed. Well, it was high enough to kill, is what I'm saying.
Yeah,
he gets the higher roll. He could have rolled low.
Yep. High roll is when you roll above the average. So 440 is the average alpha on there. So a high roll is anything above that.
He got the roll to kill is what I was intending, okay? You need to relax.
He could have rolled low is what we're saying, and he could have gone far below that margin. What you have to remember is there's 25% RNG on the damage, so it could go 25% above or 25% below. And if it had gone low enough, it could have let Pub Whisperer get that shot off. He was a split second away from being loaded and snapping that shot off. So Blue extremely lucky. However, High hold on. A very back and forth game, and they get the win.
Tied up 2-2. On the next map, what is it, James? Tell me. Talk to me.
The next map is going to be Ghost Town.
Ooh.
Which, looking at it, Ghost Town is not a map that either team are particularly fond
of. Either of the teams are not,
They both have around a 50% win rate on it. However, it's not a map that either has played to any sort of excess.
This could potentially be a 3-3 series, but let's get into the damage. With Blue Mini actually doing the most for his team, not usually something we see as he is the Tier 8 light player. It's going to be 2,800 for him in the 113.
Not bad. However, Unknown One also doing 3,200. Along with Flak in that Tier 9 Skoda, doing 2,900 damage and 3 kills. He could have clutched that out. However, just wasn't able to get that last shot off. Extremely close round. That said, DRS in that grill putting up 2,400 over 10 shots, so a lot of blind fire shots out of him, just not connecting. But overall, just good stuff out of both teams. Very close match, but High managed to hold on.
Yep. Then we did see, again, Unknown One doing the most, but honestly, Executus came up huge. Although he did go down, he put in quite a bit of damage onto the tank of, I think it was Feel My Potato, or no, it was actually DRS, I believe. And he made sure that even though he himself was going to go down, the other team was going to pay for that kill, and they did.
Yep. So overall, it was good trades essentially. It's eye for an eye. You take one down, we take the other. It's just making sure you come out the better on that.
Right.
Just overall, High did a good job. But now Rival were down by almost 3 guns at one point. They managed to turn that around, even it back up, make it a back and forth game. That one missed shot out of Flak, or Pub Whisper, excuse me, that one shot could have changed that round if he had just not fizzed it out on the tracks. But that's the problem with heat shells is they hit tracks.
Yeah,
They don't
sometimes
do
they
damage.
fizz out. Well, let's go ahead and get right into the third map between these two teams.
Ghost Town. The first absolutely symmetrical map, made especially for 7 versus 7 games. The teams start the battle on opposite sides. There are numerous ways to attack here. One of the bases is located in the central square, the other one at the top of the city. The hardest battles are usually fought for the top base, and this calls for the use of heavy tanks. Sometimes the teams choose fast tanks for spotting and base capturing.
Looking at the lineups here, High coming in with a E100, 2 113s, 2 T57s, a T10, and a Tier 9 bat.
Never seen a team bring a T10 and a Tier 9 bat. It's usually either 2 T10s or 2 Tier 9 bats.
We've seen it occasionally.
Nope, not
but
this season. You're wrong.
Okay, let you hold on to that one. Meanwhile, Rival coming in with a 113, an IS-7, 350Bs, a Bat Chat, and RU-251. It's not a super common lineup we see with the T10 and the Tier 9 bat, but we have seen it a couple times for sure. Meanwhile, Fulcrus scouting around, getting out there at the same time as Pub Whisper in that Tier 8 bat, Tier 8 Hard U made that opening run, and he's going to get up in the north, and High just going to fire some shots off, and it looks like High are going to go for just a blatant fast cap. They're going to push the T10 and the 113s onto cap. Ali the Persian dude's in a position to cover and try to pump out a lot of damage on anyone rotating, and it's going to be up to Pub Whisper really at this point, you'd have to imagine, to get the resets for Rival. Cap down to 20 seconds. Rival need to find a reset here pretty soon. Pub Whisper hasn't been able to complete the boost.
Yep, let's go ahead and get a listen in with Rival to see if they can find this.
2 resets. That's what we need right now. Not good.
There's one reset.
Keep the resets up. I'm fine here. Don't worry about me. Don't worry about anything. You focus on winning this and getting the resets. Pub, do you have resets now?
Yes, but buildings are in the way.
Well, start shooting them down.
Clipping.
Shooting them down. We're fine.
You guys
Good.
are
Keep working on this. I'm fine. I'm putting hold down here.
Our 50 Ps are
Pub, you
reloading.
need to keep resetting.
Someone else get reset.
Okay. The Pub's not...
Nice reset. Root away.
We need more.
Still
We
needs
need
his
more.
reset.
Pub,
10
can
seconds.
you get whites? Or not Pub, Flack, can you get whites?
Yeah, I can try to super poke for him.
They're blocking me from decapping.
There we go. Can we get one more reset, and then I'll be able to
Fucking
get it.
bounce. Yeah, root. Good.
Okay, we got it.
Okay. Good reset wise. Good work. Lose a one shot. I'll have him.
I'm gonna die here. Ollie.
Really, really good composure there from the team of Rival, because it was dangerously close. And again, no pun. We've already gone past that, but it was just very dangerously close to
so close
to being a victory for High the Cap. But unfortunately, though, for them, that's pretty much where High put all of their marbles, and as you can see, it didn't work out.
And it almost paid off. They were down to a half second of capping.
Yeah.
And I was just sitting here just flailing my arms like, oh, come on. Like,
I know. I was
get
right
the
next
reset.
to you.
You know, no lie. Like, you try to remain unbiased, but just part of me is just like, Rival, come on. What are you doing? And Commander J just going to go over, find Fulcrus. He knows he's reloading. He should clean him up here. Commander J, top on his team at damage, has 171,000 damage to this point in the season for Rival, and adding to his tally there.
I really like the strategy coming out of High, and they were holding the angles to the point where it was either going to be really difficult to get the reset, or it was going to be another tank of the team of High in the way of that reset, which is why we saw one of the tanks.
Well, and it was very smart stuff. After Blue got reset initially, he pulled out in front of the 113s, and you heard Pub Whisper say, well, they're screening our resets. So Blue was doing what he could to block because they knew that RU was up in the spot where he could get those resets from a distance. And Pub Whisper took a little bit too long to get into position. He made that opening scout run, and then he failed to boost once. And so that just compiled things. But just look at Commander J here in that 50B along with Coffee Thief. Just absolute insane amount of damage between the two of them.
Yep, 3,600 and then 3,400 coming out of Coffee Thief. Ali the Persian dude was doing pretty well in the T57, but just, that wasn't enough, unfortunately. Now, Field My Potato Midget depend. Obviously, the rest of the team here, DRS, Blue Mini, Rude Awakening, were on cap. Well, not DRS, but they were on cap, and their job wasn't to do damage. It was just to make sure that they were positioned correctly so that they could get.
And what happened there for Ali the Persian Dude, why he was able to get off so much damage, that T57 has an insane clip potential. Pumps out 1600 a clip, and it has a 22-second reload, so it has an insanely high DPM, especially for an auto litter.
It does.
And so what happened was he was sitting in the position between the cap and most of the tanks of Rival. And so when they were poking, trying to get those resets, especially when it was late, they were ignoring him. He wasn't on cap. He didn't mean anything to him. So he just got to sit there and just fire for free while they were trying to reset. And so, while it was a good job punishing them and making them pay for that poke, it just wasn't enough in the end because they got reset and they bled so much HP on that cap that they just, the damage at that point was almost meaningless.
Well, speaking of being at 3 games to a way to win it, it's actually Eclipse that's also at 3 games, but Deja Vu only at 1 instead of 2 for High.
Yep.
So 3-1.
Yeah, so essentially at this point for Deja Vu, it's just almost practice. They know they play on Thursday. They can't make the online or the offline regional finals to buy.
They are not going to go ahead and bypass the playoffs.
Yeah, Eclipse already has that lockdown, and M60s has 3rd lockdown at this point. So at this point in the night, it's just Deja Vu just making sure they hold on to their 4th seed, that no one passes them, which I'm not entirely sure could happen. I'll check that real quick. That said, looking at the lineup here, an interesting lineup out of Rival.
Yeah, 350Bs, 215Bs, and then we're going to see, it's going to be 2 215Bs, 3 850Bs, and then a Batchat and a 251. Meanwhile, High is going to bring a 113, 257, T57 Heavies, and then 250Bs, as well as a Batchat and an RU251.
Yep, and something to note here real quick is that the top 4 teams are locked in position. There is no interchanging between them at this point. Eclipse or Apex have 1st place. They're up on 40 points. No one can pass them. Eclipse are on 2nd, guaranteed to the regional finals as well on 34. M60's now finished as well at 32 points, so not able to pass them. They're guaranteed 3rd, and then Deja Vu in 4th with 25 points. So the result of that game really doesn't matter because Deja Vu can't pass M60's at this point. It's a 7-point gap. They're not going to be able to close that in one match. And Eclipse can't pass Apex, nor can they be passed. So not a whole lot of meaning behind that game. However, looking at this one right now, Rival are sitting on 19 points, High are sitting on 15 points, and then our match later tonight is going to be 07 versus CD. 07's on 18 points, and CD are on 15. So this match and the other match, potentially huge. If High can get anything out of this match to edge out CD, 1 point could give them a chance to stay in the Gold League, to play in the online qualifier, or nothing could just have them go home automatically at the end of this match.
Yeah, we will have to see.
And a bit of a trap just laid here by High. However, this is a strat that they've run a couple times before, leaving those 113s in the north, trying to maybe fool Rival into thinking that they don't have anything down here. However, just look at how many guns Rival have in the south. The potential for an overmatch onto these guns for High right now is insane. You have to look at it. With Ali the Persian Dude in that T57 up at E4 and Fulcrest sitting there at E3, and then DRS up on the boost, and also Blue Mini in that 113, who's also up in the north at A4. While they may have some sort of a crossfire, the problem is a hard push out of the south. These 2 guns in the middle really wouldn't be effective. Now, if Rival make a push right now up the middle, then yes, they'd be in a pretty nasty crossfire. However, the potential for these 250Bs on the outside here on the 3 line to just get isolated is insane.
Can we talk about how perfect those arrows are almost? It's really impressive to draw with the mouse. You're welcome, Randall.
Now, Rival starting to mess up, and they may make that push through the south that I was just talking about.
All right, well, let's see how High deals with this as we go in for listening.
Ollie, are you clipping?
Yeah.
We need to focus this fight, this corner fight right now. All of us need to be focused on that. Ollie, you're going to need to back off. Real punch at all.
The 50Bs are clipping
How
There's
did
nothing we can do to recover.
lose that much HP?
It's like I said,
We
I think
lost
it's
that
off
much
the wave.
HP because they pushed 7 tanks into like 2. How's that surprising? That's not even bleeding. That's just like we got pushed.
Well, fine, Ollie.
Nothing we can do.
Ollie, make sure you don't get cut out. We can still win this.
I accidentally hit the reload button.
Oh my god.
So we read that really, really poorly. And we knew they did a south play, yet we still brought a really slow call.
I'll just come back on Himmels.
What is it, 4-2?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just make sure that I don't get caught like last
What's
time.
tiebreaker map, Blue?
Hi, already looking forward to the tiebreaker, hoping that they can 2-0 rival on Himmelsdorf.
And one of the members of High said it best. I mean, I don't know. It's not that surprising. We literally didn't bleed anything. We just got pushed.
Yep, well, like I was talking about, the way they were set up, they had a good crossfire towards the middle. If Rival had chosen to push through that courtyard, the 50Bs would have been there, the tanks in the north
Right.
would have left them.
But that's not
However,
what they did.
The problem is they just went straight around south with all 7 of their guns, like it was pointed out. And that's what I was saying right before we listened in and that push came out was those 2 tanks were extremely isolated. The guns in the back didn't have any shots. They had the 1 Tier 9 bat that could have, or not Tier 9 bat, but the bat chat that could have been isolated on the 1 line. And then they had 1 RU-251 up on the boost. So it's 4 guns at best, including a Tier 8. Against 7 guns, and the result is what we see.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we see. It's all but Magenta Panda for the team of Rival, E63 and the 50B doing 3700. Executives follows, Commander J, then Coffee Thief, then Flak, then Unknown One. Rival pretty much just dominated High. Pub Whisper, the only one not being on the front page, as he is an RU-251. That's a Tier 8 light. He was the scout, and he did his job.
Yep, absolutely. And, going on to Himmelsdorf, this is a map that, looking at it, this is just like Ghost Town. It's just one of those maps that neither team really excels at. They haven't played it to any amount of excess, but they're not extremely poor or extremely good on one of these maps. So, once again, in these sort of situations, I feel that as Rival, it's going to come out on top. They're just kind of those even teams. Another thing real quick, completely off topic, the offline score between Deja Vu and Eclipse. 4-1. So Eclipse doing a good job, just
doing Eclipse things, I guess.
Trying to let Deja Vu know not to get any thoughts in their head of making it to the finals.
Hey, don't you think you're good? We're good.
Yep, just making sure they put their foot down and doing a good job. That said,
and Eclipse, they've always been one of the top teams. There's no doubt about that. They're the only team to take out Apex, even though it was in overtime. But we've seen some really odd stumbles from them, which doesn't necessarily worry me, but it's just like, why is, there's no reason for a top team like that to make those mistakes.
No matter how good the player is or players that you bring into a team, there's always going to be a bit of a learning curve between the players getting to know each other, that chemistry being formed, and just making sure that you're all on the same page. And so when you bring in players like Wallhacks and Oxmathis, who are no doubt extremely talented players, they've been around for a long time, even a lineup like Eclipse, it's hard for them to step into that lineup and make an instant impact and be effective. Now, Oxmathis has been putting up some insane damage numbers since joining that team, but overall, just everything a little bit off. Certain players used to doing things a certain way, and few bumps along the way.
Look at our chemistry. We still hate each other, so it's not a big deal. Anyways, let's get right on to the next map of High and Rival.
Himmelsdorf, a small city map. The teams start the battle in opposite corners. Both bases are located close to each other, but in a way that you can't stay on the defensive all the time. The main attack routes pass through the hill, the alley and the railroad, but in general, the attack can be successfully executed through any part of the map. Heavy tanks and tank destroyers with powerful guns run the show here. However, a lot depends on the mobile light tanks.
Rival are 1 round away from shutting out High and sending them packing. High need to at least win 2 rounds to force overtime to get something, to have some sort of hope. But that's going to be a huge task.
Just not looking good. I mean, if they get shut out, wouldn't that just they'd be out?
It would be at that point. It would be the tiebreaker between CD and them, regardless of the results.
Beat them though?
I would have to double check, but I believe it would be High that would indeed go home if they don't get anything. Yeah. So I once again have to check with the admins on that one.
But I mean,
it would be highly unlikely. At best case,
highly unlikely. I see what you did there.
It would, at best case, it would be they're in 7th place, just edging out CD. Looking at the tiebreakers from the last times they played, I believe it was CD that came out on top both times. I'd have to check. So when we get some verification from that from the admins, we'll let you guys know. That said, looking at the lineups here, Rival coming in with 2 215Bs, 2 50Bs, a 183, a Bat Chat, and an RU 251. Meanwhile, High, 2 113s, an I7, 3 50Bs, and a 1390. Pub Whisper just trying to light the cross off of the hill, hoping that he can find these tanks coming down. Meanwhile, the rest of High have just made a solid push up the 8 line. They're all grouped up, and they're ready to start putting some cap pressure on here pretty soon. I expect to see Blue Mini push around towards that 7 line and get on there. Meanwhile, these 113s are setting up in the 7 line alley. And I don't want to say this is extremely standard, but this is pretty normal out of High.
Yeah, this is normal.
Getting the cap pressure going, getting the guns ready to punish it. Now, the response I've seen to this that I really liked out of M60s was they just massed up 6 of their guns, and they just pushed straight to that clock tower, straight across that courtyard there. And they were able to just put all 7 of their guns into this alley, both towards the tanks on cap and the ones in the 7 line.
Yeah, that was really good when they did that.
And it's so hard to be on the other side of this because you can only have essentially 2, maybe 3 guns if you're lucky in that 7 line able to return fire. So if the team stays in that engagement, they're going to have more guns in that fight no matter what. And it was just so brilliantly executed. I really enjoyed watching it. Now, that said, if we'll see the same thing out of Rival here, I doubt it because they've pushed a majority of their tanks through the courtyard. They will find Fulcrus, who is pretty much isolated at this point. And these 113s are having to back off, come around. The resets do come in, but now these 50Bs are backing off. Rival really needs to get the 183 of Executus.
Yeah, Coffee Dave is taking damage, but Rude Awakening has taken almost 1,200. He is hurting. What is Rival's play here? Now almost every single member of the team has been penetrated by a shot.
Pub Whisperer looking for some eyes, maybe going to lurk back towards the 8 line with Commander J. Try to get in there, however, Rude Awakening has moved to that hold down, and now it looks like Pub Whisperer is going to make the obvious play and push around to the hill. High have given up all control of this hill at this point. They haven't left anyone up here, so Pub Whisperer
is pretty much trapped from what I see.
Yeah, and there's not a whole lot of options. They either push into a giant hammer of the 183, which could be instant death for anyone.
Is that Executus in that?
That's Executus in the 183, and then Flak behind him. And then soon Pub Whisperer is going to be up on the 0 line and going to be behind here, and he can really pump out some damage.
All right, well, let's go into a listen-in with Rival.
South end.
You got to go.
Got to reset on the 90s. Another guy has the cap now.
I'm coming behind those guys.
Potato down 2. Hop out of that window and just go in and fight them.
Potato down 2.
Magenta's the one with the cap.
Fight the courtyard, guys.
We shot 50B.
We gotta push this way.
Yeah, you guys have to get the reset now.
I'll kill on all these.
Good. Let's try to get Magenta down. Play it slow in courtyard. Play it slow. Just disengage. Play the slow game.
I'm coming up behind those 2 right now in the corner. You guys can wait. Full reset. Pull them back. Pull them in.
They're going north. They're going
guys, we can take this a little bit slower.
Yeah, pull back.
Pub's going to get a crossfire. Flak and Exec aren't going to be able to pull out.
One shot Magenta. I'll finish Magenta.
Shoot what you can, Exec.
Nice one. Good. One shot.
Wow, really good control. Again, for Rival's comms are pretty impressive right now.
Yeah, this isn't over yet, though. Commander J and Pub Whisperer still alive. Commander J does have a lot of his HP left, and he should be fully loaded here. However, they've left Feel My Potato alive. They need to hurry up and get these IS-7s down to have a shot.
Uh-oh, Commander J. Big play here, potentially. All right, one more track shot. No! Again! But no damage coming onto Commander J. He does get tracked, but he is going to live. Oh, but there is Feel My Potato. What a beautiful position from him. Oh, and that should do it. Down to just Pub Whisper. And it's just not going to happen. There's no way. It's not even Pub Whisper's fault. He cannot take out a full HP 50B, especially with 3 shots left and only 1 really to give.
Yeah, at that point, Commander Jake needed to finish off that IS-7, fizzed out those 2 shells in that front drive wheel of that IS-7, just not able to secure that kill, and that could have been the difference here. Taking that gun down could have meant they could have just ran circles around that 50B. They could have gone off the separate sides of the map and run the clock down and sent 1 in to get the resets.
Right.
And instead, all of a sudden, it's high with 2 guns alive, Rival just having Pub Whisper, and they're just going to sit here between all these different tank corpses, just making sure they stay alive.
Oh, that camo was actually wrong. Sorry about that. That camo's right, though.
There we go.
I wonder whose fault that is, James. 9 seconds left on the cap.
We're going to see the hero run out of Pub Whisper.
No.
Tries to snap one off.
I respect it. I respect the try. I mean, realistically, he wasn't going to win that anyways. It's so hard to do something. I mean, maybe if he was full HP, you could argue he might be able to run the time down simply because he could take a shot or 2.
He had 1 shot in him at most.
Exactly.
That would have been an insane low roll out of the 50B. The IS-7 would have been an instant 1 shot.
That's again, if he was at full HP, it's a top maybe.
Yeah.
Very, very small maybe. But at the current state he was in, it was already over.
Yep. So
I respect it. I mean, he just shot.
A lot of good plays out of both teams. Pub Whisper getting on that hill early. He really helped out Commander J when he went through there. They picked up a lot of kills.
Rival was actually in the lead.
They started off. Well, they started off down. High made a very good opening play, and then Rival turned it back around and got even. But then Commander J really whiffing on that IS-7 that really came back to haunt him. And look at how much damage Fulcrus did.
Yeah, that IS-7 is going to pull out 3,800 damage. Magenta Panda following in a 113 doing 31. And then E63 and Commander J for their teams doing respectable damage, 24 and 2,100. But DRS, the thing that's really kind of bothering me is Ali the Persian dude has almost consistently been at the bottom for his team, and that's not usually what we see.
Yeah, absolutely. Just not able to get into the fight tonight. But neither is Blue Mini or Brood Awakening hasn't been a huge factor either. So a lot of the high players just struggling to get in there. However, it is 4-3 right now. Rival still need to pick up this win.
Yeah,
1 more win for High could be huge in the long run, depending upon the result of the second match.
Right.
1 point.
However, if Rival can, and you got to think that CD are huge fans of Rival right now.
Yep, well, they need to be. And that said, once again, off topic. The result of the offline score, 5-1 in favor of Eclipse.
So Eclipse going to go ahead and continue to steamroll the rest of that series, and it is going to be 5-1 in their favor. I don't think you can. I could have seen a little more fight out of Deja Vu there, but it's almost weird. It's whichever type of Eclipse we get that night. Is it going to be the Eclipse that's going to stumble and essentially throw a few rounds away, or is it going to be the Eclipse that looks unstoppable and has beaten Apex? So it's like, we don't really know.
So, are High going to get relegated right here and now? Are they going to get a point and have to see what happens with CD versus 07? We're going to find out.
Well, we'll have to find out as we go into the very last battle, potentially between these two teams. It's going to be High bringing in 2 113s, 350Bs, and 2 T10s. Rival going to bring a 113, 350Bs, an I-7, a Batchat, and a 1390. This could be it, ladies and gentlemen, for High. If Rival can just close them out, we'll have to see.
That said, Pub Whisper makes the opening scout run, looks around, and chooses to back out. I expect to see him pop up over on the 2 line, trying to get some eyes over there. Rude Awakening had pushed up, and he's falling back. Lucky that Rival aren't copying Apex and that opening move they had with those 50Bs. Could have put out a lot of hurt downrange very quickly. However, he gets back. He's in that train station now in the hold down, and he's just going to hang out there until this round develops. Finally, Rival starting to rotate around the south here, moving the 50B and the 113s down here. Just leaving a no one in that IS-7, pushing down the G line here. Going to start playing those hold downs, check for stuff up the 5 line slowly. And as I was saying, High lucky that Rival didn't do the same opening play. However, they're pushing out here late. And High are in a pretty good position right now. However, Commander J in that bat shot is lurking up on the hill.
Again, High will actually absolutely 100% get relegated if they lose this. Kind of a big deal for them right now.
So 7.5 minutes essentially at this point decide whether or not
left in the Gold League.
Either left in the Gold League, or do they have a chance? And once again, even 1 point doesn't guarantee anything. What it's going to say is, all right, what happens with CD versus 07? All of a sudden, then that match becomes exponentially more important.
Ooh, nice shots coming out of Coffee Thief. He has got to be I mean, those aren't blind fires because
Pub Whisper's lighting for him. He's
right, but I got to say, Coffee Thief is the king of blind fire. We saw what he did on, I believe it was Steps.
Yep, no, he's ridiculous. Even those shots at that sort of range, that's not easy to do.
No.
You're shooting at the turret of a T10, so you're shooting at a tiny little gap on top of the tank, the cupolas that stick up there. They're almost non-existent on the T10. They're extremely low. And so the fact that he was able to hit those at that sort of range and penetrate is very impressive, especially in a 50B. The only other place you could pen a hold down 113 would be the top plate, which would be insane, but it depends on the angle that Rude was sitting at, which we can actually go over here and check.
Look at this, though. It looks like are they pushing on that 0 line?
So just look at these shots that Rude took. Just hitting that cupola right there in the top left-hand corner. The 2 hitting his turret, not able to pen, but that one solid mark right there, it's the one shot to pen. At that sort of range, almost 500 meters, that's crazy impressive out of Coffee Thief, and arguably lucky.
Arguably.
Doesn't hurt to have RNG on your side.
I think it's so cool that you see the kind of like the blast effect on these tanks.
And Rival just kind of playing it real slow right now. Lurking around. They have 3 tanks up on the hill. Now, if Rival ran some sort of 8-line pincher, they could potentially find Fulcrus, Alley, and DRS. It wouldn't be for free, but it would certainly be enough to close out that round, especially with Magenta Panda and Rude Awakening as far away as they are. That said, it would be require a good bit of coordination out of Rival to pull that off.
We are seeing a little bit of a mass up here with Rival, and they could be coming in for that push that you were talking about. Are they going to pinch on this 8 line?
Magenta Panda has rotated over, so it's only the tier 9 of Rude Awakening left over at C2 right now.
Interesting. Well, let's see how High potentially is going to deal with the last 4.5 minutes of their Gold League life as we go to a listen-in.
Very easily going for only 1 cap.
Like I think. Oh, yep, there they are.
I didn't get lit.
The 50Bs need to clip. Oh.
Yo,
we just need to watch from the hill. Watch from the hill.
Yeah.
Coffee fire too.
Just play safe. This T10 can just come to here.
Can you That's 6 tanks all lit. 6 tanks are lit.
Coffee's clipping. Coffee's clipping. We should punch.
Yo, any help? Yeah,
can we punch? We need to punch this right now. They have a lot of tanks on the hill.
Yeah, push.
The T10 just going. Just punch this fight. Come on, guys. The DBs need to go in. Magenta, just get ready to go in.
I'm clipping.
Alright, the T10.
One shot, IF7. You got it.
Are they doing Magenta, we're gonna push it. I'm gonna go for their batch at.
Get Commander. Commander's a one shot. Commander's out.
We're gonna need to deal with Black.
You got Black him, Jenna?
Magenta, can you get E63? Oh, we're in pretty good position, guys.
Ready to go hop blue.
Pretty good position. I don't know about that.
Only the 2 tier 9 bats left, or two tier 9 T10s left.
Yeah, and Executus is a full clip in that 50B that he's dumping into Blue Mini, and he goes down. And that is going to be the end of High in the Gold League as we know it. James, how do you feel about that?
Well, when you perform like this throughout the season, you only have occasional bright spots, and you really struggle throughout the season. It kind of shows, you know, what happens. They got out of the first round robin. However, the second round robin, not able to get the points. They were lucky to get out of the first one to begin with. They barely edged out, get flanked. Remember that whole thing on that last day? And they just didn't do enough during the second round robin to kind of turn those results around and get some points they needed. As much as I love the guys on the High,
still hurts.
Yeah, get flanked, and High Voltage no longer with us. Now High joins the fray.
To be honest, High started to really look good when Feel My Potato and Romstar joined, but then it kind of fizzled. Yeah,
it definitely peaked. However, just a lot of little things for High, just a lot of indecision, I feel. Some of the strats not as thought out as they could be. A lot of them maybe kind of fall into that same category, which we saw out of Deja Vu, just too out there. Too much of a blatant hard counter on some of the strats. Just they have to do this for this to work. And it just never really panned out for him on any consistent basis. And Rival did a very good job to put him down tonight. And look at this damage out of the top 3 50Bs out of Rival. 3,000, 3,900, 2,800. All 3 of those 50Bs getting through multiple clips, at least 2 if not more, and just pumping out an insane amount of damage there. Just overall good stuff. Ali the Persian dude, 1,500 over 5 shots. And then Commander J at 1,500 just kind of drops off. And the thing to look at here is even Feel My Potato in that 50B in the last position for High still did over 1,000 damage. So both teams had a very good damage spread throughout this whole series. But just Rival managing to take out the guns first, get the gun lead, and they managed to claw back into it.
Yeah, and maybe, I mean, I'm thinking back to the statement that Blue Mini made. Was like, hey, we're in a good position, and it's like, they really weren't.
In a sense, they were in a decent position because they had a lot of HP, but then all of a sudden, Executus came in and just deleted all of it.
He completely clipped, yeah.
It's one of those judgments with those autoloaders. You have to remember, all right, well, when he's loaded, that's 1,600 damage out of the 50B. It's, 2,000 out of a bad shot. You just have to know that unless you take those guns down quickly before they can fire off all their shots, that's a lot of damage they're going to pump out downrange very quickly. And as we saw, these 50Bs just did an insane job through this whole series. And, just looking at it, even Pub Whisper through this whole series, despite playing a tier 8 most of the time, putting up 1,100 damage in that tier 8. So pretty good stuff. And then Blue Mini, still even him doing 9,400 damage, which isn't bad for a tier 8.
That's above average from what we see tier 8s around the 7,000 to 8,000 mark.
Yeah, we're 4, 5, 6, 7, somewhere in there. But 9.5 and then 1,100 out of the tier 8 players in this match.
So the whole series was damage was spread pretty evenly, but it was Rival able to take out High 5-3, ending their Gold League career. Sorry, Blue.
Yep, it was just a consistency thing throughout the season. They did have a lot of fun. We listened to some of those listen-ins. Pretty enjoyable, a lot of memories, but overall,
a lot of memories.
They're going to be the ones that end up going home, and now CD can breathe a little bit easy. Now, the thing that CD are playing for is, do they keep 7th place and have to play the winner of a qualifier tournament, which is no guarantee, or do they still have a shot to get to the playoffs, to pass 07 for a chance to that $325,000 prize pool?
Yeah, well, let's go ahead and get it in with Jay Smooth, my man. Welcome. Thank you for joining us again. So this is actually a question I got to ask you, even though you didn't play. Does it feel good to send a team out of the Gold League, or do you kind of feel bad for some of those players?
No, you never like to. Well, I'm not gonna say you never like to dump a team, but a team like High, we don't like to dump out. No.
Absolutely. So, as I was talking to executives earlier, you guys were kind of struggling early on, and then you kind of very quietly kind of got things together, started getting some points here and there, and you clinched the playoffs before tonight. So,
yeah.
How do you feel tonight, knowing that you're now going to the online playoffs on Thursday, that you have a shot to come here to Burbank? How does that just feel, and how is the overall team just responding right now?
It feels really good, especially taking a step back, and I almost feel kind of like a proud, proud dad or proud papa watching these guys go out there and battle back. It wasn't a very good first round robin for us, but they battled. And then the second round robin started to click for us. We started to play a lot better, more consistent. We still had a couple tough games in there. We feel like we can compete with the Apexes and Eclipse, but we haven't shown that yet in on live broadcast or in a game. Now in scrims, we do a little bit better sometimes, but it's good to see them come in and go hard. Really proud of these guys.
Now, my other real question, during the broadcast, we were kind of talking about how I feel like, you guys struggled early on this season. You guys did a lot of things that's going to be good for you in the long run. Do you feel that same way, that especially going into next season, that you think you'll be a lot stronger going into it?
We feel that every season, but we'll see what happens with the roster going forward. I mean, curveballs get thrown. I was expecting to be able to play a lot more, but the season got started really late, pushed back into a schedule that I couldn't go with. So we'll see how it goes with classes in the next season. But we'll just sort of focus on Thursday for now. Then we'll worry about what happens after, hopefully, the live finals in October.
Yeah, well, I got to say, it's been insane to watch your team really pull it together. Rival is playing so much better, and it's great to see. My last question is a really short one, yes or no. If Rival get it to the finals, the regional finals here in Burbank, will we get to see you?
I will do everything in my power to make sure you all get to enter the Danger Zone live.
All right, Jay Smooth, thank you so much for joining us, man.
Thank you, and I just want to say, chose the wrong team, Rude. No, it's just a partying shot. I like Rude a lot.
All right. Thanks, Jay.
All right, guys. We'll see you in the Danger Zone.
So see you at the Danger Zone. Yeah, so, I mean, honestly, Rival has been... It's been, and it was like you said, it's been impressive as hell, but they did it ever so quietly. They were just like, okay, we're going to win one. Okay, now we're going to win like a bunch in a row.
Yeah, they kind of dropped one here or there. It's kind of like, Rival, lost some rounds to Apex. Like, business as usual for them, essentially, not really kicking into that second gear, but they did just enough to pick up those wins. I'm like, hi, I mean, that's the difference here. Is they picked up those wins against those other teams, and Ty just weren't able to consistently get enough points. And
I do agree with Jay Smooth. I think they are a team that can compete with the Apexes as long as they keep going down the route they've been going.
They've shown individual moments, certain rounds where their strats are just perfect, the timing's great, and the focus fire is good. And then they've shown rounds like we saw tonight on Himmelsdorf, Commander Jay whiffing those shots on that I-7, some misplays there. So it's kind of been all over the spectrum. If they can start to more consistently play at that top level and break out those strats and have that coordination, then absolutely they can compete with Apex and Eclipse.
Well, once again, please don't forget the regional finals. The tickets are free, 100% free. The only thing you have to do is just register yourself and be there, and that's going to be at WGL NA Finals, at eventbrite.com. First come, first serve. We're going to go to our very last break. Hold that thought, James, because when we return, it's going to be the last series of the night. It's going to be CD versus 07. Stay tuned.
Welcome back to the last night of the second round robin of the World of Tanks Gold League. After tonight, all we have is the online playoffs and then the regional finals in 3 weeks. The match right now is going to decide which team stays in 7th and which team goes on to the online playoffs on Thursday. It's going to be a good one.
And you did forget something very important, unfortunately, all of you High fans. Hearts go out to you. High has been relegated and is no longer a member of the Gold League.
Yep, they fall into 8th place. They go home, no questions asked. If the night ends as we're currently sitting, CD will be in 7th place. They will have to play the winner of an online qualifier tournament to keep their spot. However, if CD can win in regulation, they will be tied with 07 on points, and the head-to-head will go to CD. So CD still have a shot.
CD could potentially still be in there. And speaking of which, let's go and get right into their roster, starting it off with their caller, X-Soldier.
Yep, CD, a lot of changes this season. However, looking at it, bringing in X-Soldier and Merles, they've really kind of stabilized this lineup a bit. They've kind of been up and down. Obviously, they're sitting in 7th place. But X-Soldier's really been a night and day difference for him. He's brought a lot of that teamwork to him and made sure that they stopped dropping a lot of those easy rounds that they were throwing away before. That said, also Jojo Jackie stepping in there. Just a lot of very talented players that just have kind of struggled to really play on that next level in terms of teamwork.
Teamwork, yeah.
It has been the biggest struggle they've had.
Yeah, because Pompous and Smiley Rage were leading the league in damage at one point.
Yep, and Baby Halo previously on I Love Lamp had to kind of take more of a backseat role than he wanted to. He played a little bit, but just got too busy with school and other real life things, and so he wasn't able to start this season. And you got to wonder if that was maybe a part of it, because he's always been a very consistent Tier 8 player and adds in with the flex calling and whatnot. So overall, with X-Soldier stepping into this lineup, a lot's going to be on his shoulders. At this point, 1 point for 07, just taking this to overtime, regardless of the result,
guarantees them
6th, and moving on to the online playoffs. And as we look at this lineup, it's remained close to the same that they started with the only real change bringing Ledif coming in for 07, leaving Get Flanked after they got relegated. He's come in and he's helped them out. He was on their roster when they beat Eclipse, so definitely has helped kind of move them in the right direction. However, as Meadowhawk has said, that they're a team with too many Chiefs and not enough Indians sometimes. When you have so many players that know this game very well and have been on teams like Elevate that have won the Gold League before, there's just so much talent here and so many people wanting their input. So it's really good. It's really a challenge for Fosta to really kind of decipher all that information, which critiques are fair, which ones aren't, and how to make that improve their team overall.
Right.
And they're sitting in 6th place right now. However, look at the attacking and defense win rates after 82 battles. It's 41% on both. So
and the thing that you really have to realize is sometimes 07 shows us moments of brilliance where biggest example is where they literally, and I'm not just exaggerating, they picked apart Eclipse tank by tank.
Yep, absolutely. And just looking at it, Cliff, Himmelsdorf, Ruenberg, and Murrow for regulation. Steps is the tiebreaker tonight. However, Cliff is not a map that 07 have played particularly well on this season, and CD are holding about a 50% win rate. That said, then we go on to something like Ruenberg, which is a map where 07 at least play a little bit above average. So it's going to be interesting. Himmelsdorf, I think, could be extremely crucial, especially because that's another one of these maps where the teams are both pretty much even as far as how history shows. Last time, they did not play Himmelsdorf either, so unless they've scrimmed on it, they really haven't seen each other's strats firsthand. Now, always they can go in and they can look at the previous replays of our broadcast, which are all available on our YouTube channel at /WGL NA. And they can do their homework on the times that 07 or vice versa 07 on CD that they have played Himmelsdorf. But overall, these two teams, to my knowledge, don't have any first-hand experience against each other.
Well, we'll have to find out. We are going to go right into the final face-off of the night. It's going to be X-Soldier for CD and none other than Meadowhawk for 07. Gentlemen, greetings. We hope you're doing well. Meadowhawk, I'm going to ask you, out of everything that's happened so far, what has been the one moment for you this season that's just been like, and I think I have an idea.
Well, I think since you guys added in the in-game comms, that's really added a lot of interesting dynamics to the casts. I have to say my favorite moment is probably Exo's reaction when he got hit by Artie playing AM60s, because his reaction pretty much sums up any tankers in the game's reaction when they get hit by Artie, and it was just spot on.
All right, X-Soldier, what about you, sir? What's been the one thing for you this season that's been your favorite as far as moments?
Maybe whenever we beat AM60s. I mean, it was just showing me that the team is actually there. It could be there, and it just needs work.
Yep. So after tonight, you're guaranteed at least this point 7 seed playing in that online qualifier tournament. Does that take off any pressure, or do you still feel that you guys need this win tonight to try to make the playoffs? Is that, is the pressure the same as it was before the night started, is what I'm getting at?
Not really. I mean, I'm just here to have fun, play a video game. There's no pressure at all.
Oh, okay.
Interesting.
Well, Meadowhawk, my question for you is, when are we going to meet, my man?
I don't know. I'm hoping... obviously, I'll probably come down for live finals regardless if we make it or not. We had a real good chance. I was cheering for High to take down Rival so that we could play Deja Vu, because I think Deja Vu is a bit of a softer opponent in the playoffs if we make it. But that didn't happen. Rival show that they've really come a long way in this season. So soon, my friend, soon.
Very well. Well, any final words for your opponent in X-Soldier and CD?
Well, good luck and have fun, and may the best person not get relegated.
All right, X-Soldier, what do you got for Meadowhawk?
Good luck and have fun.
All right, well, we'll see you in game, gentlemen. So, kind of interesting attitude from X-Soldier there. He seemed a little more competitive before tonight. Now it's just him just having fun.
Well, I mean, I think part of it has to do with just the personality of CD. They're a very hot team, and so maybe trying to just kind of cool everyone off. Let's just relax.
Sure.
Let's keep it to the basics.
That makes sense.
And just, make sure that we play well and have fun. And, maybe there's something to it. When we're relaxed, we play, a bit better. We play more as a team. We're a little bit, more focused, essentially, as opposed to when we all get riled up. So maybe just trying to get the overall morale of the team moving in the right direction. And, when it comes down to it, they need 3 points in this match versus 07 to have a shot. And
which
otherwise, it's 07 going on.
2 predictions. What do you think?
This is a hard one. I'm
actually going to go first, because you always go first.
Go for it.
Obviously, because I asked the question. I'm going to say that 07 is going to play out of their minds this game. They're going to. I think they're going to do really well against CD. I'm going to give it to 07.
Yep, and the biggest thing you got to remember is coming into this match last week, both teams got 5-0'd by their opponents. So maybe putting a little bit more focus on tonight's match than the matches right then. Both of those matches were low percent chance wins, so maybe assuming that tonight was the night where they would have the best shot at surviving. So doing what they can to make sure they guarantee the win tonight. Who knows? That's my take on it. Overall, I'd have to say I do favor 07 slightly. Putting an exact number on it's hard.
That's not to say that CD can't win this, though.
Yeah, well,
definitely.
So
not.
Now here's the thing. Do I think that 07 will strip win? It's going to be close. Do I think that they get at least the 1 point out of the match? I would say odds are in their favor.
Yeah. Well, let's get right into it. The first map between CD and 07.
Cliff, the most dynamic map in the league. Battles on Cliff always turn into desperate double-edged fights. Teams start from the same spots as they do in standard battles. The first base is located near the defender's spawn point, and the second is at the bottom of the hill. Sometimes teams split their forces and send several tanks through the 1-2 line to the left of the small hill, but usually both teams play at the center. The attacking team can send one of the tanks up to the lighthouse or behind it. Fast and quick-firing vehicles are better suited for this map, mainly medium tanks, including tanks equipped with autoloaders.
So, looking at the lineup of 07, it's just going to be straight up 6 bat chats and a T-54 lightweight.
Meanwhile, CD, 2 TVPs, 3 bat chats, a Grill 15, and a T-54 lightweight of their own. And judging by the players' reactions, we actually have a disconnect, so we'll be backing out to the garage here. The second time this has happened tonight, unfortunately.
Yep.
But
hopefully this isn't the same reason, though.
Yep.
As the last
and
time.
hopefully you don't stay in the game for too long to where we have to tell you to back out.
No, of course not.
Never be a thing. Never a problem. That said, I
was just trying to play some tanks, man.
Yep. Now, one thing I do want to say about that whole can 07 just get the 1 point, I think so. The biggest thing they have to worry about is falling into that mindset of we just need 4. We just You kind of know how my mindset goes. It starts creeping in on teams. You kind of just get too relaxed. Oh, we got this, another one, and all of a sudden you're 1 point away from losing. Well, we need this round right now, guys. Come on. And sometimes it just doesn't happen.
Way too much pressure. Yeah.
Yeah. So they need to make sure they play with some composure. Some early momentum would definitely be in their favor. Get some good points up early, especially on Cliff, would be huge for them. The lineup they brought, a lot of burst. When we do have a disconnect like this, the other thing you have to remember is teams cannot switch their lineups. So 07 are stuck with their 6 bat chats and their T54 lightweight, and CD are stuck with the 2 TVPs, the 3 bats, the grill, and a T54 lightweight.
Yeah. Again, interesting to see the TVPs. Obviously, we see that all the time on the map, but generally when you bring a TVP on Cliff, you're most likely going for an early brawl, or at least trying to get some early burst out on the field. CD aren't really a team that have been doing that too often.
Yeah, and they have a lot of good initial damage tanks. That grill can hit for 750, so you strike something with that, and the TVPs are there just to tap it a couple times to clean it up. That's a great opening play. The problem is that longer game. Once those TVPs fire the first clip, that they're going to be on reload a lot sooner. They don't pump out as much damage.
Sure.
So it's good initial damage.
07 is coming with 6 bat shots.
So 07 can really keep that pressure up if they want and may come out the better of those trades. But then you look the third phase. Once those bat shots are all out, those TVPs are going to be back reloaded again. That grill's going to be consistent fire. So it just depends on, can they eat that first initial burst? Can they pump out a lot of damage and come the better? Or are they going to, kind of whiff, not do enough damage? And is it going to be CD that's going to be able to get into those second clips and keep those shots going?
I'm just interested to see which team is going to take initiative here and be the aggressors first. In my opinion, that's going to be essentially the deciding factor.
Yeah, and like I said, the lineups cannot change for either team. Both teams opting for those T54 lightweights, kind of an interesting choice. I've always personally preferred an RU-251 on this map. I think the gun depression helps a good bit, especially working the middle ridge. I do miss the days of 754 where we used to see a lot of T49s come and brawl out of that middle ridge.
Love that tank to death. Such a nice cannon on that thing.
Yep. There used to be days where we just see T49s just square off against each other at the top there.
Really inconsistent gun.
Extremely, but when it connects, it's
I
ridiculous.
love how much damage that tier 8 does.
Yep, and right off the bat, no pun intended, 07 pushing their bat chats up along the climb on the backside.
I see what you did there, right off the bat, because it's bat Chatillion. No, that's clever. That's really fun.
So 07 will take control of the hill, and the rest of their bat chats are hanging out in the south. And right now, just 07 just climbing up the backside of the hill here. Merles is on his side. Not quite all the way on top yet. However, very passive defense out of CD. They have Yato in that bat chat over. Well, he was up on the boost on B1, but he's actually going to leave it now. It looks like he's going to head back to A2. Back into the bushes there. They have Fixer reloaded up on the boost in that grill 15. Kind of interesting. Normally we see Pompous playing that grill, and the fact that they've moved X-Soldier into that and moved Pompous into a TVP is also a little interesting.
Yeah. But again, this is what I was talking about, bringing the 2 TVPs for potentially the early burst. CD isn't really a team that does that. They don't really go for early fights.
When you run a stagnant defense like this, that burst can come in handy as far as just knocking down any sort of aggression. When a team pushes out, the fact that you can just pump out, both those TVP clips, when you can get into those first kills early, it can really tip the battle in their favor. So often I've talked about the attacking team needing to kind of chip away at the HP of a defender to even have a shot, or they need to at least be even and get into that brawl at point blank where they can immediately start exchanging shots and not just be losing damage. With the TVP, what that allows the defense is that allows them to have that more initial damage they can pump out. So when the team does make that push, they can quickly get a lot of that HP down and leave themselves in a good position in the long run.
Fosta is going to get lucky and bounce. I think it was about 2 shots before he finally got penetrated there.
The heat shells out of that TVP hitting the tracks there, not able to do any damage. That said, they will start moving towards the 3 line where they'll have shots up the backside of that mountain. And just look at the positioning out of CD right now on the tanks on the hill is if 07 try to dump over on those bat shots, they're going to fall into these guns at E4. They're going to have good side shots there, and it's going to make it very hard for 07 to get any sort of aggression going right now. Now they have left Exo Rox and Letif in the very south. They're moving Static and Warbander out towards the 8-9 line. And they have these 2 bat shots on top of the hill. Now, if they work this very carefully, what I can see happening here is these 2 bat shots pushing to that bottom corner on cap. And what that's going to do is it's going to make these bat shots for CD have to come over to the backside of that hill towards D5-6. Once they're over there, these bats of Exo and Makos can push in and get behind them without the tanks over on the 3 line having the shots in their back. So it's one thing will trigger one rotation out of CD, and then 07 will have a response for it. If these bat shots push in too early, and these guns over on the 3-4 line are still in position, these 2 bat shots will go down for free. Then the 2 that have pushed on cap can just be picked apart from the guys up high. And it's just a very delicate situation for 07. However, they are going to start moving forward and trying to get into that position.
Yeah, well, with only about 5 minutes and 50 seconds left, we are going to go to the comms of CD in just a moment.
Get low.
Everybody
Miro,
aiming
get
at
low.
this.
Miro, get low.
Everybody aiming at this.
Their bets are trying to get ours. The ones in the bottom.
There's one bat not lit. There's one bat. There it is. There it is. They're all there. They're all there. Retake hill, Pompous. Retake hill. Yato, get up the rocks and just aim over here. Well, Jojo and Maril, just stay alive. Just stay alive. Just stay in the bowl. Pompous and I are coming up. Fuck the lightweight. Gabe, that's you. Gabe, that's you.
Their bets are aiming at us.
He's at 1 shot, 24.
And then I got killed there at 54.
They're probably going to pick the grill or rotate into these guys.
Exo and Makos are looking at you, Fixer. They're waiting for you.
There you go. That's you. That's you. Fucking what you call it?
Do you want our bats on the hill to focus them down?
No. Exo.
Oh, I found him. Get him, Miro?
No, I can't. Get Makos.
I'm reloading.
Invisible.
Oh, no.
Reloading. Yo, guys, kill Warbander. Kill fucking Warbander.
No gun to pressure.
I'm loading.
Fucking
Fixer, can you hit Warbander?
One second.
Fixer,
I'll get him.
hit Makos, I mean. Fixer, hit Makos.
Got Warbander.
Hey, he's fucking down. He's down.
I got a second on Makos.
Yo, watch out. Let him have shots.
Get Exo. Nice. Makos has 10 seconds.
Just chill.
I'm out of ammo. I'm out of ammo.
Remember that.
I got 8.
I got lead. I'm reloading. I have 5 shots AP. Back up. I need to get out of here. I will try shooting Makos next. Just relax.
Makos fired 1.
I should be able to kill him. 1 second.
So although there was a lot of passion on the side of CD, they did a great job.
So all I want to say right now, in terms of that battle, is towards X-Soldier. Just a game and ready to have fun, man.
Yeah, what happened to all that? These dudes are clearly in there.
They're in the zone.
They're in there like swimwear, ready to go. I think my favorite part of all those comms, though, is when X-Soldier just literally forgot the name of one of his teammates. He's like, what's it called?
There's 6 others around. You're going to pick one of them. You know, I know that it's kind of similar to parents mixing up their kids, calling them a dog's name or something other. You've never seen that happen?
I don't know how your parents raised you, okay? But I'm just saying, most parents aren't parents to 7 children or 6.
You've never seen that happen? Home Improvement? Never seen it?
Yeah. Anyways, moving forward, CD doing a really good job of just shutting down the offense coming out of 07. And honestly, X-Soldier, I got to give it up to him. He called exactly the play that we were going to do, which was going after the grill.
Yeah, and the biggest problem there was the miscoordination between 07. One of the batches up on the hill started firing towards that grill. And then when they wanted to dump over on those bat chats, they were already down shots. Then they were relying on teammates to pump out more shots so they could finish that up. And those trays just needed to be cleaner. Just overall, I mean, I like the idea. I would have gone about it in a slightly different way. I think slowing down, getting some cap pressure going, and then starting to work out towards that back end. Could have worked out a little bit differently, but just didn't quite get in there. And just look at it, Fosta and Warbander both got focused out, weren't really able to get into the fight. Letif also only got 2 shots off before he got focused down. So just not a lot out of 07 to where they could really get a foothold in that match. I like the idea, but just the overall execution and the coordination between each of the players just not there.
Yeah. Well, overall, CD playing very well so far, and 07 with a little bit of a misstep. I hope this doesn't affect him for the rest of the night. The team is really solid, so there's really nothing else to say. 07 needs to make sure that they're playing together, and they're playing well. That's the thing. We've noticed that sometimes their communication isn't always on point. I'm interested to see what their comms were like, but I hope that's not going to be a trend for the rest of the series.
Yep, and looking at the lineups here, actually not too many lineup changes out of either team. One noticeable out of each team. It looks like 07 have dropped one of their batch hats for TVP,
yep.
And then CD bringing the exact same lineup, except they dropped one of their TVPs for batch hat. So very similar lineups. That said, it is going to be CD now attacking. 07 are on the defense, and so we'll have to see how they open up. That said, it looks like the T-54 Lightweight and Warbender are going to over towards the one line. Rox is going to be pushing up towards that Mountain Goat ramp. It looks like they're actually going to do the boost with Ledif and Exo on the back side of that hill. CD starting to take control of the hill. However, they will get lit, and some shots going off towards X-Soldier.
Oh my goodness, X-Soldier and Pompous. Horrible start for these two.
Pompous goes down. However, this is where we'll see the second push out of CD.
This could be everything right here.
These batch hats coming in. However, a majority of the guns are still together for 07, so they can hold this off. Exo does go down, evens it up. HP still in favor of 07.
All right, still coming in with trades of damage. Jojo Jackie trying to get shots off onto Fosta. He's going to find, not onto Fosta, onto Static. And Fosta, with the help of Warbender, actually going to take out Gabe.
And Ledif is with a new clip ready to get shooting, and it's going to be Fixer trying to get some shots off on him.
Well, now let's see how CD does when they're somewhat behind. Let's go to comms of CD again.
I'm trying to push him so he doesn't have to shots. Right now.
Whooping.
Nice, Merle, nice.
Bats bail. Run, Bats.
Merle. Now Yada's dead.
I don't think I can run.
Should've gotten top. They got to the nip without getting lit.
Yeah, they did. They
That's
did
because they went up before.
Yep.
All of them did, and we didn't get that light.
What's their HP like?
They're like pretty healthy.
They have a couple who one shots. Hey, Muriel, go 2-cap. Go 2-cap right now.
The healthiest is the TVP.
Jojo? Okay, Jojo. Just, yeah.
No, Jojo's fine where he is. He's fine where he is. Although, if like the...
Fuck. Oh, he's low.
Oh, they have
like,
2
really
healthy.
low.
He should hop.
Jojo, don't die to that guy.
Should I get close to the rock or in the...
Actually, no. Avoid cap. Don't get on cap and come up here.
Fuck, this is really bad.
It's okay. We still got 7 minutes to play this out. They got the shit. They got the shit areas. We can we got the high grounds. We can basically set up crossfires.
I'd get spotted if I tried to climb, right?
Probably.
Yeah. The 54 Lightweight's still alive, so yeah.
Not if you're behind the bush.
Well, could I get up there, or
You can try.
should I risk attempting to go up there?
They might just
sit there.
No,
I was gonna say if I get spotted.
So what's gonna happen is if we put someone on cap, they're gonna wrap around on him.
But we don't.
So,
We can't cap with X-Soldier.
Yeah.
We need someone on the hill. I can't cap because I need to be over here.
if only I didn't go after 54 lightweight.
It's okay. Just relax. Relax.
They're just gonna camp and they're gonna wait for us to pet a cap.
No, that is probably gonna have to be your crossfire. If I put on cap pressure,
You should probably trade with Moril.
Yeah.
It's like 7 guys trying to finish a puzzle, like just trying to figure out which pieces go where, what can we do, but you don't have all the pieces. You're sitting there, well, what do we do? But you only have 3 pieces left on the 7-piece puzzle. What do you do? They're just trying to figure out the answer, get their guns together. They're relying on just sitting here and holding the crossfire, hoping that 07 makes some sort of bad misplay. However, 07 are up by about 2,000 HP over them, and they have Warbandit and Rocks both on full HP still at this point.
It's not looking terribly good for CD. It's not impossible. And I like that they're still trying. They haven't given up. They haven't thrown away their tanks. They're still trying to make this possible and make this happen. But it's going to be tough. Luckily, they actually still have some time. I mean, almost 5 minutes this late into the game with one tank that's 1 shot, and then you could argue Ledif is 2 shots. So it's doable.
They start the cap pressure there with Merles. He's going to get on cap. And now it's up to 07 to figure out how they want to respond to this. Personally, I feel that the best option is normally to group up a lot of your tanks, especially the high HP ones.
Yeah, Warband and Rocks are probably going to come in first.
And make, in my opinion, make the push around the F line and keep yourself on one side of them where you can really kind of work those angles. So maybe try to crash in underneath the 7 line with the majority of the full HP tanks, and then leave a couple of the low HP ones out wide to try to, find the weird angles. However, Warbander's going to push around. JoJo may get caught out. First shot hits the dirt. The other one comes in. However, Rox is pushing on his side up the goat ramp, leaving JoJo Jackie with nowhere to go.
That was such a beautiful play from 07.
The bounce going out on static from X-Soldier as Ledif picks him up. Just great decision making there out of 07. Very well executed. They got Rox up at that D4 goat ramp. And then when they pushed around, they just left JoJo Jackie with absolutely nowhere to go. Just left out in the cold. And now it's just going to be up to Merles, who will get picked up here pretty soon.
And you're dead. So 07 bringing it back beautifully and honestly convincingly. That was a convincing win for me.
Yep.
Especially the way they closed that match out.
A very good opening play. And once again, I talked about this on Attack. It's not saying stagnant. They kind of had the one opening play, and they realized, all right, well, we have this overmatch. So they dumped into it. They pushed in, and then their control from there was pretty good. They, it was a nice little trap they sprung. They got some good early damage. They got Pompous down for free, and just overall, it was very well executed.
Yeah.
They were a little bit fortunate that CD weren't a bit more careful with some of their shot placement. They should have punished 07 a little bit harder. However, I still think even with that, I think 07 still would have edged this battle out.
And Rox bringing it home with 3,300 damage. And then Warbender, Static, and Ledif pretty consistent across the board with each other. 22, 21, and 1,700 damage respectively. Now, Mariel did do 3K, and the thing that blows my mind is 3K, and then the next highest damage for CD is 1,600 out of X-Soldier.
Yeah, absolutely. And looking at it, the thing that's kind of interesting here is Himmelsdorf is not a map that 07 are particularly strong on. Now, they're not terrible on it, but CD have a nice 50% win rate on this map. Going even, majority of their wins are actually pretty well split between attack and defense. So they play both sides at least decently, so they should have some good game plans. However, we'll have to see what 07 have planned for them tonight. 07 need 3 more wins to guarantee their spot in the online playoffs to come back
3
Thursday.
More points.
And
because
CD,
it's impossible to get 3 more wins. This is the last match day for the round robin.
3 more round wins.
Correct.
However, CD need 4 round wins without 07 hitting 4 points.
Right. They cannot hit overtime.
Yep. They need the regulation win to have a shot, and the head-to-head will go in favor of CD at that point because they play them right now and they would have won.
You got to imagine that 07 has ground out this map a little bit, especially because they aren't the strongest on it. I mean, that's what I would guess going into this battle on Himmels is that 07 has worked on a lot of the maps that they probably were not so solid on, especially going into the round robin. The online playoffs.
Yep. So they need to pull something out of the bag right now, and they need to get some momentum going right now.
Yeah. Well, let's get right into it. The next map between CD and 07.
Himmelsdorf, a small city map. The teams start the battle in opposite corners. Both bases are located close to each other, but in a way that you can't stay on the defensive all the time. The main attack routes pass through the hill, the alley and the railroad, but in general, the attack can be successfully executed through any part of the map. Heavy tanks and tank destroyers with powerful guns run the show here. However, a lot depends on the mobile light tanks.
And look at this lineup out of 07. 350Bs, an IS-4, an IS-7, 4005 Stage 2, and a 1390. Meanwhile, CD coming in with two 250Bs, an IS-7, a 50B.
Both rocking a 4005.
Yep, and then a Batchat and a 1390.
This is the tank I've most seen actually Dodoma use this season. I love it. It's it almost looks like the same style of tank as a KV2, and it hits like
a freight train.
Well, yeah, because I mean, saying a truck, it wouldn't even make sense because that's lighter than a tank. But you get, it's like a freight train.
A lot of momentum, and those Hess shells can do a lot of damage without even penetrating.
Right.
So you just splash them. Well, not even splash them. Maybe hit them without penetrating. You still do 800-900 damage without batting an eye. And just look at this ambush that 7 are running.
God forbid if you actually pen with that thing.
Oh, yeah. And if someone comes around that corner and they're not ready for it and take a peek, that's going to be an instant pen. Fosta does peek up through the little gap. Does light X Soldier. CD playing it nice and slow, just leaving JoJo up on the hill in that 4005, looking up, seeing if there's some sort of crazy zero-line rotation coming out. However, 1390 is finally, of Gabe, is starting to push up towards that zero line. And I expect to see him work that zero line and look for anything over towards that 2 cap. However, they've left a lot of guns in the south here, so they could pretty easily flex out towards that 1 cap.
I don't know if CD is going to bite and actually go in there across that 8 line, but God help anyone that does. Gabe, are you going to be the victim we need, but not the one we deserve?
Blind shot going out there towards the 1 line from that 4005, not connecting though.
You know what slightly irritates me? Is playing in pubs, you cannot suicide off that cliff. I've tried. When you're like the last tank alive, it's like 4-on-1. I was like, well, I'm not going to win this. I had like maybe 1 shot of health, and I was like, I'm going to suicide. Nope, I just ran right into the wall.
Please don't be like Dustin, guys. Don't be that guy.
The game was over. It's not like I could have won it. It was like 4 full HP tanks. I'm just saying.
That guy.
I wanted to make it funny for everyone who was still watching, and instead I just ran into the wall. Like, I want to suicide off of it.
There is a cliff that you could jump off at.
Is it up there?
H9. Yeah, there's a gap there.
I tried. I really did try.
Randall will be nice and kind and show us the exact gap where if you decide that you want to end your life on Himmelsdorf,
there it is,
right there. However, please don't be this guy.
Well, obviously,
I
don't encourage that unless literally you cannot. Like if it's a 1v9, at least go out in style, which was what I was trying to do. I mean, my team had already lost.
But the stats, man, you got to get up what damage you can. Get the damage, get the kills. Even if you're going to lose, you might as well do what you can to pad your stats.
Don't look at me like that.
Look at you however I want.
Well then, what are you doing after work, James?
That said, CD starting to shift over towards the 3 line right now. 50Bs is kind of flexing around. We'll have to see if they make some sort of play towards this 1 cap. Commodore in that I-7 starting to go towards B2.
Commodore. Got him.
So he'll be nice and hold down there, just like we saw
This is
T10 earlier of Rude Awakening.
So the reason we're kind of going off topic and making these, this is exactly what you're talking about. When defenses and offenses tend to be really stale, I mean, no one is even making a move to try to get any information. Fixer is just comfortably sitting at the middle of the square.
Well, and the other thing you have to think about is, both teams have these 4005s. You do not want to be the guy that finds one of those things.
Yeah, that's also true.
That's your HP. So they're taking extra time to make sure.
Look at the time. Already almost 5 minutes has passed. And CD are on offense.
Oh, and X-Soldier is just going to hold that angle, and if any of these tanks back up an inch, he will light them. So just hope he doesn't spot anything. However, I don't think this trap is really going to come into play since CD are really shifting towards that 3 line. And what they're doing right now is they're taking control of this courtyard. I'm not a big fan of Fixer's position just because he can get caught out. But if you can really take control of this 3 line, and especially that D3 corner, you can really isolate that 2 cap. And that's probably your best shot to work right in here where Yato is and up that next corner on the right to where you can really isolate that 1 cap and have a chance at capping it out. But that said, you have to do that, and then the problem that you have to look at is what is their team going to do? With this position out of 07, more often than not, they'll push down and come across that courtyard, which leaves you in a very awkward position.
Well, with less than 5 minutes now remaining on the clock, let's go ahead and go to a listen-in with CD once again.
Gabe, rotate off. No, wait, no. Gabe, go down. See what you go your standard route.
I got 10, Gabe.
All right, that's plenty. Just aim.
Okay, he's sitting on my hands like this, man.
Gabe, if you spot anything, just go straight there. Very well, except for the eyes.
Okay.
I'm lit.
Are you?
I'm lit. Like literally the second that I put my tracks out.
Gabe, go this way.
I got spotted.
Yeah, you're fucking tall.
He can light you if you're too tall. 3 minutes.
Yes, I'm aware. Get on cap, dude.
There they are.
Get this window right now. Get this window right now.
Jojo, I don't think you should.
This guy stay there. This guy get on cap.
Want me to move up to this building over here?
No. Yeah. Move up. I'm gonna go kill that I-7. There's 2 on 5.
I-7 fired. I should go back to the hill, huh?
Yeah. Or no. Just aim in over here.
I hit the 1390 for you. The 50Bs are going to be flanking soon. I-7 fired.
FP fired.
Good kill.
I don't have shots on the I-7. He's in cover.
Jojo should probably move in.
Yeah, Jojo, you need to start coming around.
I'm reloading. They're gonna start pushing it behind. Muriel, you need to get the fuck out.
Yeah, there's 2 50Bs there. I'm gonna start pushing up.
Pushing, everybody pushing on this side.
Exo's flanking.
So as soon as X-Soldier, because we can, as spectators, we can see everything. Exo going to get taken down. Wait a second. I'll tell that story in a moment. We're really going to trade out static, and now damage coming on to Yato.
But if this 4005 and the Doom Cannon is just going to end him.
Commodore is going to take some damage, but Ledif is going to get a kill onto Yato. It is 4 onto 5 with the HP pool advantage in favor of 07. And here comes Makos trying to finish out Muriel.
Jojo Jackie's lurking, and he takes out Makos. But now they know he fired, so they could push in. They can get him for free. Yep. And now they need to hurry up and clean this out.
Cleaned up.
They do find X-Soldier.
And he's going to go down, and this one looks like it's going to go in favor of 07. So what I was saying earlier, James, is when we heard, so we can obviously see everything that's happening, and one of the pings that was sent by X-Soldier to Gabe was go check out this area right now, go, and that was at C8. Now, as soon as he started moving, that song that plays on a lot of memes was, the who can say, when you see someone that's about to just get deleted, and the second Gabe went around that corner, it was so bad, because we knew exactly what was happening. I imagine Tanks is in a game with a lot of jump scares, but that could have been one of them right there for Gabe.
Oh, yeah, you go around that corner and 3 50Bs and a 4005 just staring at you.
Oh, Jesus.
You walked into the wrong alley, kid.
Yeah.
Just good night.
Give me your bubble gum. So, down goes Scabe. That was just so unfortunate to watch. Poor kid. That bubblegum had no chance. Anyways, moving forward into the damages, it will be, it's actually Warbender in a 50B doing 4,300 damage. And let's look at the, let's see here. Ledif doing 1,800 in his 4,005. And then on the flip side, looking at Jojo Jackie doing 2,100. But Maril and Pompous still putting out damage for their teams. Pompous, again, one of the leading damage dealers in the league. Maril has come up and pretty consistent overall, though, I'll say, for the team of CD.
Yep, well, and what you have to look at is pretty close to what I was talking about before we went into their comms was, all right, they have control of the courtyard, and then they're going to try to screen horizontally across that D line and take control from that end. But the problem is to do that well, you have to control the whole courtyard, and the 50Bs and the 4005 just worked over to the 8 line, and then they were able to just push straight across the courtyard. They got, they just kind of boxed them into that corner.
Yeah, they did.
They had Commodore and Fosta over towards the 1 line along with Static, so they were it was a hammer and anvil, essentially. They had those 3 sitting there with a good crossfire.
It was a good play.
X-Soldier really struggled to try to find a way to get Commodore out. Fosta put some damage into him, and there just wasn't enough guns there to really push on that. And then Static pushed anyone or was sitting there ready to punish anyone that came to help X-Soldier.
Right.
And while that was all going on, the 50Bs pushed across that bottom line. They got him behind, and they really opened up that crossfire.
The 50Bs that were set up at the gank, essentially, did a really good job.
They just pushed across the 8 line. They got in there, and they just kind of slowly took control of the map again.
The thing that worked for me is, although they had taken some damage, but they were trading really effectively, and that's what really sold it for 07 was every trade that they got, they made sure it counted.
Yep, exactly. And, looking at the lineups for this next game, no more Doom counting out of 07. I'll say that much now.
Okay. It is going to be, looks like, all right, so 07 is going to bring 250Bs, 2 113s in the I-7. It's actually 350Bs. And then they are going to bring a 1390 as well.
Yep, and remember at this point, 07 are 2 round wins away from guaranteeing their spot to the online regional playoffs.
Playoffs, yes. Look at CD, though, still bringing...
215B,
4005.
Yeah, 215B and IS-7, 250Bs, a 4005, a Batchat, and a 1390. Meanwhile, 07 coming in with 2 113s, an IS-7, 350Bs, and a 1390
So I've
of
noticed that Smiley Rage actually hasn't played at all tonight.
Yeah, he actually hasn't been here. Now, I wonder if that's either by choice, subbing him out, trying to go with a different lineup, or he had some personal issues that wouldn't allow him to be on.
Or something, right.
Yep. So, who knows? But if we find out, we'll let you guys know. And for those wondering, we still do not have any update on what was going on with Felix during the M60s match. So once again, best wishes out to him. Hope everything's okay there. That said, Ledif chilling out here behind the church, covering Makos. Makos also sitting in one of these windows, looking for some sort of early scout.
Makos at a neat little spot. I don't think I've seen that before.
Just in one of the little cubby holes overlooking the courtyard. You've seen it before against Deja Vu. Chase tried to push across that courtyard in that T10.
Oh, that's right.
That same window.
Yeah.
So now what he's looking for...
The angle was awkward.
Yeah, well, what he's looking for is he's looking for that 1390 to tuck into that corner at F8 on the bottom corner of that courtyard. What a lot of teams do is they push a 1390 into there very aggressively, and he can proxylate that whole corner. And so he's just there to make sure that gets denied. That autoloader just bursts out a 1390 if he pushes around there. And just, make it so they get punished. Meanwhile, Static, working this hold down on the 8 line, has good vision all the way up. He'll know if they're rotating in and out. Another thing that'll be interesting is those that have been paying attention to the test server and the next patch coming up is there's going to be some vision changes that are going to change how the fundamentals of the spotting mechanics will work. And
that's going to be huge.
More or less, with that change, what's going to happen is tanks are just going to be spotted sooner. Say the cross over at the 0 line. When they make that push, normally it takes a second or two when they're halfway across before those tanks get spotted, especially at range. What'll happen now is as soon as parts of that tank start sticking around, you will see it. And so that could have a pretty big effect, especially going into our finals on some of these strats, especially the hard 0 line strats.
Especially if one of them is going to get erased before it even gets across any of those lines of scrimmage, essentially, on the minimap.
It gives them that extra half second to
pump in some damage.
Yeah, get some shots off. And, sometimes it's that half second to let that reticle aim in just a little bit further and, make sure that your shot goes in a good place. So that could change how a lot of these strats go.
Looks like Pompous is doing some construction to the map. So takes out the
taking down that fence. He's going to make it hard for them to sneak up on him. Because what I'm going to assume is going to happen here is CD are actually going to bail out here. They're going to head back north here pretty soon. And what they're essentially just setting it up for is if 07 rotate in behind them to try to take this one cap, they won't have any of those buildings to work with, or the fences in that case, to provide them any sort of cover.
Gotcha.
Which really is just vision cover, because any sort of AP or APCR shells will go straight through it and do damage to any tank if you line it up correctly. 50B is looking for some shots on that IS-7 at the hold down at G3. We actually haven't seen this used a whole lot earlier, or this season. Before, we used to see it a lot out of the IS-3s and T-10s back in 754. And then more recently, we first saw a lot of IS-7s sitting there. However, what happened was a lot of teams started bringing those the Doom Cannons, the Death Stars, the 4005s, the 183s. And the thing you can remember is you don't need to pen with those to do damage. So you fire 2 or 3 shots from HESH shells into the turret of an I-7, and you can just chip away at it. That said, 07 don't have a 4005 this round or a 183, so they can play that spot pretty much with impunity. Unless they make a push into it, he could sit there for days and not really be in any sort of trouble. That said, they will choose to group up and push off, and they're going to try to box 07 in very quickly over towards his 8-9 line. Now, what I don't like about this is how 07 are set up. They have so many tanks dedicated towards the hill. They could have a pretty easy overmatch on those tanks in the south, and they could find them before the 4005 and the 215B push across. However, they're just not in a position. Now, the other note there is if you look at CD, they didn't check that bottom corner at all. They kind of poked around a little bit. But very easily, they could have just driven into a trap, and those tanks up on the hill could come up behind them and leave them in that courtyard with nowhere to run. However, the gamble pays off, not checking it, and they're in a pretty good position right now. That said, 07 are up on HP by about 2,000.
Well, with about 5 minutes gone on that clock, let's go and check in with the team of 07.
Okay. 4,000.
Because we can collapse on these two tanks and get a reload.
Collapsing is happening right now.
I'm moving. I'm down to just shoot shit on the cap. I'm just gonna go in.
I'm coming with you.
Stacks reset.
There's a 4005.
Fuck. He's equipping.
I got killed.
The 4005.
4005 is looking. He's looking.
Are we on 4005?
Yeah,
I'm on 4005.
yeah,
He fired.
Pushing
I got kill shot. I'm reloading. Watch 50B.
Hey, this is 10.
You have 50B and B4. Back, so 50B and B4.
I tracked them.
I can't hold this.
They're Pompous.
13. I'm coming down the 8. I'm coming down the 8.
Back us quick to bat.
Static should be able to handle Fixer, I think, over time.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm coming to help you, Makos. Makos, I'm with you in 4 seconds. I'm loaded.
10.
Exo, yeah, just hold the corner against Pompous, I think. He's probably going to have shells, Exo.
Can we kill this shit? Can we just kill this?
Yeah.
We have.
I'm on my way to help Cam if they push Cam.
Exo, just hold that.
I'm holding corner, yeah, I'm holding corner. Aiming
nice,
here.
kill. I'm not peeking. Nice.
I'm pushing up where Cam is.
Muriel shot 2.
I can kill Yato and
Nice.
Good game, guys.
Muriel and Pompous left. That's it. Just collapse
Muriel
on
shot 2
Muriel.
so far.
I'm gonna support Static.
Okay, I've got Pompous.
Let him go in first. Yeah, I'm going.
He's down 2 shells right now.
You should have this. All right.
Yeah, what is this?
We're on Runeberg defense.
Filthy.
Well then, Team 07 gonna take both sides of a map you would arguably favor is in CD side. Or in CD's
they're not,
side.
like I said,
in
they're
CD's favor.
They're not particularly strong on this map, but a lot of ingenious plays here out of 07. I like both of them. And the push there onto that 4005 was pretty much textbook. They offered up the 4000 or the 1390 as just a sacrificial lamp.
Some cake.
Well, I mean, think about it though. They're in a situation. All right, your giant gun that does 1800 damage shoots a poor little 1390.
What they didn't know was there was a machine gun behind that cake.
Well, and even then, let's say they ignore the 1390. 1390 has 1200 damage. He's going to sit there and free if he's holding the shot. So it was a great situation where it's. Yeah, take the 1390. We'll give it to you.
More of a hand grenade behind the cake,
Yeah.
or inside the cake.
Yep, it's just
go
for it.
Don't do that, by the way. Don't deliver a cake with a hand grenade in it.
That said, not only are they going to get all the kills, they're going to cap out as well, and that's going to be 3-1 in favor of 07.
That's 2 traps by 07 now. Tricky guys, tricksters. You could argue.
Well, it's how you deal with those high alpha tanks. You know, someone has to eat a majority of the shots. And in that case, so say the 4005 holds his shot. The 215B is going to have to fire 2, if not 3 shots, depending on the rules. If he's full HP, which Foster wasn't, it would have been 3 shots for sure, and that would have been still with pens, with HESH shells, and it goes on.
The whole shebang.
But anyways, my point is it's still at least 2 shots out of 250B, who's the only other gun there with him. So that's at least a 7-second window that he has to pump out all his shots. And so he could sit there and basically kill the 4005 or put him down to extremely low HP.
It was just a good situation for 07,
so,
and they made sure that they were in that situation.
It was just
they forced it.
Yeah, very well executed. They just offered up the 1390 as soon as the 4005 fired. They knew he had a 25-second reload, so they just pushed in, and great stuff.
Here's a cake with a hand grenade in it. And 07 going to do the most damage, 3,100. Ledif right behind him. 50B. Now EXO and a 50B also doing 2,500. Fixer and Yato were the only ones to get really any damage off for the team of Team CD. But it was only 2,000 and 1,900 for each, so that's where it fell off. And again, 07 just doing a really good job of laying the trap down with the 1390 and making sure that they were able to punish. So that's really what 07's done well in the past 4 battles.
Yep. And
or 3 battles. We are now on battle 4.
Mm-hmm. Well, we're going on to battle number 5.
Oh, no. We are on battle 5. I was right. I was right the first time. Why? Stop doubting yourself. Talking to me, not you.
Okay, buddy. Okay. Need a moment? Need a moment? You good? Okay. That said, we are on to Ruinberg. It's going to be 07 on offense first. The thing is 07 actually have a fairly decent attacking record for Ruinberg.
They do.
3-5, which
not bad.
That's not terrible for Ruinberg.
For Ruinberg, it's not bad at all.
So, and their defense is much stronger than that, coming in at 7-2 on defense on Ruinberg. So 07, their defense. So that's at least one more round when you have to imagine they'll get on defense if they hold, and that's going to put them on 4, which is all they need at this point.
Right.
They could lose the match as soon as they get to 4 points. We don't care what happens. At that point, we're guaranteed online playoffs. CD's stuck in 7th place, glued. At this point,
to just play for their spot.
CD need 4 wins straight. Yeah. They cannot let 07 have another round win, or they are stuck in 7th place. They have to play the winner of that online qualifier tournament in a couple months.
All right, well, let's get right to it. The next map between these 2 teams.
Ruinberg, a mixed-type map. The defending team starts the battle on the green, and the attacking team starts at the centre square of the town. Bases are located quite far from each other. Both bases are better controlled from the village when playing a heavy setup. It's better to attack the first base through the top direction with the help of several well-armoured heavy tanks. For the attack on the second base, it's better to use a more mobile setup and either play through the centre or split forces. In general, the map is not easy to play on. Teams often use blind shots and risky shifting of the forces from one flank to another.
Lineups. It's going to be 2 113s, a 50B, 2 Batshats, a T10, and again we're seeing this, a T10 and a Batshat Tier 9. Meanwhile, CD going to bring 2 113s, 2 50Bs, and then a 215B, a Batshat, and a T54 Lightweight.
Yep, and 07 are on offense. EXO is starting to go towards that middle road. However, he's just going to duck in there in that 50B. Actually, he's just going to come in behind the rest of his team here.
So one thing I'm interested to see is, and I think that's what they're doing with Makos right now, 07, is if you want to take that south play and you want to go down that 0 line, you need to make sure that you take control of the village as well. And so far, Makos has been the one tank for 07 to do so, if he stays. I don't know if that's their plan, but it looks like it.
Yep, well, that's
Sorry, I'm running into your lane right now, but I'm excited.
Yeah. So, looking at it, Makos will win a 1v1 versus Gabe in that T54 lightweight, no questions asked. Now, while he's over there,
I wonder if Gabe is demoralized and absolutely terrified to just go around corners now.
He'll have nightmares about that one for sure. And now my question is looking at it, Makos is off by himself. Now, I do like that they have vision control, and he'll have pretty good eyes. They can't really get into this town without crossing him. However, say a 1390 or the T54 lightweight in this case and X-Soldier both pushing it at the same time, it's going to be a 2v1, provided it's a tier 8.
Right.
Makos won't have enough clip potential to deal with both of them. He could barely 1v1 the Batshat or clip out the lightweight and have, 1, maybe 2 shells left over depending on the
Or
rolls.
even that much HP left, to be honest.
Well, exactly. So, a little bit risky. However, looking at the lane, he'll seek straight up across B6, so if they want to push in there, he'll have plenty of warning, and he should be able to run. If you noticed earlier when we were looking at him, he was already flipped around, ready to just drive in the opposite direction. So not really a big deal.
Now they are moving another tank towards that village. It is going to be Exo now. So having 2 tanks in the village for control is great, but 07 again, they have to deal with Gabe spotting most of those tanks and then giving shots from most of the other tanks on defense in the Delta Village shots over onto the team of 07.
Mako's just doing spot checks, just slowly backing up a little bit more each time, seeing if he gets spotted, and then pulling forward, waiting for that 3-second delay to go off. Sixth Sense does take 3 seconds to activate, so don't ever just poke up and just assume you're safe. You might want to back off for a second and make sure your Sixth Sense doesn't go off. If you don't have Sixth Sense on every single commander in your tanks, I would definitely recommend that that would be the first crew skill you get to a commander. If you feel like spending the gold, then train something else. Train repairs or camo or something that you'll get the benefit as you grind it up. But once your commander gets that first skill, give them Sixth Sense. There's very few arguments to not do it because of how useful it is. Knowing when you're lit is universally helpful.
Kind of a big deal.
Because it's not always inherently obvious, especially if it tank's in a bush or
right. You have
something other.
Especially in pubs. Sometimes you have no idea where you get lit from.
Yeah, and now, to be fair, there are a few arguments to be made for some of the more obvious tanks. For example, a mouse. You can just assume that you're always lit in a mouse.
Well, that's what happens when you roll around in a bus.
Yep. Now, personally, I'm still of the stance that you should still have Sixth Sense. However, I don't really have too much of a problem with the argument that some people say, it's a mouse, just assume you're always lit, you'll be fine. Yeah, you can get away with it if you really want to, but I'm of the fan, Sixth Sense is a must. So just something to think about there. As we get back to this game, Mako still, just once again, look at it. Poke forward, back off, sees if he gets lit. Their names in our mods will turn yellow if they do get lit. So each time he pokes out, he hasn't been lit once yet. Now he is going to go ahead and reload his clip. He fired a few times. Firing will drop the camo value of a tank. So firing a few times just to give his tank even worse camo to make sure that he's still not being spotted in the same spot. And after that, he's dropped his clip and reloading. And this is a rather interesting setup out of 07. Now that they're going for a very, very obvious play here. They're moving all their tanks towards the north. They're going to wait until the tanks can push in from the north. Exo can cover them that 50B. Those bad shots can make that push. And then the heavy tanks here in the south will just push up the 6th line and start that crossfire. And it's going to be fixed or reloaded. It's going to find the short end of that stick if he's not careful.
Overall, I really do like the adaptation that the offense of 07 has taken here.
Yep. Now, Gabe has actually moved into a passive scout bush late in the game. So he wasn't there when they were doing that initial spotting check. And now he'll spot them, and they're going to have to push in across these 50Bs. This is going to be
a brawl, and saying so means that I want to get right into the comms of 07.
There, right there, just shot at me. Okay, good shot.
I think I hit that.
I'm shooting Fixer.
I think I hit.
Good, dude.
I've been ammo wrecked
Fixer's
again,
looking
by
at
the
me.
way. I have no mag.
I don't have one repair. How many shells? Nice.
Nice. Yo, if they push on you, I have two.
The problem is they're gonna push you now. They're gonna push the bats.
The 50B might need to move
They're
out.
gonna push either heavies or bats.
Our heavies need to go aggressive into here, basically.
Alright, I'm gonna push up the Delta.
Right.
I have super duper racks, by the way, like no kids.
Bounced.
You have to go this way.
Make sure Exo doesn't die.
Exo, can you pull back or?
We can get a 50B in here. There's one that's 2-shotable.
I'm in a window.
You can put cap pressure on with Fosta too.
Let them push Exo.
Yo, there's a low 50.
Here's a shot. Here's a shot.
I missed my shot. Reloading 12.
Just kill the 50B.
Kill me real. I'm gonna get on cap.
We're in good position. Can we put one on cap?
Do you want me to kill 2 and 5 or get the same
I'm gonna cap.
They can side scrape against
Ledif has no ammo rack.
Yep.
Yeah, Ledif has no ammo rack, so he can get on cap. Yeah, I'm clipping.
But they have another 50B.
them
That's
coming
the
through the
problem. It
field.
wasn't lit.
Yeah, I am. I'm poking every now and then.
We have another 50B here.
I don't know if I'm permalit or they're not there anymore. They could have went. I think they went through the 0. Oh, there it is.
Nice, good shot.
They can shoot the one.
Nice.
Nice. I got this line.
I've got cap pressure.
Here's the other 50B.
Yo, I'm gonna get off cap here. I'm gonna get off cap here.
I have 2. 2 shells.
Clip.
Ex-Soldier's permalit, like,
Yo, I can stay on the
Exo, you're behind them all. Exo,
Yeah, I know.
There's 54 on one shot.
No shots, actually.
Clip and drive up. Clip and drive up.
I'm getting in this fight. I'm getting in this fight to help.
Hey, stall if you can. Stall.
Shit, I can't do shit. I'm dead.
Gabe's got the edge. 6 of HP.
I'm driving.
I have 8 unloaded.
Stall, Exo's close.
2 seconds.
I'm gonna shoot Yato.
Just get in there and clip them. Nice. Make them counter.
I honestly feel as though Exo may have taken too long to get into the fight here. Now it's still very much possible for the team of 07, but it's going to be harder than I think it needed to be.
Yep. Well, they need to make sure that they keep they punish Pompous really hard for making this push.
Exo's going to go down. Oh no, he's not. He's going to stay alive. Just kidding. The whole time. I knew exactly.
There's 2 one-shotters and a reloading bat chat, and the Commodore doing a great job at blocking Pompous so he can't run away. He gets the pen. Now he needs to find Gabe very quickly. Oh, is Gabe going to get the better of him?
Nope, but here comes... Ooh, this could be a good play. Ex-Soldier going to get... Oh, no. It wasn't a kill. Oh, a bounce! What?
Oh, but Ex-Soldier gets the reload. And CD almost threw that round.
Clinching by the skin of their teeth there was CD. Honestly, I think Exo just took too long. Had he got in there a little earlier, he really could have made his clip count.
I wasn't a big fan of him stopping on cap, and it was a very clear effort to stop for a minute and look for shots and maybe make them think about pulling something. Excuse me. However, as I
please continue.
Clear my throat there, just dying a little bit. However, the point I was getting at is once they knew that FFTB was on cap, and they knew that there was 1 tank on the other cap, so it's 2 tanks on cap circles.
They weren't gonna. I know exactly what you're saying. There was no reason for that team to pull away because most of the fight was right in front of them.
Yep, well, and they knew that they still had that overmatch. And with only 1 tank on cap, that's still 2 minutes essentially to cap out. So they knew they had plenty of time, especially with all the bat chats and the T-54 lightweight alive for them. So they had plenty of time to react. So they took that engagement towards the lower half of that town.
Yeah.
And they got the kills, and they almost threw it there at the end.
Yeah.
Commodore in that Tier 9 doing 4,200 damage.
Yeah. T10 doing 42. Is that I think that's the most damage we've ever seen from a Tier 9.
We've seen some Tier 9 bat shots get up there. I don't have the exact numbers in front of me, though.
That's not true. I don't know if it was a Tier 8 or Tier 9 artillery that we saw out of Baby Halo. I think it was like up to 5K
they
damage.
Have 40, 43 on mines. He put up some insane numbers.
So it was a Tier 8. But yeah, Tier 9, that's pretty good for a T10. Letif, Warbender, Makos, and Fosta, though. Fosta kind of just got destroyed in that Tier 9 bat shot.
Yeah, absolutely. And the weird thing about here is, so we have 1 more round on Ruinberg defense for 07.
Right.
Now, Ruinberg defense being Ruinberg defense, you have to like their chances.
Sure.
However, if they don't, this is going to be decided on Muravanka.
Interesting.
A map that 07 actually have a very, very good attacking winner on their 4-1 overall attacking on Muro. So if we get that far, it'll be interesting to see what happens there, because CD doesn't play Muravanka that often, and when they do, they're not the greatest at it. They're not terrible, but they kind of struggle on it.
They're all right. They're all right.
So that said, am I really seeing this right now? Some of you are going to see this lineup, and you're going to see 1 tank, and you were just going to kind of scratch your head like, what?
Could that be the Leopard PTA?
That indeed is what it is. Why
so tell me about this tank.
There's not a whole lot to say other than it's a little Leopard that doesn't do anything well. The Tier 10 Leopard is at least fast, very accurate gun.
Yeah, we've seen a few of those.
Hits hard. This thing has a terrible aim time, terrible reload, terrible DPM, and just is a moving ammo rack.
So why would you bring it?
There's got to be something that they're bringing it for that I am just completely missing, or that Yato just really wants to play as Leopard PTA. I don't know. I don't even know many people that have actually ever enjoyed playing that tank to begin with. Fossa taking some early damage in this village. 07 have kind of given up control of that whole village to 07. And the thing to look at here is CD have a very, very aggressive lineup with nothing but medium tanks, essentially. And so they're taking control, and they have a lot of burst. However, 07 have a lot of heavy tanks and a lot of HP to really soak up a lot of that burst. So if those 50Bs can get in there and really, dump their clips off, they can put a lot of pain down on these batch shots very quickly. And why you would bring a Leopard PTA over, say, an AMX 30 or a Tier 9 batch shot is a bit beyond me. Its camo values are...
Whoa, the shots coming out onto Letif. There's got to be something you're missing here, James. Because you've literally said that tank is almost non-existent as far as what it can do.
And Static going to push in here against this TVP. He's going to eat the shells, but now Pompous is just reloading, and he just has to run.
That TVP, unfortunately, not getting as much damage as he wanted to, and now the T-54 lightweight of Fosta is going to come around and at least get 2 shots off on him. And there it is, 986 with the help of his teammate. Pompous taking damage, but so is Maril and X-Soldier.
07 or 6,500 HP from clinching their spot in the online playoffs. Pompous is reloaded, but Fosta finds the kill.
And let's go straight to the comms of 07.
Jojo Jackie fired one.
I'm clipping. I'm running.
Nice, just find him. Find him.
I'm on Jojo if I can.
Static's coming in.
Low health, thanks.
Jojo track.
I'm gonna try to ram.
Joja, Fixer, Gabe. Fixer, Gabe, join.
I'm on Gabe. I've got kill shot on Gabe.
Nice.
Yeah, anyone kill Jojo?
Yeah, I got 3.
6.
I actually have
boys.
I got yellow reloaded.
Well,
Morphic, we're coming for you,
place, guys.
Good coming from Morphic. All right.
Wow. It's the fastest comms I think we've ever heard as far as a match going. From not so much Static, but kind of pre-battle to post-brawl, and that was fast.
Yeah, absolutely. And just overall, the push came through from 07. They counter-pushed into that town after they pushed Static into that middle road, and they got Pompous out for free. At that point, they could just eat the shells and just trade them out.
But look what that means, James. 4-2. 07 is guaranteed 6th place, which means that CD's dreams of essentially moving on without having to play for that qualifying spot are dashed.
Yep, so they take 7th. So at this point, CD have to play the online qualifier tournament, or play the winner of it. So the details on that will be released at a later date. Sure. However, looking at the damage here, Pompous coming in with 3,100 damage. Commodore, Letif, Static, Exo, and Makos, all for 07 doing very well. I see you light up there, and I already noticed.
No, you don't know anything.
I know exactly what you're going to say.
Anything.
I was going to avoid it because I wanted you to be surprised when we got into battle. But we'll leave that a mystery. Let's just leave that a mystery for everyone else.
You think you're so cool sitting over there.
Yep. So overall, though, I like it out of 07 once again. They're on defense on Ruinberg. They kept it nice and tight. They had a lot of HP. Those 215Bs, 2,500 a pop, great DPM. They had enough HP to just weather the storm of all those bat chats. And those bat chats aren't the greatest tanks in that Delta Village. There's not a lot of room to flex around, and so once you're head-to-head with heavy tanks...
No, that was just, honestly, 07 doing exactly what they needed to do.
Yep, just pumped out a lot of shots. And now at this point, it doesn't matter what happens for the next 3 rounds. If you're 07, you can sit here and have some fun, and that's exactly what they're going to do.
But you know what this is good for in CD? Well, we have to see how they respond, even knowing that they're going to be down, because the big thing for them is going into the Gold League qualifiers. Once again, they have to play for their spot. How is this going to affect them? Is their morale going to be down, or can they pull together, still play well against a current Gold League team, as they just were a Gold League team, and pretty much dominate the competition and keep their status within the league? So,
yep, absolutely. And
there's going to be a little surprise, though, coming into this game.
Yep, I already like what I see. So this should be a good bit of fun. They are on Muravanka, as we said, and it will be CD having to attack. So
not the best situation.
Now 07 aren't the greatest on defense on Murrow.
That's true.
They have struggled a bit. It's their offense for some odd reason that they play very well. And it has to do with a couple things, but overall, just their attacking game plan they normally have is very, very controlling. They do a good job at neutralizing the field. Now, I'm not saying they go and find all those light tanks that are hiding in bushes, but they do a good job at making sure they're not a factor.
Yeah, well, let's head right into it. Potentially the final map between Team Cybele de Truet and 07.
Muravanka, a map with a great number of buildings, bushes and trees, amongst which teams hide for most of the battle. The attacking team begins the battle from the top of the village, and the defenders start from the bottom of the map. Both bases are better controlled from the hill near the first base, and from the green in the lower left corner of the map. There are many attack directions. The attacking team often attempts to gain the attention of defenders by putting pressure on the first base, whilst manoeuvring several tanks behind the second base to deliver fire into the defending's flank. Team setups are very diverse, but the players often choose the fastest tanks, even for heavy setups. They could even bring SPGs.
And there it is, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to have none other than Meadowhawk playing for the side of 07.
Lineups coming in, CD and E5, 257s, 3 batch shots, and a 1390. Meanwhile, 07 coming in with 2 257s, an E5, 3 batch shots, and a AMX 1390.
Let's go ahead, if we can, go straight to the tank of none other than Meadowhawk. Look at this guy.
So just like comps, Meadowhawk does know how to press W on his keyboard, so he hasn't forgotten that much.
Rude.
Been a while since he played. That said, they're just trying to shoot out the roof of a lot of these buildings, making it easier for them to blind fire towards Cap. Camador getting blocked out by Meadowhawk.
Hey, what do you do? Hey.
And a very aggressive push coming out of 07 towards that one line, and they're going to go ahead and just dump their heavy tanks onto Cap, try to get some Cap pressure going. And now it's going to leave 07 having to respond very quickly.
Well, let's go ahead and take a listen to CD and see exactly what they're trying to do.
Any angle. Oh, right here, I think, right?
They're just pushing in.
No, they're not.
Rotate back for sure. I got nice job, man.
Reloading.
12 seconds. Get ready to put your next clip in. Get ready. Oh, wait, back up.
I'm clipping.
One shot left.
You gotta block for me, dude.
Getting shot in the ass. 1390. Got Fox on cam. Wait, don't body block him.
The batch head's clipping me out.
There you go.
How much ammo does the batch have?
I don't know, but they fired 4 in
Aesthetic?
total. I don't know how many.
They killed me, so they should be.
I have 10 seconds left on my clip.
12 seconds.
Foss is a one shot. He'll be loaded before me.
I have 5 seconds left. I'm gonna kill Warbender.
Get back on Cap. So they come back to us.
1390.
I kill.
That was fun.
Poor Meadowhawk.
Meadowhawk got literally dumped over on. That's rude. We don't condone team killing here at WGL NA.
Wasn't even a team kill. He just got pushed out in front of everybody and ate up a majority of the T-57 shots out of CD. And I do like that play out of CD. They dumped onto Caps.
A good play.
They took a lot of very aggressive map control, and then they forced 07 to have to respond to it. They took aggressive control of that one line, aggressive Cap pressure, and they have a lot of burst between the batch shots and the T-57s. And the DPM on the T-57s is insane. It's almost 3,000 base. And so they had to come in. T-57s just click, 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 and all of a sudden that's Meadowhawk dead.
I don't think anyone clicks like this, by the way.
You'd be surprised.
Actually, I would be surprised.
Probably what you look like playing artillery.
No, I usually look like this playing artillery. It's like with my hand on the mouse, eating some chips, the classic arty look.
You rock it very well.
Yeah, thank you.
That said,
you wear it great.
Overall, out of 07, just a little too far behind. They didn't have any intel that push was coming out down the one line, so
City just literally executed them.
Yeah, so especially Port Meadowhawk didn't even get off, I don't think, any damage. That said, Fixer putting up 2,600, Pompous doing 2,600 as well, and then Jodo Jackie at 2,000 and a 215B.
EXO coming in pretty hot for his team, doing the most for 07, and that is going to be at, 1900 for a bat chat, or even just for the whole team holding up the end. It's just not that great, and we saw pretty much the entire first page was all CD.
Yep, and now we're going to swap sides. Now it's going to be 07 on attack.
So
which,
there's a very
as I
good
said
chance
earlier,
this game does go to overtime.
They play pretty well on attack, so we'll have to see what they break out this time. That said, if we do go to overtime, it will be on steps. And then that would go to the fastest attacking victory, which I think we just witnessed.
Yeah, definitely the fastest attacking victory. Meadowhawk is going to be staying in. So I'm interested to see what he can bring to the table. We're about 10 seconds out from starting this next map. Or not this next map, but this next round. I don't know. Do you give it to 07?
I like their chances. However, it did get confirmed the fastest attacking victory was one we just watched.
Yeah, it was
2 minutes and 46 seconds.
So if we do go to overtime, it will be steps, and then CD
would
will
be picking.
choose.
Defense would be 9 times out of 10 what I'd pick. So
Well, I forget what game it was where we witnessed a team actually pick offense in overtime. Was it? I want to say it was AM60s. I could be wrong.
I think it was AM60s attacking on Himmelsdorf, and they'd already played Himmelsdorf once when they won their offense, I think is it.
Yes.
I'd have to double check.
We could be wrong.
That said,
two T57 heavies coming out of 07, a 113, a 140, 2 bat chats, and a 1390. And CD going to bring 3 113s, 2 bat chats, and 2 tier 9 bat chats.
Yep. That said, CD going with a pretty standard well, actually not even a standard defense. They're going for the raw aggression up the 4 line, ready to meet them head on, but poor Fosta could be walking into the wolf's den.
Gabe is AFK, though.
Well, he's sitting down there in the bush.
He's not AFK, but...
They know that this push is coming out of CD, and they've only spotted Fosta. Static has taken control of the 1 line sitting there in that village. They are leaving EXO up by the lighthouse. Portion shots downrange in that 140, and now if you're CD, you're in a very bad situation. These 113s should have some decent shots across the F line here. However, it looks like 07 are coming out the better on these trades right now. And now Warband looking for some shots down that F line. Yato's actually rotating in, so he may be able to sneak in there and find a overmatch. However, Meadowhawk is just going to go ahead and push across and get on the far end of Cap.
It's because Meadowhawk is a man.
And now it's just CD left in the low ground. EXO's doing a good job at just working them down, getting good shots off. Foss is actually going to run away and try to chase some of these bat chats, make them run and come chase him. However, they understand that that's exactly what he's doing, and they're going to dive back towards the rest of the fight.
And let's go ahead and go into the comms and minds of Team CD.
Kill that fucking
Attraction.
Got kill.
Mako. Use this rep. Nice.
I have 2 in my clip.
I'm reloading. Commodore is going to push around on me. He's going to get one shot into me.
I'm reloading.
95.
Never mind, I got out.
Dive on me.
1390 is over here.
So we should probably be ready for that.
Oh, please be careful. We'll have the 1390. Oh, great.
Oh man.
Rip.
I got the great camo that I can see.
Oh well.
We tried, boys.
Huh.
Yeah, I really enjoy throwing, dude.
That last statement. I don't really think... I think that may have been a little bit of sarcasm.
Season's over. You're frustrated. You're stuck in 7th place. You have to play the winner of the qualifier tournament, which there could be some very good teams that come out of that.
And that is silver, correct?
No, that's completely different than silver.
Oh,
silver,
different. Completely different.
First place silver automatically takes highest place, essentially. The winner of the qualifier tournament has to play the 7th seed, which in this case is going to be CD.
It's going to be CD, yeah.
Now, Meadowhawk.
Who is currently winning silver?
Right now it is, I believe, Good Game up in first, which is a bunch of the old Googly Botter players and a couple guys from Elevate previously. Urtai, G-Forcer.
So good team.
Lost decent team. And then also the Red Candids are up there, the Brazilian team, formerly known as Game Over. They went to the last Global Grand Finals to represent Brazil.
Nice.
So they're a couple of pretty good teams down there. So we'll have to see. And we'll actually, at some point, be casting the Silver League Finals
we will.
live here from the studio at some point.
We will.
I believe that is going to be the 18th, but that is besides the point because the next broadcast that we're going to bring is going to be the online playoffs on Thursday.
And 07 will be in there.
Yep. So as soon as we can get our admins to confirm the exact seeding of all these teams they finish in and who will be playing who, we will let you guys know, hopefully before the show is over. That said, Thursday's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to decide which of those teams.
So let's talk about 07 right now.
Yep.
And how well that they played over CD. Obviously, they gave away a few rounds, but you could even argue the last round they gave on Murrow when they were on defense was kind of a throwaway. But I got to say, that's something that they need to work on for the online playoffs.
Well, it was just a very simple thing. If they had had one medium tank get out in front of their group down the 2-line and make some sort of opening scout run where they know those tanks are there, they could have responded a lot sooner. But instead, they didn't have any eyes. It was just Fosta off on the other flank trying to get some intel. And it took too long to rotate into position. And look at our boy Meadowhawk coming in.
Oh, yeah.
2,700 damage in that T-57, so not bad there. Commodore 2,600. And then Pompous, Fixed Reloaded, and Merle's all coming up for CD. But then Fosta in that 1390 doing 2,300 damage at 1390, including the ammo rack on that 113 at the end.
Yeah.
So overall, good stuff out of 07. And then this kind of just says it all for CD. Jojo Jackie at 900 and everyone else further below that, just not able to get into the fight.
It's been such a good day of tanks. Not only because some of the matches were great, but I got to see Comps play, and then I got to see Meadowhawk play.
Yep, and looking at it, Pompous coming in here with.
And then I got Jay Smooth back. You know what I'm saying? It's been quite a good day of tanks.
Pompous coming in there at 17,000 damage, so doing what he can to put out the most damage this season. He's up in the running still, but
still
dropped off a little bit until gain on Smiley Rage because Smiley Rage was not
Smiley
playing
Rage
tonight.
wasn't even playing tonight.
Yeah.
That's something else that you got to think about.
So we'll have to see what happens there. That said, Ledif coming in at 1,100 damage, the new addition from Get Flanked, not bad. And then X Soldier,
really
10,000 damage. Yeah, no, Ledif's done a lot for him.
Yeah.
You hear him talking in there, pretty quick on the decision making. Understands when things have to happen, and it's been working out well. So. Despite him being a caller, which can sometimes be a problem, a lot of callers feel they have the best idea and they disagree even with other callers and kind of causes some friction sometimes, some sloppy decision-making because they're not always on the same page. But in this case, it seems to be working very well. He's had a lot of good performances, including the one versus Eclipse.
Yeah.
So representing Get Flanked and still doing well for him.
He was solid, man. I miss Get Flanked, but, they had to go. Dwight. Still, my heart goes out to the man, but we'll probably see them again, especially with players like Ledif. That's very impressive. But 07 is going to clinch their spot, and I would love to see 07 come to the regional finals, but in order for them to do so, they're going to have to play every single game in the online qualifier, the online playoffs, the way they played Eclipse. Yep. In my opinion, that is the only way they even have a chance of making it.
Yep, and they're not going to have an easy match in front of them
because
they're going to be the 6th seed going into that.
Yeah.
I'm relatively sure. Well, 3 points. Rival won though, so Rival will still hold on.
Rival will still be 5th, I believe.
Yep. So, like I said, once we get that confirmed, we'll let you guys know. That said, if you want to watch all the replays from tonight and all the previous nights, you can check out the YouTube channel at /WGLNA and see all of the VODs off of there. Also, the website at WGLeague.net. So check that out. See all the scores, not just from North America, but from all of the regions. See what's going on. There should be some more tanks action this weekend. I believe a lot of the regions are heading into their final weekend of their regular season as well.
Yeah. Well, also make sure you're following us on social media. That is going to be at WGLNA, and then using the hashtag WGLNA to send us comments and tweets where we will feature them live on stream. This is going to be the end of the show. Next week, we actually are going to have a special guest commentator. One of us will not be here next week, but we'll let you do a little guessing game and figure that one out. We're not going to share the details of that. Also,
let's actually take a second and take a look at our updated standings as they stand right now.
Let's do that as well. So standings, obviously Apex numero uno. 6 points above the next team, and that's going to be Eclipse in second.
So what that leaves, Ned, I believe, we'll have to double check. I believe that should be high down in 8th place and CD surviving. That said, looking at it other than that, that'll be M60s versus 07 in the online playoffs on Thursday, and then Deja Vu versus rival Simple Tankers. So those should be 2 very good matches coming to you on Thursday, and that'll pretty much decide who's staying in the Gold League next season and who gets to come here to Burbank to play in the regional finals for their shot at $90,000 for first place or much more.
Not bad.
Nope, not at all. So good stuff overall there. Overall, it's been a good season. This ends the second round robin.
Second round robin. Again, make sure real quick, get your tickets. They are free, but it is a first come, first served basis, and that's going to be at none other than WGLNAfinals.eventbrite.com. Free tickets. If you're in the area, you like tanks, there's no reason for you not to go over there and register.
Yep. Also, check out the Tim and Ted show. Be Ted and Tim Hamlet talk about all things WGLNA, fantasy, and so forth. And it's a good time. A lot of pro players hang out in there as well and talk to them. It's pretty interactive. Always fun time.
And we were about to close out the show, but it looks like we are indeed going to have to Skype interview with none other than Meadowhawk. So we are going to get that going for you in just a moment. Overall, this season, it was kind of weird the way everything started out and the way things kind of closed out in the second round robin. A lot of teams that were supposed to do well did, but then a lot of teams that were supposed to do well didn't, and it took them a while to pick up. Aquatic M60s were weird how they started off, and they were not very strong, and then all of a sudden they were competing with teams and beating teams like Eclipse and putting Apex into overtime. And then you have teams like Rival, which we expected a lot from, and in fact, they really faltered at the beginning of the season, and now they've made it to 5th place. So a lot of interesting outtakes from the season for me, especially coming into tanks as a new player.
Yeah, definitely. Some things not as surprising. Apex really putting their foot down, especially after they picked up some players from Simp. They have just been completely dominant this season. Eclipse making a few additions as well. Not quite as dominant, but doing what you'd expect.
Yeah, well, let's get right into it with Meadow. Welcome, sir. We almost didn't have you tonight. And congratulations, you will be going to the online qualifier. How does it feel? Or it's not I keep calling it qualifier. The online playoffs. There it is.
Yes, it's really good. It kind of started off rocky there with the Cliff games. Obviously, Cliff's not our strongest map. We tried some things, didn't work. But I love the fact that our traps on Himmelsdorf for Gabe. Best effort, respect for Gabe. That guy took a bit too much tonight. But it was good. I'm just excited because Foster finally threw me in. So
yeah, it was great to see you play. And you topped out damage for the last match. Not bad.
Yeah. The first one they knew how dangerous I was, and they just focused me right out. Second one, The second one they let me roam free, and that's what happens when you don't cage the beast.
Fair enough. So you guys will be playing versus M60s come here on the online playoffs. What are your thoughts going into that? How do you think you'll stack up versus them?
Well, we have a lot of work to do. They beat us in the first round robin, and then we did a lot of work, and they still beat us. I think the famous quote was EXO is, "We knew what they were going to do, and we still lost." So there's Fosta is going to get his nose at the grindstone. We'll figure stuff out, and we'll definitely be ready for them on Thursday.
All right.
Awesome. Well, again, congratulations, Meadow. We hope to see you at the Burbank Finals. If you are able to beat the 60s and qualify, having you down here with your team would be great. But you do have a tough opponent in M60s ahead of you. So good luck, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, see you Thursday.
Alrighty, well, that is going to close us out for the broadcast. It's been great. One of us will not be here. We'll let you try to figure out who it's going to be. It's been a great night of tanks, and we'll see you on Thursday for the online playoffs.